Hands up.
I listen to this song too much, so and sometimes I don't feel good about hearing it. I've gathered my boys to talk about games that came out in the year of 2022.
The year of our Lord, 2022.
Now, to be fair, not all these games came out in 2022.
All right.
Tyler, you need to do the top 5 prediction while I do this intro.
Oh yeah.
So, what are 3 things that happened in 2022 that are not game related?
I don't know anything that's not game related.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk
the cringiest man on planet Earth.
Kanye went insane.
And as a big, long time Kanye fan, very upsetting year, actually.
I don't think there was anything else at the beginning of the year. I can't remember.
It's less apocalyptic than 2020.
The Ukraine thing might be relevant.
Oh, that's right! Fucking Russia invaded.
I have coworkers that were like relocating.
They're kicking, but they're also thinking about the game of the year, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
I hope they're in a place where they can also talk about.
I know we
video
topped
games.
Ukrainian charts. I don't know why we're doing this. This is a horrible situation they're in right now.
But more importantly, we met together on a December day to talk about games.
Yeah.
We have 51 games, a little less than last year.
Clubhouse 51.
Oh my god! Actually, that should have won Game of the Year.
I'm saying.
That game's great.
It was pretty hot though. Tom's making me laugh.
That's foreshadowing. I'm going to list the games here. I've made a newish rule. We've always sort of done this. First of all, it's not all games that came out in 2022. It's just we played it in 2022. Time is short, so we do what we can.
And we don't get paid to actually review games, so...
If anyone wants to pay me to review games...
I will gladly take a preview copy and leave up a review. I will dedicate time to do it. You just need to send it to me.
We have 4 different Patreons, and you can choose your favorite member of the podcast to give them money and no one else.
Oh, that would be messed up.
That would be messed up. I'm at the bottom of the tier list, and Bradley's getting swooned over.
I think Bradley would.
Unironically, I think that's how a lot of big podcasters go.
No way.
They all have to they all have their own side projects.
I guess some of them.
Well, iPatch Wolf has his own stream, and then he has his podcast that he does with everyone else. That's a total separate entity. Anyways, we're getting off topic here.
Look, we're in for a penny.
Yeah.
I think I have the least games this year.
No, there's no way you have. Bradley always has the least.
No, Bradley really squeezed some in.
Bradley's always
Me and Bradley are contending.
Well, are we saying games that you have only played, or games you've just played in general? Because there are some good. If we're
you have the least finished games. This motherfucker can't finish shit.
Yeah.
No.
Did you finish a game on this list?
Yeah.
Name one game.
Modern Warfare.
Pokemon. Hey. Did he finish Pokemon?
No.
Okay.
Neither of the Pokemon.
Not Rabbids. This should give you some good foreshadowing. These things are good.
Y'all shut the
Not one!
I think I beat Apico. I unlocked the final beat.
Okay.
There you go.
You actually did?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, it's gonna be number 1.
It was super quick.
Now I'm bringing back some returning games. Usually they'll be ongoing games, but if a game got played more this year than last, or someone maybe next year I could bring Tales of Arise back if I finish it that year. Something like that.
Well, we know for a fact that
Halo Infinite is an example this year.
If a game was on last year and received no content, it has to skip a year if someone else plays it.
It's loose rules. We do whatever.
I like that we do it loose because, there's a ton of Game of the Year shit out there, but this way you get games compared against games they wouldn't otherwise be compared against,
So, the games eligible are Into the Breach, Genshin Impact, Pokemon Unite, Melty Blood, Halo Infinite. So that concludes our returning games, and we don't want to do too many.
Did you say Multiply in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Need for Speed Heat, Omori, Apico, Plate Up, Modern Warfare 2, Cult of the Lamb, DNF Duel, Dune, Elden Ring, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass, Trails of Cold Steel 1, God of War Ragnarok, Multiverses, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, All-Star Battle R, MLB The Show 22, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, Loop Hero, the Kirby game that came out, Mario & Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Pokemon Arceus, Pokemon Scarlet Violet, Rogue Book, Rogue Legacy 2, Wonderlands?
Where's Wonderlands?
Oh, there's 2 games on there I didn't get around to playing. That was Rogue.
I played Tiny Tina's.
Joe played Tiny Tina's, but I didn't get to play Rogue.
Tiny Tina's Wonderland, Shovel Knight Dig, Star Wars, Lego Star Wars, Slay the Spire,
Lego Star Wars.
Slay the Spire, Bayonetta 3, The Quarry, Warhammer 3, 2 Point Campus, Baba Is You, Vagante, Victoria 3, Persona Arena Ultimax, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, Dark Tide, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, Final Fantasy, A Realm Reborn specifically, none of the rest.
Yes.
Marvel Snap, Midnight Sun, Tactics Ogre Reborn, Dwarf Fortress, Splatoon 3, Crime Site, Cuphead DLC,
Delicious Last Course,
Last Course, and Final Fantasy Strangers of
God
Paradise.
damn, that's some video
Wait,
games.
where's... Oh, that's the Chaos game.
Usually I have y'all read some, but I was looking at some of these, like, they're not going to know some of these
know.
names.
Yeah. Hey, take Rogue Book off. I didn't get to play that one.
God, where is it?
3rd row.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right, down to 50, Joe.
I got it.
Okay. A nice even 50. He planned it.
Perfect. That means we can split it up 4 ways and someone ends up on top.
Don't blame
And
me.
to reiterate our usual cutting rules,
Yes.
we do it alphabetically, but we're on an even year. This is our 4th time doing this, so we're going to do it
Backwards.
reverse alphabetically. So
Yeah.
I start.
Oh.
Now, you getting to pick the cut doesn't mean you get to choose it. It means you get to bring it for discussion forcefully.
The council
Yes.
must decide its fate.
council
The
must
council
decide.
must decide.
I forgot that I would go first, so I have not thought about it.
Oh, yeah, like,
Are we allowed to bring up suggestions, or are we staying completely
Yes,
mute this
yeah.
year?
what's
bring
the
up
worst game
suggestions.
on this motherfucker right
What
now?
if we got rid of...
I know what we're doing.
Okay, go ahead.
We're doing Strangers of Paradise. Final
Really?
Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
But only because I only played the demo. But I did want to talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
It's kind of fucked up because this is actually a really cool game. It's edgy in a way that it's endearing to people. People really like the main character. Despite him being the dumbest bag of bricks edgy boy.
Chaos.
I mean, if we're talking about demos, we should put Triangle Strategy back on. Jeez.
Sure.
Lord.
All right, back to 51.
But the thing with this game is, I don't know what it looks like a PS3 game.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
Like, the textures are really bad. And the thing is also that, I found the demo to be a little grindy, where you did have to go out of your way to power up. But the class system in this game is really, really fun, and I hope when it's on sale, I will play it again. Look forward to it returning maybe.
So I have a theory about the graphics space thing. I think there's a severe disconnect, or there's a problem jumping between console generations that causes graphics fidelity to go down for a
But
year
it's
or
below
two.
PS4.
Yeah, and
Maybe I'm reaching here, but it's.
But I always think that people overestimate things.
Sure.
If we,
It's not a big problem.
yeah, I'm very interested to see reviews. This would be a whole undertaking, but go to reviews in between each console generation and see what people say about the graphics about games like this. There are games like God of War Ragnarok or Returnal that look great,
Yeah.
but those games are specifically made for a console.
Yeah.
Whereas
This was a third party. This is clearly a B team.
yes.
But the funny part is, the game is so edgy, and people laughed at it in a tongue-in-cheek way.
Oh,
where
there
it's
was hella memes.
Because there's a scene where the main character puts on an iPod after
Yes.
something bad happens, and he walks away to I think Limp Bizkit playing or
Yeah.
something.
Oh my god.
Genuinely Limp Bizkit, not a song that sounds like them, a licensed track.
death.
Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, and but the thing is, the creators thought that they were genuinely making a cool character, and they were surprised when the trailer came out and people were memeing on it in an endearing way. They were like, "Oh, we were just kind of playing it straight. We thought this was cool."
Oh my god.
God.
And here's the thing. You were saying even the demo felt a little grindy to you, right? And it's if the demo feels grindy,
Maybe I'm bad.
But also sometimes they up those demo numbers. Call of Duty was like that when it's beta. Was that they made it a little bit more grindier to get some things because they don't want
your demo lasts a little bit.
Yeah.
You get more demo for your demo.
correct.
That said, Tyler, if you will, also turn up those tunes a midge.
Yeah.
Is that okay to say?
Bradley, I'm
I don't know.
It's a smidge.
Well, midge is
It
a
is a
person's
smidge.
name,
So,
so that's got to be appropriate, right?
on here
It's
again?
in packed.
It's, you know.
Like last
Play,
year.
it came out on the Switch.
It came out on the
We had to
Switch.
play the Switch.
Oh,
What
okay.
game?
Vagante.
Vagante?
We had it like 2 years ago.
I hadn't. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, me and Tyler played it for the first time
Okay.
this year.
No, I played it.
He played it back
last
when,
year.
yeah.
Wait, y'all talking about Vagante?
I
No,
just-
not right
not
now.
right now.
Oh, I love that
Fantastic.
motherfucker. I was about to throw hands.
I was just saying, like, we have it on here again.
By
I
the
got-
way, this year again, we predicted what the top 5 would be individually, so we'll see how that pans out.
Y'all, I got a really good one.
Did you put yours in?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
And this is going to be, I'm bringing it to the table.
Let's go.
And I need to have an asterisk before people just click out of our podcast.
I'm sorry. We're done.
Do it!
Do it! Do it!
This is purely based on our own personal experiences.
All four of us have
Final
played it.
Fantasy 14
All-
Realm Reborn.
All four
Yeah.
of us have played it. I think all four of us have put the good hearty try.
I've
I
given
got
this
over
game
100 hours in it.
more
Yeah.
than a good-hearted. I've given
Like-
this game like 10
Yes.
good-hearted tries.
Enough that, like, I get it. I really do. I get why it's the most popular MMO in the world.
I don't.
I don't.
I get it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna play it.
Yeah.
So,
Bradley has an interesting, but we'll get to that in a second.
I would like to preface by saying, like, this year, like, this time around, so I started playing 14 before A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
I played original
damn.
14 at launch.
Dude.
I
It
was
was a
just
mess,
like,
apparently.
I was just like, yeah, this is fun. I was also playing Guild Wars 2 at the time, and I was like, Guild Wars 2 isn't subscription based,
Yeah.
and it's a lot better than Final Fantasy 14. So it took me a while to give this another chance again.
We have some friends very into it. Also, the internet is so into it.
Bear in mind, 1 minute earlier into this video, like thousands of people were listening, and now only like one person's
Yeah.
listening.
Thousands,
Yeah,
huh?
Everyone clicked off
Everyone
after we
tuned
said
in.
Final Fantasy.
We were lucky if it was 50.
We only got one listener.
Wait, is there anybody that disagrees with rating it this low?
No,
not
I was
really.
planning to give
Yeah.
it.
No.
My story with this game is so frustrating this year because I've given it so many tries. I had an okay time. I'm going through the quests. I get a Steam Deck. I think to myself, this is it. I'm going to download Final Fantasy Realm Reborn, play it on the couch in bed, and be able to push through and get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
The good stuff is after A Realm Reborn, they say. And then I found out, if you have ever bought this game on PlayStation or non-Steam PC, and you buy it on Steam,
Yeah.
there is no account transfer
What the fuck?
whatsoever. I reached out to support. They're like, sorry, thanks for your $20, now get fucked.
Yeah.
They ripped me out. They ripped me off of $20 when I was trying to give this game the most earnest chance possible, and that soured the pot so much. I was so frustrated.
I'll say, Final Fantasy I've played Warframe. Final Fantasy 14 has the worst new user experience I've
Yeah.
experienced. Like I've had.
It has the worst returning user experience.
It's
Yes,
it's
returning is the even worse than the new user.
It's amazing to me that it became the most played MMO, considering how hard it is to get into the game. Because I spent probably like 30 plus minutes. Like, I have already made up my mind. I want to give them my money for the game. I've already made up my mind. I
I've
want to
done
give
it
them
twice.
but I couldn't figure out where to get the fucking game. I'm Googling everything. I'm going around their website. I don't know where to download the goddamn fucking game. And then when I get in, it's like, I need multiple passwords. I need my password and then this one.
Do you have that app installed? Hold
Yeah.
on. Raise your hand if you have that stupid app installed.
Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by the fucking one-time
one-time password of Final Fantasy 14.
No, it's so hard to play the game, and like, how does it have so many players? Like, I know how dumb the average fucking user is.
Yeah,
Really dumb.
We're the average users.
So I don't know how
I
so
don't know
many
if
people
we're
figured
the
out how to get
average
into the
We
game.
play video games all the time. but
Everyone in here is in the video game industry, but like it's just getting your account back and like it's a pain in the ass.
Dude, the biggest pain in the ass for me like I said, I had an account from day one Final Fantasy 14 launch. So I had paid for a subscription. Okay, flash forward 8 years, and they say, oh, you can play all of third Final Fantasy, like up to level 60, with the entire like starting area
Yes.
of Final Fantasy 14 for free. And I'm like, oh, cool, I can come back and try it. And they're like, nah, you paid for a subscription, you're level 8, fuck you.
yeah, you're not allowed
that
to
is
do
what?
Yeah.
And then certain players will be like, "Hey, man, that's fair." It's like that's not fair. You lied to
That
me.
is not fair at all.
Anyways.
Meanwhile, Destiny over here is giving away literally like 2/3 of their game for free for you to just start up and start playing.
And
Destiny's fun to play.
to get into
Yeah,
this
it
game,
is.
you need to be a streamer who needs content and something to do, and you get past A Realm Reborn, and then you get the Shadowbringers where stuff gets good. Now, Bradley, you skipped.
Yeah,
So what is this situation like on the other side of the
This will
pond?
actually kind of be a little bit different. This is actually going to be positive. I did do a level skip because my brother and my cousin play the fuck out of this game. They play it like 5 out of 7 days of the week.
Damn.
They love it. Me and Emmy did a level skip to play with them. So we were doing some level 80 dungeons. Genuinely had nonstop fun for hours and hours. The bosses have really fun mechanics. The way you have to dodge and mitigate their attacks, I thought were really creative.
Nice.
Yeah.
And like, man, like it really feels like teamwork. Like, for example, I was playing our healer, and there was a point where there was a really hard attack to dodge. Everybody else in our party died except for me. I'm the white mage. I barely have any health. And I'm like, I can't really do shit. I know I don't trust myself to dodge the next attack. So like, I revived my brother because I remember him telling me, oh, with the new like skills that came out in this new expansion, my class can actually also heal people just by doing damage. So I revive him, and over time
You came back up.
yeah, he's a warrior or a paladin, so he's just attacking, which is healing me
Now,
and him. And then
none of the gameplay I've had was that engaging as well, if we want to get into it.
I got to a point to where I unlocked the, like I got past that class. I got into like some of the later content, the greens as they call it, of A Realm Reborn, pushing on to like the first expansion. I know people are like, they haven't even beat the first expansion. I'm like, dude, you have to play the game to get there. And it's like, yeah, we could have paid for it, but I don't want to do that. I
the
want to
thing is, like,
experience the same thing everybody else has.
People love the story so much, even if I'm not always paying 100%, I want to go through like those motions and know the
I ask
characters.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's funny is I wish I did level skip like Bradley did, because I would have had way much better time.
Absolutely.
It's cool that it's an option.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it's funny because like when I play a lot of World of Warcraft, and so when I like even like the beginner level stuff, like, oh, this is way better than any of the WoW dungeons I've ever played before. Like even the lower end stuff. My problem with MMOs is like, especially in the beginning, it's just they're way too grinding. I
know
level quest stuff. It's not fun. It's like it's not engaging because the dungeons and the raids are fun because that's team dynamics and you have to work together to do it. It's a lot of fun. But everything else around that, I just think is not a great time.
My impression is that if you have been playing it for a long time, like if you're
gonna keep playing it,
like if you've been in there and like you've been playing it and you got to experience this new content, I could see it being game of the year for you.
Yeah.
I think our gripe is that it's really great for players who have been playing it and are continuing to play it, but for new players, it's just like, what the fuck do I
I'm just happy to be in a room in the internet somewhere, wherever anyone could listen to this.
Safe space.
With 4 people who can agree that this game should be the 50th best game we play this year.
This is the most controversial, pick.
Start we've ever done.
Dude,
But here's the thing. Anyone listening to this, you cannot call us haters. Because we gave this genuine,
we have tried
honest
to play this game
tries.
3
That's the
different
thing.
times.
Most of the games you'll see on our Game of the Year tier list weren't even played by all 4 of us. And even if they were, maybe we only dipped our toe in.
Yeah.
This is a game that all 4 of us gave a genuine good faith effort to
Like,
try to
close
get
to
into.
50
If all 4 of
hours.
us play a game, it usually gets at least top 30.
I'm
just
saying.
by default. Like,
So-
And the fact that all 4 of us played it, and not a single one of us
can defend it.
can really feel like they should defend it. in some way.
So,
Anyways,
yeah.
when I
not saying we're like the whole we're the great
it's
no.
our list.
Yeah.
Like it is what it is. One day, if I can find it in my heart to give these cheats and liars who stole my goddamn money another chance and get the Stormblood, you might see this.
I did like the class. I did
What's
find
that
a
going
class
on?
I started enjoying.
Is that going on that
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 40. This is the
You
50
get to do
podcast.
combos.
Joe, okay.
Mine.
We had to defend ourselves for a while there, but we can move
Okay.
on quickly.
I'm gonna throw Triangle Strategy up there because I think everyone who played it only played the demo.
I only played the demo.
I mean,
And here's the thing: if I liked it enough, I would have bought the full
Yeah.
version.
That's
I
the
like
thing,
the
right?
demo.
Okay, but you didn't play the game.
Well, no, because I was playing Kirby and y'all were still already giving me shit about not beating games. So I was sitting there playing fucking Kirby, and I'm like, God, I'm fucking bored as hell.
Did you not beat Kirby? Kirby's so short.
I didn't beat Kirby either, and I love Kirby.
Kirby's so boring. I put Kirby on there before Triangle Strategy.
Just wait till my turn.
I'm
bitch.
gonna move Triangle Strategy up, but we don't need to discuss
We
it
can talk
anymore.
about-
And we can jump to
We can talk
Breath of the
about Kirby in a second.
I have
I do
an
wanna talk about
asterisk for
Triangle
Triangle Strategy. From the demo, I think this is a really sound, like, strategy RPG game.
Yeah.
That I was really starting to enjoy. The story is very simple. It's about, like, a kid, his dad is just, like, at a banquet, I think his dad dies from, like, a heart attack, and he's overtaking the kingdom. And he's got all this political strife to deal with, where you make arrangements with one part of the country and it upsets another part.
Side note, just hearing that, I know for sure that dad got poisoned, and that is a conspiracy.
Yeah, and so, like, obviously
Oh, yeah.
there gets to be cool stuff like that. If you haven't played a lot of shit or watched a lot of anime, you know,
You might be
that can be a
surprised.
surprise for you.
If you're new to this world.
But I will say one thing. You have to play this game. If you're not a native Japanese speaker, you must play this game with Japanese voices on.
Here's the thing, because
This is one of the most interesting cast of voice actors.
Chris Pratt is the main
English.
character.
I feel like I would love the gameplay here, but the story was really dull to me. Because here's the thing
You
about
were
that
saying
studio.
I liked the story.
Yeah.
I like that story.
The dialogue is really dry.
That is my problem. Like, playing the demo, two things I really liked. There's better.
Graphics.
There are better strategy games,
good.
but I still had fun doing the battles. The battles were good. A really cool mechanic is that story mechanic where it's like there's this like the scales of fate and you gotta like convince people. That would be a god tier, so cool mechanic in a game with a better story. After trying the actual game of Octopath and trying the demo of this,
Both suffer.
I feel like I have to take a break from the studio until I'm confident they can write a better story.
Here's the thing. I'm still an idiot who's going to buy Octopath 2.
Yeah.
Octopath 2.
I played the final super secret boss of Octopath 1.
I hear that shit's
I can't give it
incredibly
enough
difficult.
shit.
All right, Bradley, talk about Kirby.
Dude, I really can't believe I'm doing it. I'm putting a Kirby game this low. I'm so fucking disappointed. It's not okay.
This was
The thing is, I didn't even know Bradley played this.
I didn't either. He didn't know.
I thought this was a Tyler game, because he
No.
didn't even talk about it once.
I got it.
I did it.
You talked about it, he did it.
I played like 2 or 3 hours of single player, and then I kept going for 2 or 3 hours on multiplayer, and here's what's really cool is their first foray into ever trying to do like a 3D platformer Kirby was in GameCube, and they ended up not coming out with that one. It looked fucking awesome, but I was really excited to see them try it again on the Switch because I'm like, oh my god, they might be able to do it right. I was really excited to get the 3D platformer Kirby. There were actually some kind of cool ability choices I saw. But my number one fear with this game, which was immediately apparent as soon as you start playing it, and I'm going to sound like a fucking broken record. I've said it in real life. I've probably said it on the podcast multiple times.
No, you refuse to talk about this.
Modern Kirby games, it feels like when you know the feeling when you're trying to run away from something in a dream and like you just can't run? That's what it feels like to move in modern Kirby games.
Yeah.
It's like you're moving through molasses, and
Really?
it wasn't always
Is there
that
like
way.
input lag or something?
It's not input lag, you just move so fucking slow, and it wasn't always that way.
I fell asleep playing this game
Yeah.
on multiple occasions.
And not because it was a chill ass music scene, just because.
Yeah, you didn't fall asleep in the good
I
way.
got so bored playing this game.
God.
I will say they had some interesting Kirby is gonna vor this object mechanics, but the level design puzzles were interesting how you use those, but it's become rewarding in a way that doesn't challenge the player with nearly any thought whatsoever, as they, like, based off of my experience, the player is meant to feel rewarded, and if I was 5 or 6 playing this, being like, oh, I used that boomerang to complete this challenge, I'm glad I picked that up, versus me playing it now where I'm just like, here's the boomerang power. It's right in front of this puzzle I'm about to need.
That's the thing. Like, whenever they're making this Kirby game, they want to choose a big mechanic that you're going to use throughout the game. They're going to market the game using it, and their mechanic is you suck up these objects, you vor them, whatever.
Yeah.
They even use vor in the game. I kind of want to feel like I earned it a little bit, where
There's no expression of skill.
it's like instead of me, I would like a scenario where I had to figure out that I had to suck up the car and use it, and be like, oh, I'm so clever that I figured out I could suck up that particular part of my environment and use it to solve this particular puzzle. But instead, it feels like they always put the exact object you need right before the puzzle, and it's like, here, use this to do this task you'll never see again.
It seems like they chose Kirby to be the baby game, or like just the entry level game.
What if you've outgrown Kirby? Is that too harsh to say?
No.
I really thought about that at one point, and I thought about it, and it's just not true. They really did get worse. I promise.
No.
No, you're probably right. Yeah.
I'll say something positive about the game.
Yeah, go for it.
Bosses, compared to the rest of the actual game, are an actual fun challenge.
I'll take these bosses over the last bosses.
They have some really good boss design that's beyond just suck up star and shoot at it.
Star.
Yeah, like they put some good effort into these bosses, and I have to give them props.
Better
for that.
than Star Allies bosses, which just kind of felt like enemies with bigger health bars sometimes.
The thing is like a 3D Kirby game, I think, can make a lot really good because you have all those different moves.
I'm saying,
and you can make traversal, like you have the umbrella, so you can use the umbrella to like traverse in a certain direction,
Dude,
or you have the spark.
Mario Odyssey with just the hat. Just the hat.
Oh.
Think of how many different ways there are to move just interacting with your hat. Imagine if a Kirby game was like that.
Let
where,
alone
like,
the possession stuff.
yeah, like what if this ability gave you like 3 different ways to traverse around the environment that you couldn't do before?
You want me to ruin your childhood?
Yes.
We've outgrown Kirby.
Maybe we've outgrown Kirby.
Because by a skill expression, Kirby is a floating character in a
Yeah,
platforming
you know.
game
Yeah.
where
Well, that was the original point.
the main death in platforming is falling.
I want the
But the
gritty
way-
intentionally
reboot.
created
But
a
the way
character that
Kirby
is
made
difficult
up
to fall.
for it was that each level had so many hard to get secrets. Like, not necessarily hard, but Bradley, like you remember playing like Nightmare in Dreamland and having to like set up certain ability combos to light the cannon to go to like
Yeah.
a secret zone. I don't know if this game is
They
doing
had
those.
those. They weren't.
I don't know if that's really enough to.
Like, there are Kirby games I've gotten fucked up before. Like, I even go back and I play some of the Game Boy Advance ones occasionally, like fucking Amazing Mirror. And some, and, you know...
Maybe you have. I mean, that could be nostalgia though. So who knows?
Because, like, the fucking Metal Hand boss in Amazing Mirror that he throws his hands at the electrified wall, that one, I'll still die to that motherfucker as an adult. I don't
Were you
know.
a baby?
Yeah, I'm a baby. But that's the problem, is this game is too bad even for babies.
Damn.
This game isn't for babies.
This game
It's
is
for
for-
fetuses.
This game isn't even for babies.
This game is for
No
Spurs.
man, I call a game for babies. This game's not even for babies.
Damn.
All right.
Scathing. Back to me.
Yes.
Yes.
I haven't thought at all. I've been doing.
Good argument.
I say Amori. I'm just kidding. That's a fucking lie.
I was about to flip.
Listen to this guy.
Thank you. DNF Duel.
Come on. Be
Uh,
nice.
Mario Kart 8 Sports Pass.
No, get that shit out of it. Come on, boy.
No one likes Cold of the
By
Lamb.
get that shit out of here,
Let's
I mean
be
get that
honest.
shit higher up in the
Oh,
tier list.
Cold of the Lamb might be the most mid game this year from every opinion I've heard.
I think I can go with Cold Lamb.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Dude, okay.
You talk about it because I know nothing, but I know y'all don't really. fuck with it.
I think Cold Lamb has a great art style. I think it's super cute. I think it's creative in its kind of setting that it has.
It just doesn't seem fleshed out yet.
It's not even that. It's like, I think the problem with the rogue like element to that is I like that there's short like instances to go through the level. I like that. I like that. The problem I don't like is that whenever you go into like the forest or wherever you're going, you don't get a selection of what weapon you would get, like in Hades. Or you don't even have a base weapon that you would have, like in Returnal, where you're like, I have this pistol every time, so I know what I can work with. They just give you a random fucking weapon and a random buff, and they may not even like work together. And it sucks because you are then stuck with that thing for the entire run of going to that forest.
Here's my
or
problem.
whatever, yeah.
I heard about this game, saw advertisements. I'm like, okay, that looks cool. That looks cute. Like,
Yeah.
I'll think about this. And then, and I don't know if this is fair to hold it against the game. my impression of the game after hearing about it would be that you're trying, like, the game is you are trying to run this cult and make it a successful cult, whatever the fuck that means. But then I would see gameplay and I'm like, is this Binding of Isaac?
Yes.
Or...
So, like, the loop of the game basically is you go... The goal of the game is there's, like, 4 guardians and probably a final boss level area that I didn't get to. But basically, you need to kill these 4 guardians and kill the final boss. And it's a roguelike element. And so to buff up, you're going back, you can build this cult. So the cult will give you buffs like you get a revive, you get additional attack, blah, yada, yada, yada. And I like the element of making the cult. And the thing about the cult, too, that I really like is you have to actually make people happy in the cult. You can't just make it shitty. So you have this managerial back and forth of, like, I have to make sure that we have bathrooms and beds for everybody and everyone feels happy. Because people can start to, like, get angry at you and you start getting debuffs on your run. Which is a really cool mechanic. The thing is that going out and doing the roguelike is just not a good time. It's like a...
I hear the roguelikes. I hear people like the village stuff quite a bit, but not the roguelike as much.
Yes. And, like, I think if it was anything else, like, it could have been like Stardew Valley where it's just like you have to go into this deadly forest and you have to go collect stuff and bring it back. Super cool. I'm fine with it. I don't like that I'm locked in to this path now, and the only way... And, like, I literally just go in here for wood so I can get this buff, but now I have to finish the level, and if you only finish the level by beating the boss at the end, which progresses the story, but you kind of go in already thinking, like, I don't have what I need to beat the boss, so you die, which makes everyone's opinion for you go down, and you lose some resource. It's, like, it's a weird... It doesn't, like...
So, it's like you die to that boss, and then you get punished for something that you didn't want to do in the first place.
Correct!
Usually that village portion would be, like, progress you're making continuously despite losing.
Yeah. Yes.
Every other roguelike would do it like that. But it looks like you can fuck up your run so bad that it messes up the village too.
That's a big distinction.
Right? That's the complete opposite
like
from
in any other game, like, I don't know, fucking Rogue Legacy or Loop Hero, even if you lose, no matter how bad you lose, at worst you gain nothing, but you never lose.
Even in like Hades, like you have like
progression
of some sort to help you out all the way through, so you don't have to like do in your first
run. It's a punishment for messing up.
Correct, which sucks. Like there's not even like I want to leave. Because it's literally like, I go in here like, I just want some fucking wood so I can build the fucking beds so everyone can go to sleep at night.
So I can win the game.
So I can win the game. But you can't do that. And it's horrible.
That's enough of mid of the land.
Cold the mid.
God, I'm a Twitter poster.
Yeah, you are. Remember at the beginning of the year when you said mid is a terrible term?
Mid is a terrible term.
And you've used...
When you use something as a joke too much, it becomes part of you.
You can never do something ironically, kids. I just want to let you know that right
Tyler
now.
had too much poor swing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tyler, I have some unfortunate news for you.
We're
it's
5
your turn.
cuts in, and it's your turn. Oh, it's my turn?
No.
Tyler.
I know. I didn't even know they made a Dune game.
Oh, yeah!
That can't be good if the movie just came out.
No, we can cut that.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
Okay.
I didn't play that much of Dune. Dune Spice Wars is a real-time 4X-ish game. It's cute. I enjoyed playing it. I just wasn't really gripped by it. And I think...
It came out this year.
It did. You're right.
The movie came out this year.
The movie came out last year.
Dune's been a book, Tyler. If
Dune has also been
I know, but they're using the same iconography as the movie. Don't bullshit.
You thinking that it takes them 4 years to ship a PDF file to their office?
It absolutely does. Jesus.
I think the game is okay. It's also in like early release stage right now, so it's not fully out yet. But I don't think I'm going to go back to it and keep playing it. It just really didn't get my attention. There are tons of other great strategy games.
It seems like a
on this
mediocre
list.
4X out of.
Yes, I would
you have a lot of 4Xs in your
Yes,
play.
I have played a lot of great strategy games this year.
Now, Joe, that was Tyler's cut.
So it's my turn.
It's your turn. Bradley, that is so good.
Sam!
Hey, hand me the gold. No.
They're not cheeses. They're chiz.
What if we got
Which is
rid
better.
of a game that has already been on the list or is not necessarily new to us?
Yeah, get rid of Halo
shit.
Infinite.
Yeah, Halo Infinite sounds
I was
good.
about to say.
So
Why did I put it back on the list this year?
I mean,
The campaign came out.
You didn't play it last year, and you played it for research.
I played
this
it
year.
for this year, yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, it was like, I don't know. It was Halo gameplay. There's nothing new about it. There's nothing interesting
I
about
heard
it.
people really hate the online progression system. Having like they have a weird mission battle pass system that people aren't keen on.
I want to give the developers the benefit of the doubt because first of all, Halo Infinite multiplayer is free, right? So that's already kind of like a big plus to the game. You get to play Halo for free, and I think putting a battle pass in there is not a bad thing. Controversial take, but like you gotta keep the doors open somehow, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. I think people are being a little whiny. And
There are games that I enjoy battle passes on. Not all of them.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but like
I like the Unite and Master Duel battle passes.
the problem with Halo Infinite is like it's uninspired. Like it feels hollow.
It's just crazy, and like there's no Microsoft.
You know what game we didn't put on here?
What?
Battlefield 2042. Is that
That was last year.
That was the second
Yeah.
one.
I was about to say.
My heart was already been broken. Like the thing is, like there's no Microsoft series I'm super into.
Yeah.
The aesthetics never really work out for me to get like to try them out. It's just fucked up that they haven't like. When's the last like big Xbox Microsoft game? Like what happened? They used to make bangers for the people who liked them.
Well, they let them go on for too long. They didn't give them a 4-year resting period and then come out with like a great game like in 2018.
I was literally yesterday. I was sitting here and I was thinking about like the 2009-2010 period, and I was like, what the fuck happened? Because I feel like if I think about video games back then, the first image that pops into my mind is Master Chief throwing a fucking grenade.
yeah. Yeah.
It's just it's uninspired. It also that studio has just terribly 343 has been terribly mismanaged.
It seems like it.
And like I understand it's crunch. Crunch and making a game is really fucking hard, but you release a game and you don't have any updates to your multiplayer for 2 years. That's 2 years.
God damn.
This?
Yes.
What?
Like no significant updates to it. Like it's.
Oh my god! I know they were behind, and they're like, "Hey,
Yes.
co-op," or like some modes are coming later.
They're not getting. They're not.
Yeah, I
getting,
guess now that I think about it,
they're
I
not
haven't heard
getting that
anything.
until next year.
Well,
Holy shit!
who's still gonna be playing it by then?
This came out undercooked.
Yes. Like it's
Wow.
crazy to me.
That's
People are
crazy.
releasing games too fucking early, man. Just
Yeah.
finish them and release them when they're done.
Yeah.
This ain't the last of 2 early games. On
Hell
this
no.
list.
Oh, wait, no. I think that's a lie.
Oh, did they come out with something?
Forge has been out in Infinite for a little bit now.
Oh, okay. Forge is a niche section of Halo. As much as people like say like they want it, and I get it, I would reckon the guess no more than like 10% of the entire community actually uses Forges on a regular basis. And so like it's not like they added new maps or anything.
They have added new maps.
They haven't added new maps, but like from everything that I've heard, like there's been no significant. There's nothing been like it's not like Call of Duty that's released DMZ and Warzone and like
Sure.
has been trying to. It's only,
still an arena fighter.
yeah, and that's not so necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't seem like they're trying to like keep. It doesn't feel like they're putting effort to keep the community alive in that
No.
aspect.
It's the arena shooter is
Kind of dying.
lackluster
Yeah.
compared to other games like Fortnite and PUBG
Even,
and
Dare I say,
Battle Royale.
like a hero shooter, if I may bring those.
yeah, and here's
Yo,
like,
Overwatch 2 came out this year. It's not on this list.
No one played it.
like despite anything, it like Halo should have probably followed like a hero shooter route, like based off of what research I've seen on the Destiny franchise. They have enough of an established universe that they're like Destiny looks like they're setting up to make something like a hero shooter based off of all their rich characters and lore that they've built out of Destiny since 2014.
I
Like,
do like how they built up for that. Like, yeah.
Halo
That's
could have
cool.
done something extremely similar.
People really
Yes,
like
they're-
Halo characters too. So.
Yeah, of course. Yes, they're all
Sergeant
wearing
Johnson.
Master Chief armor, but yeah, they could have easily made something.
Well, that was Reach. Reach had classes and you had very defined
Anyways.
roles for everything.
Yeah.
We're moving slowly.
let's move on.
If I may cut it off there, Bradley.
Yeah, so of the games that I've actually played extensively this year, I know what my next one to cut's gonna be.
No, save
but
it.
it's
You
not.
don't-
It's not gonna be up for a little bit.
You don't have many games. You're
So-
precious.
Without necessarily suggesting them, I just want to float some names and get
Sure.
the air of the room. How do we feel about them?
Okay, wait. Start with your most controversial pick, and then we'll go from there.
Well, I don't know about most controversial games that I don't know how you guys feel
He's
about
just
them.
feeling.
Yet.
He's sending out feelers. That's
Like,
fair.
I don't know how you guys feel about Played Up, Victoria 3. I don't know how y'all feel about 2 Point Campus. I don't know how y'all feel about the
I want-
Quarry.
Cut Out, Played Up, and Victoria 3.
Okay.
I don't think those need to go down here just yet.
Yeah.
What were the
The
other
thing is, Rogue Legacy is a game I know someone here straight up didn't like.
You know what, Tyler?
We're close, but
Okay,
not
okay.
there.
Not quite there.
Okay, what was the other ones you said?
What's 2 Point Campus like?
It's like being cut right now. We're cutting all my games right now. It's
Oh,
fine.
Jesus.
2 Point Campus is the sequel / spinoff of 2 Point Hospital. I really like 2 Point Hospital. It was a fun little, very claymation game. It's got Wallace and Gromit. Right here, Willer.
No,
Okay.
that's the problem.
So it's like a.
It's like a.
Willard.
Oh,
Yeah, we got plenty.
Y'all, we are wind up over here.
I'm sorry. We'll cut this out in the edit because we're in the middle of wine restocking. What was I? Oh, it's got a great Wallace and Gromit like aesthetic to it. And I like it.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
And 2 Point Hospital was really fun. The problem with 2 Point Campus is that like when you're in a management game, the worst thing you can do is have your players do nothing.
Yeah.
And in 2 Point Campus, it felt like a lot of just like I'm gonna put this down and that should work and meter go up. And that's it. There's no interruptions. There's nothing coming in that makes you rethink your strategy. There's not a lot of involvement in terms of like, oh my god, the fucking student body is having a protest on garden plants' rights. I need to get them back into class so we make our quota.
So there's no
grades.
shakeups.
It's like
There's no shakeups involved.
But, so 2 Point Hospital did have shakeups?
Yeah, so 2 Point Hospital will have things like, oh, you have an influx of like big brain disease, and so you need to like get yourself set.
My brain's huge. I
Like,
got the big brain.
or lightheadedness is what it's called. Everyone has a light bulb on their head as their head, so you have to stock up on like that room and that equipment beforehand, so you can get that ready and get your doctor specialized in it. So you have like you deal with pandemics basically as they come into your hospitals. Like that's great because you have to adjust.
Which one has Sonic the Hedgehog? Campus or
Hospital.
Okay.
Yeah. That's also a disease, I believe, in 2 Point Hospital, is everyone has to go fast.
You know what?
Yeah.
There's a fine line between a simulation game and a management game. And I think that line is, does what's going on require your intervention? Because it sounds like that's what you were saying is like, in the hospital game, maybe there were more things that required your intervention to keep things running smoothly.
Right. Well, like, we're not going to be talking about it right now, but like Dwarf Forces, for example, like it's pretty hard simulation games, but there are instances where you're going, I need to adapt and change things and put a strategy.
Or else it's all going to fall apart.
Yeah.
I'm early in my world, and I've already had to like rethink how I'm doing
I
a
played
lot of things.
I played 2 Point Campus for I think like 12 hours, which I think is a fair shake to give a game,
that's
and
a
I was
fair
just
shake.
like, nothing's fucking happening.
Man, so not quite what the hospital was.
No, and like part of that is the theme. Like you can't think of anything, but I think you can get real creative.
Yeah.
Like people throw protests, or like there's people smoke weed. Like that doesn't have to be
That's
what
the
it is
thing.
one for
Like,
one.
just going off the titles, I feel like in a management game, I feel like out of the two, Campus should be the one that has more potential.
Right.
Because Hospital, you're confined just to the hospital environment, but Campus has all kinds of people on it.
Like you could even do like teacher strikes, where like your
Yeah.
teachers need to get paid more. Like there's nothing really like it's cute, it's fun to look at, but like I just like, okay, I have to now build another building with this fucking classroom in it, with this equipment in it, and then I have to get my intent.
Do these motherfuckers make other stuff besides Campus and Hospital?
They're a new studio, so this is their first two games.
So they're probably they're gonna be cranking shit out like this.
I would recommend Hospital. I think Hospital's a great management
Nice.
game. I would highly recommend that. Campus, you don't really need to get involved with it, I think.
Maybe in the next few years they'll make like a prison one, an airport one. I don't know.
I'll probably buy the next game they make. Not gonna lie. Because I do like their style and I do think they have some good creative talent there. But this one, I think they just kind of missed the ball. Like, I wouldn't feel stressed when I'm in a playing a management.
Exactly. Like I want to do managing. I don't want to watch. I want to manage.
I want to be involved.
Yeah, I want to be involved in it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That makes sense.
So, Willard, what are you going to cut?
Yeah, well,
Jesus
what's up?
Christ, I've been doing managemental stuff. See, this is the kind of shakeups you need.
Podcast Simulator.
If Rogue Legacy is not yet, and Tiny
It's
Tina's
close.
Wonderland is not yet,
We can cut Tiny Tina's.
then yeah, let's do it. Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Well,
That-
like I
really?
said, we're cutting my entire library.
I don't know anything about
Seriously,
it.
Joe? You played bad games this year?
I did. I did not play. I played some very phenomenal games. But
There's no middle for you
Correct.
this year.
Was this really that bad?
it's not that bad.
Okay.
It's just like I've played Borderlands before, and that's.
I guess, hold on, let's back it up. Is there a bad game on this list?
Yeah.
Because we
Yeah.
should maybe
Yeah,
do
there's
that.
some bad.
Oh yeah. Okay, we should do that then.
I was
Then
like,
what's a bad game on this list?
oh,
do you
left
think?
on this list.
I don't want to say because it's not my pick.
It's not your pick, but please suggest so.
Oh, Multiverses.
That's not a bad
What
game.
an
not bad
absolute
game.
trash
That's
of a
early, on my
side-scrolling
turn
fighting game.
when I said I know what my next pick is gonna be. That's it. I didn't know if it was time yet.
No, it's not
But
time.
it does have problems.
I hate it.
Fine, Borderlands.
That
but
is
some
my
of
next
us
game.
here like it. If a bad game would be like no one here likes
I
the
think
game.
I think the reason we'll cut it here is that I played Tiny. I went through a good portion of Tiny Tina's. It just never kept my attention because it was just Borderlands humor. A lot of people like the game, but I was really hoping to go into this game and like see some sort of shake up in the Borderlands formula. I really didn't get the type of as much shake up as I wanted it to be.
Let me know when they actually do good melee combat, and then
That's the thing, is that it really is just guns again. And I get the idea, it's like, it's Tiny Tina from Borderlands, so all she really knows is guns.
What kind of first-person game has that good of melee combat? To be fair,
It's on here,
Destiny.
actually.
Is it that good?
Destiny's melee combat is very satisfying.
Also, Darktide is very good
Yeah.
at melee combat,
So
too.
is Dark
Sure.
Tides.
Okay.
So it's on there. So, like,
It's
it
possible.
It just felt like this is just Borderlands with another reskin. It did really, really well, and probably gonna get a sequel, which is great. But I was just like, whatever. I probably would have had a lot more fun if I had someone to play it with consistently. But like, it just, I'm not gonna ask any of y'all to pay $60 for this game. I didn't.
Yeah, that's pretty expensive
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
So I take sacrifices for y'all. I still think Tiny Tina's is a, like, if you pick it up and you enjoy playing it, great. I just think of all the games I played this year, just
It's hard to like. I'll throw Rogue Legacy 2 on there now.
Okay.
Just
It
to
is
follow
your
up suit
pick,
with it.
so
it's like the problem
Where this
is with like
motherfucker
some of
go?
these games that are
Oh.
sequels or part of established franchises. It's like the first time they do their game, it's really good, and then it's really hard to follow that up. So they do a lot of the same thing over again, and it's just
one more.
it's hard to do.
Yeah.
So like Rogue Legacy 2, the main problem with it is if you played the first one, you played a good chunk of the second one. The second one has a really great like quick time jumping mechanic that is really a part of a lot of the
bouncing?
Yeah, the like sword bouncing that I think they've got from Shovel Knight probably.
And
That's-
that got it from the Scrooge game.
Yeah.
DuckTales.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like it's really fun and it's really great. The new classes are good. The new art style, the new art direction is nice. It's just if you played the first one, which already had a really fun like pixel art direction, it's like you played a lot of the second one. And if anybody was like, "Hey, what's a good side-scrolling roguelike?" I'd be like, "Rogue Legacy 2," and they'd be like, "Do I need to play the first one?" I was like, "Nope, the second one's really better in every way, and it's a lot of the same."
So it's
game."
like you play Rogue Legacy 2 if you never played Rogue Legacy 1.
Yeah,
but you're not
I
missing
wouldn't
out there.
recommend anybody play Rogue Legacy 1 now that
And
it's
see,
out.
that's what's interesting, because right before this podcast, I just bought Spelunky 2 on sale, right?
Yeah.
And when Spelunky 2 came out, Spelunky 1 is so fun. And like, here's the thing. Spelunky, the franchise, has very simplistic mechanics. And despite those mechanics almost being exactly the same in 2, I still felt like I was playing Spelunky 2, not Spelunky 1.
I would never quite forgive you guys for what you did to Spelunky 2 last year.
But
last
You
year?
probably don't even remember what
No,
you did to
that's
it.
the thing,
but-
like-
Hey, look
That
at
was
me.
Tuesday.
I'll say it again. Spelunky is not that good of a game.
No, I think it's that great of a game. But here's the thing. Despite Spelunky 2 playing so similar to Spelunky 1, it still felt like Spelunky 2 to me. I wasn't
There's
sitting
a
there
lot of
going...
new stuff.
I didn't sit there going, this is the same game. And it sounds like that's kind of what this game's
bad.
suffering.
I just, in my year of growth, I was thinking to myself, and I was thinking to myself the other day, if I had to like put a time capsule of games away, and like you had to pick something from each category, and it's like the category for 2D adventure roguelike game, I'd probably put Spelunky 2 in there.
As the best?
Yeah,
And, like you get to pick one game of each genre or specific genre.
All right, future
to put into a
podcast
time
idea.
capsule.
Gotcha.
that is a good idea.
Throw Multiverses on there.
Damn, for real?
Wait, is it?
I'm
I got
Your
some-
cut was Rogue Legacy.
I know you.
Don't worry, it'll be on there
I'm
soon.
giving you suggestions.
It'll be on there
You
soon. Don't
can
worry.
I'm
suggest.
consulting with you.
Okay, hold on.
I think it's time, Joe.
For Multiverses or Slay the Spire?
Oh,
No, you're capping right now.
Tyler played a lot of Slay
I
the
know.
Spire this year. There's another game that this year that
What
couldn't cut.
What do you want?
They're,
The Quarry.
Okay.
it's
Really?
it's really sad. that
I
played-
would.
I fucking
the,
like that
Quar-
motherfucker.
the Quarry is carried by the experience I had. With
I would rather cut Multiverses over the Quarry.
it. Interesting.
You know,
Well, that's 2-2.
because that's what I was gonna do for my turn. My turn's right after you.
What are you gonna
Wait.
cut? Multiverses?
Yeah.
There's probably a Willer game here that you've never played that could go. Hold on.
I really enjoyed the Quarry. I just never want to play it again.
Because I got to.
Apico's getting a little high. I'm just gonna throw that out there, but okay. But Multiverses has something special too, doesn't it, Bradley?
Save it for one more turn because I'm gonna cut it right after Joe.
Didn't we have? Okay. Didn't we have fun? Those few
I
times
did
we
have
played
a ton of fun.
Then I'm gonna cut
for a week.
They fumbled.
They
the bag.
did.
And we're still out here playing Guilty Gear.
They fumbled the bag.
I've played Smash Bros. Ultimate more recently than I've played Multiverses.
And there's been nothing new
I think to
there.
me
Yeah.
that sounds like we need to cut multiverses.
All right, fine.
Because
For a moment in time, this was
The hottest
most
fighting
popular
game.
fighting game, the
Ever.
future of fighting games
Of all time.
And then they decided to just not release content.
I
What?
legitimately had so much fun for it. And you know why that pisses me off? The first battle pass that came out with this game, like the first time it was available for me to actually play, I got the battle pass and I was playing the fuck out of it. I loved playing as Batman and Superman, and I
Oh.
even ended up playing a little bit of Jake. I was really good as Batman,
Man,
y'all.
oh,
And me and Willer had some great games. What really pissed me off is I was having so much fun with it. I was actually playing for 2+ hours a day.
yeah, you were in there.
And I still didn't complete the battle pass.
Yeah, it is gruesome.
That's not okay. And after that, they made it even harder to complete the battle pass. The
didn't
one I
give
didn't
you,
complete.
There has been 4 new characters. I guess that's more than I thought, to be fair.
But it's.
Not as much as I thought there was going to
But
be.
the thing is.
But not as because the characters aren't, the models aren't very high def.
They're not-
They made enough money to where they can up the budget of this game, and
And-
they just haven't.
like if you think about Nintendo, like Nintendo has a higher quality of its characters, so it takes some more time, and they also have. I think Nintendo's characters have more deeper mechanics to them
Yeah,
too.
for sure.
Whereas like these characters, I don't want to call them shallow, but like
They're not shallow, but they're missing a je ne sais
sais
quoi
quoi.
with like the frame data
Yeah.
and like the micro
don't
spacing
forget the
that I.
hitbox fiasco.
That's
The,
what pisses
the
me off.
hitboxes in this game are trash, and they
Here's
still
the
haven't
thing.
quite fixed them.
They were trash, and they did kind of fix them. But that's another negative I'm going to bring against this game, okay? Because the game came out, and for the first couple months, both the hurt boxes and hit boxes were just very generic capsules. They might not even match up with your character.
Yeah.
They might not match up with the move.
The priority system's also bad. We're like, this move should.
Yeah.
I did this move first, but his move always
like
beats
these
mine.
are some
Like,
Super Smash Bros. Melee hitboxes,
yes,
all right?
like it's.
And so
It was frustrating because
Like-
it didn't make any sense.
Yeah,
And
it-
here's
it's
the thing:
nonsense.
they did an update that fixed the hitboxes. Like the hitboxes match the character geometry. They they match the attack geometry, so they hit what they look like they hit.
Yeah.
And that's cool. The reason that makes me mad is because like the game came out, people were playing it, and the hitboxes sucked. They complained, and now we have good hitboxes. And it really makes me sad because Smash came out and it just had good hitboxes. And you can say like, okay, well, when Multiverses quote unquote came out, it was still in beta.
Dude, Smash 64 came out with a better hitbox system.
That's the same. And I'm
Smash
like,
64.
I don't want games to fucking come out in beta and then people, like the majority of the player base hates it and then they fix the hitboxes and then, oh, you should come back to it. I'm like,
That's
Just
annoying,
let
yeah.
the game come out when it's done and have it be good when it comes out.
I will defend, like, if I was someone on that team, it's like, y'all, either we're going to fire all of you or we're going to release it
Yeah.
early.
Yeah.
I get it. And, you
that.
know, it wasn't that bad released early.
Yeah.
I've had worse early release experiences.
Yeah, of course.
But the thing is, like, you look at the hitboxes that they fixed, and some of them were like, why was it even like this? Like, Wonder Woman's, like, sword, I think, was, like, literally like a cube that was just twice the size of the whatever it was. And I was like, why was it that big? Doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Anyways.
You know, they did another big update, even really recently, like, I think just a month ago, because I'd send it to one of y'all whenever they did it.
Mm-hmm.
They made a patch where it's like, if you're doing an aerial combo, you can't do the same... No, not even an aerial combo. Within the same combo, because I think they already had, you can only do so much of each move in the air.
Yeah.
Now within any given combo, you can't do the same move more than twice, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm not caught up enough on the meta to know if that's a good decision or not.
But that's like a mixed thing, because, like, it could make some of the swaggier combos...
Better.
2 might be too low. I don't know.
That's the thing, like...
I need Rio Jab 3 times before I actually
Like,
hit with the...
Before you break through.
I
Yeah.
can't speak as to whether that's a good decision or not, like limiting each move in each combo to 2 uses. Because, you know, maybe that's where the meta was at that point.
Yeah.
But I'm like... Why is this stuff only being figured out months
Now.
after people stopped playing it?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
I want them to make a game.
people stop playing it.
I
make
will
it
also say
good.
the new characters, if you're not a Rick and Morty fan,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the other new characters
They need
are Strife?
Marvin the Martian.
That's the thing. So
Strife.
people start playing this
Who
game.
the fuck is Strife?
He's from
He's
Gremlins.
I'm not a Gremlin.
And they also have Gizmo from Gremlins.
People
Oh,
start
fine.
playing this game, and you're like, holy
And-
shit.
And Black Adam.
This is a roster with LeBron James, with fucking Batman, with Steven Universe. Such a varied roster. So you're like, okay, surely
crazy.
the first few characters they announce have to be some fucking picks, right? And it's
Yeah.
like,
That's the thing.
whatever, they do Rick, because Rick and Morty's popular, but then they do also Morty from the same
In
show.
a different, like, not together, like, they spread them apart, like, it just killed the hype cycle.
And
I really feel like from the very top down
Yeah.
is where this game struggles.
Exactly.
at the very
I feel like the
top.
devs are doing their best
Yes.
with what...
Devs
With
are probably
what-
knocking it out of the park.
with what people tell them they have to do.
Yeah.
Fun-
Minus that hitbox shit,
Fun
they fucked
fact,
up there.
my company was like sole recruitment for this game.
Yeah?
Weirdly enough. So we did.
So
Should have hired
So it's all
someone
Joe's
else.
fault.
It was my fault, but I came on later.
All right, that was...
That's
Fuck.
50 through 51.
No, whose pick was that?
That's mine.
Okay.
Bradley.
So, and that's originally what I was gonna pick.
I think you should cut the Corey now.
Let's cut the Corey now.
Sound good?
Jesus, yeah.
Because you were thinking about it, and you're like,
no.
Oh, what do you want to cut now?
Mia.
Actually,
Tyler liked this one night with the quarry.
no. I was the most frustrated I've
wait.
ever been.
So
in probably
is
my whole
this
life.
a game where like it's really fun
You're
if you're
so
playing it with
It was
dramatic.
the most upset I've ever been with you in our entire friendship.
It's like
I did.
it sounds like this game's fun
But
if you're
we
we
playing with
fucked
a
up
group, but
3
alone.
times in a
it's
row,
like,
and
fuck this.
I realized I would
Hold
never
on.
want to
Yeah.
be in a zombie
Hold
apocalypse
on.
situation.
Hold
with
on.
Miller.
Hold on. Trevor fucked up too. And
Y'all
the
both fucked up.
auto aim wasn't on.
Yeah, we also find out.
That's
Also, they tell you to wait before you shoot.
Yes.
That is bad advice that we followed the entire game. And hey, there's a problem for you.
Yeah.
The game teaches you how to
Sounds
shoot
like
wrong.
a good reason to be at number 49.
So Bradley, this is that game where it's like the story based. We each picked a character to play. We played it with like the people who live around here. It was very fun playing it that way. Some people played like 2 characters. The thing with this game is that they still haven't managed to surpass Until Dawn, where Until Dawn is like a 9 out of 10, borderline 10 out of 10 for me. I love that story. I love the pacing. This has some pacing issues, which I think it's
Yes.
its main problem. How about that Laura section
Oh my
that is 2
God.
hours in the middle? Have fun playing, Kelsey, while we sit there.
Yeah. I do think it was a lot. It definitely, like, I would not enjoy this game if it wasn't for the fact that I was playing around with people and we got to make. What I do like the direction of the
I
game.
would still enjoy this game alone, but it was a lot fun.
It was a lot more fun because they directed. I think the direction in this game is really good because it's supposed to be like a B horror movie kind of a thing. So like they obviously put in tropes that are incredibly obviously
I grew to
obvious.
like basically all the characters,
Yeah.
and they all start unlikable, but you grow to like them.
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
it was a lot of fun to just kind of sit there and poke fun at it. and get to experience it and get to like freak out with people because it's really high tense situations. But and we kind of sat down and said, do we want to go through it again and we want to try to get the better ending?
We all had different opinions on how to proceed there, so we just didn't.
Yeah, and it just was like one of those things where it's like, I don't want to play the whole game again because the first half of that game is...
Because I played the first 3 chapters. They're long as shit, and there's no significant choices back then.
Yes.
As far as besides maybe something with a teddy bear later, but
Yes.
we don't know.
Yeah.
We died on chapter 10 out of 12.
Yes.
At the end.
So we fumbled hard.
We fumbled the bag.
Man, I played one night with him, and like,
It was a bad night.
there's this guy, okay?
No!
No.
There's context.
No. There's no context needed because I didn't have any. There's this guy, all right? He's like being a little bit like predatory against this girl a little bit. Like they had an on and off thing, and he like kind of has some like nasty twitches where he's like getting mad. He's like in a hospital bed or some shit when they.
No, they're he's on a bathroom floor.
Yeah. No. So, yeah, like they're at a pool or something.
Yes.
And the guy falls in, and basically he starts like melting. Like this guy's dying in like a pool.
It's like
and
the Wizard of Oz.
they're like, we need to get him out of the pool. I'm like, this man's fucking melting in water. You want to get his ass out?
Tyler.
And no. They get him out. They rescue him. Now realize each character they're saving or killing is like a real life.
They're a playable character, so we have
Yeah.
to save him.
Yes.
Because the ultimate goal is to make it through the night with all the teenagers alive. That's like your perfect run.
Okay, yeah, but apparently 2 nights ago, whenever they played this, they fucked up on that character.
No, that has to
There was
happen.
an unavoidable. He gets turned into a werewolf.
Unavoidable for y'all.
So that's the thing. They save him from the pool, and he's like, and they're like, oh, we need to get inside, and then they get in like this locker room, and this guy's like, I want to eat your flesh. And then one of the girl who has a crush on him is like helping him, and another character's pointing a gun at him.
Actually, the same character.
Oh,
Christ.
Lord.
It's so bad.
and
It was-
Miller's like, no, don't shoot. Like, he might not change. Guy full on werewolves out and, like, bashes the girl's
He
entire
slices her
face
head off.
Yeah,
against
bro.
a locker.
It was Trevor's one character. Trevor didn't shoot either. Because the thing is, we didn't know
Willard's
that
yelling.
the werewolves could regenerate back then.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
the only 2 characters I know that melt in water are the Wicked Witch of the West and that motherfucker from the Quarry now.
And
So if I see a character melting in the water, they're a bad guy, alright?
Yeah. Also, to be fair, like that character, if you're trying to replay, wouldn't really know what the fuck is going on.
Red Hot Chili Peppers melt. The stand melts in the water. There's
So
3.
we're 3 for 3.
Yeah.
So
Anyways.
don't trust motherfuckers who melt water.
All right.
Joe.
No, that was
That
Bradley.
was me, actually.
Okay.
Because
We're going to do.
Where we at?
this is when things get spicy.
I got
know, this
too
is-
heated
we're
last
about to start
segment.
getting
I
spicy
was
for real.
not thinking because I had to explain. We're gonna do Persona 4 Arena Ultimax.
What? We're doing that?
It's a really good game. It's a fighting game,
fighting game.
of Persona, but it is a re-release from a
Okay,
2013
okay.
game. It does have rollback netcode now.
What's up?
The problem, and it also this got a patch from the previous release, so this is like fresh for anyone who played that other
Okay.
one a little bit. The problem with these games is that they got a lot of anime fighter degeneracy. Something that another game on this list also has a lot of.
We should, yeah.
But that's funny, and this is like sometimes
Yikes.
frustrating. But I do like the character I play in this game. It feels really unique. He's a little kid with a spear and a dog, and you get to control the dog with certain buttons instead of a stand.
You know what's funny?
Did I just call it a stand, a persona? It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Same
same shit.
But this is a great game. I should play some more of it. I actually did. I used to be bad at this. I was not so bad the last time I played because I've gotten overall better at fighting games.
So
that makes me
I
happy.
picked this up and played a little bit. I really like the baseball guy.
Junpei has such a cool system.
The
the
and
baseball
what's funny
guy-
is that like people are like he doesn't make any sense, and then I started playing it, and I was like, none of y'all know how to play fucking baseball.
The way this character works is every
Yes.
time he hits, there's a meter in the bottom
Yeah.
that is a baseball field,
Yes.
like a baseball diamond.
So you get hit
Every time he gets a hit, he moves a pip over,
Yeah. fucking
like he's
cool.
getting a
his
run.
runner gets on base.
If he
and
hits a
moves it.
certain special, it's a home run, so everyone on base does a full run.
Yeah.
And once he hits level 9, as in 9 points with that system, he gets buff for the rest of the match.
And
but also, whiffing a hit counts as a strike,
Yes.
and getting a hit block counts as an out. So he also has like strikes and outs.
No, getting a hit blocked is a ball, weirdly enough.
Fair.
See,
yeah.
So basically, everything in baseball is represented in this guy's kit.
Yes,
You're playing
which is
baseball
really
while you're
cool.
fighting.
All you're doing is making me realize Project L isn't going to have any mechanics that cool.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, but they'll have cool movement.
They'll have some cool movement. They'll have
Yeah.
some cool movement.
They got rollback netcode, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah, the dude that made rollback netcode, I think it's on the team. If I remember.
They hired them.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
fucking go.
I'm excited for.
You know what?
L.
Project L could be cool.
Okay, Tyler.
Yeah, so I've got a couple games.
All right, start with your most
Got a couple-
controversial.
Send out some feelers.
But it's my time to talk, so I want to ask some questions.
Let's
Of
fucking
course.
go. Let's do it.
What is Trails of Cold Steel?
That is an RPG that me and Joe played. That is
That-
going to lead to some conflicting.
I don't think neither of us finished it. Did you finish
No.
it? No.
I played some more the other night, actually.
Uh,
The way I play that game is in bursts of
Yeah.
either a story section or a gameplay section.
Does it go low, or does it?
It
go
doesn't
mid?
go low, but
low.
it doesn't
Okay,
go
okay,
now.
Yeah, it doesn't
What about
go
Please.
What about Crime Site?
We can do Crime Site.
Okay.
Well,
I've never-
no, I'm giving out feelers. I'm
Give me your
asking
other
about it.
feelers.
All right, we'll put crime sign in the baby.
I've never talked
pile.
about Crime Site with y'all.
Yeah.
You haven't. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is?
What's your other feelers?
My other feelers are Apico, my own.
Okay.
I'm ready to see it go.
Okay.
You have less games. So let's
And
hold on.
DNF Duel. DNF Duel is my asterisk because what it lacks in fairness, it makes up for in fun and
Okay.
simpleness.
We'll do.
I don't
Crime
think
Site.
DNF Duel should go very high, but I don't
No.
think it should go now.
It's a solid fighting game.
Okay. So
Crime
I'm
Site?
Crime Site.
Okay.
Crime Site, I played it. I had a lot of fun with it, and it was just a period where we didn't have a podcast for a while, and I forgot to write it down. And then I remembered at the next podcast, I was like, it's awkward now, so I'm not going to tell them about
What were
it.
we doing?
I pulled a Bradley.
That is a Bradley.
Yeah.
Crime Site is a undescribable game. It is a 2 to 4 player
Oh, this is the Moriarty game.
murder mystery.
That you want. I
Sherlock Holmes
Yes.
versus Moriarty murder mystery
Okay.
versus puzzle game.
Oh my god.
okay.
I can't.
I really wanted to play this game, but I literally forgot the name of the game every single time.
Exactly, because I forgot to talk about it for a while.
Yes.
The way it works is, and I'll wait for Bradley to get back, but I'll say some of the positive things about this game. The art style is really cool. The only reason it's going this low is because I played quite a bit, but there's not that many people playing it. It didn't take off, so it's like there's not a lot of incentive to play it a lot. And I'm sure at some point people will call this like a solved game where eventually people will make like an algorithm or like a checklist of like if these events have happened,
It has
follow
to-
this to
yeah.
get a guaranteed win, either as Moriarty or
Sherlock.
Holmes.
Is it a turn-based game or is it live?
It's a turn-based game.
Okay.
It's interesting because it's like, let me try to remember the base format. So there's 4 players, and then but they're like AI overseeing 7 humans in a lodge.
Yes.
These 7 humans have different names, and they move by name order.
Okay.
And the way it works is one of them is a target, and Sherlock is trying to find the target while Moriarty is trying to kill him or them. But the way, like, Moriarty has to play in a way such that it's not obvious that he's targeting a certain person.
Do you know who Moriarty is the entire time, or are they like disguised, or are they like a game master sort of a thing?
You don't know it. I'm having to remember it because it's very complex, but I got really into it when I did play it. Like, I did get it, and it's escaped me now.
So I don't.
But like, so say you have the 4 players, and the 4 players are like, "Hey, someone target this guy and move him to the other room," and then the other players can vote. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. No, that's a bad idea. And then you all pick a character. So if the way it works is if Sherlock and Moriarty pick the same character, Moriarty will take precedence, move that character, and now you know for a fact that that character is not the target. because Moriarty can't control the target.
Ah,
So it's a board game.
interesting.
It's a digital board game essentially, and it's really fun. It's really hype when like the animations pop off, and like Sherlock Holmes will help you out by saying like, based on the way things have moved, I know for a fact that the target has to be either this person or this person based
That's
on
a bit
positioning.
handholdy though.
No, it doesn't feel like it because it's basically just keeping track of information you already know.
Gotcha.
But because you're dealing with 7 different characters moving around, you have to have a little helper. There's also the character of Watson and it's not
Marmaduke.
Iris. There's a
Is
Moriarty
this
helper,
Yes.
like whoever Dr. Scythe was
Adler.
in Adler,
Yes.
I believe is the other player.
Yes.
And they have other mechanics, so it plays a bit like a Mafia-esque board game.
That's cool. I'm
We
gonna
should play this sometime. It's fun.
I'm going to use this as a time to plug a board game itself.
You
The-
bastard, that's cheating.
a game called Detective. So do you remember years ago when we played Treasure Island and we
Yeah,
had
it
like
was
the
great.
one versus all, and you were like, how do we make this into a Phoenix Wright-esque kind of detective game? Sure. I found that game.
oh.
And
And we haven't played it.
I literally bought it like 2 weeks ago, and then I had to leave. It's called Detective City of Angels, and it's literally like one person's like controlling all the suspects, and then everyone else are their own personal PIs and are trying to solve the murder mystery first. Really fun. But I did want to check this out. It sounds good. It just like doesn't very popular.
It's really cool. Like, this is extremely niche, which is why it's
Yes.
going now. And I probably didn't explain it as cool as it is. Tyler, like, completely zoned out because, like, what?
I tried following the first half, and then you
It's-
were like, it is, but it isn't, but it is this. While you're not doing this, but not also doing that while
Well,
you're doing
the thing
that.
I did say
the
that.
big tragedy is that
You
we're
did.
gonna finish this up in like 3 hours,
And
I'm
I'll
gonna
forget.
and I'm gonna completely forget about the game.
It's Paddington.
All right, it is Paddington.
Tyler, please.
No, that was Tyler's
I
cut.
think that was fun.
That was, oh, shit, Joe.
I mean, you allowed it.
No.
when you
gonna
talk so
be-
much, you think it was your cut.
Bradley,
Y'all, we're
how
moving.
tied do you feel about Into the Breach?
Way higher than this.
Okay, cool.
Yo, what the fuck? We've.
That's the problem. There's like 3 indie games on here that have all probably won like a Game of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
award
Into
in
the
some
Breach
capacity.
got robbed when we did our bullshit in 2018 that wasn't recorded.
That was right.
Low key, I probably rate it even higher now than I did when it came
Yeah,
out.
y'all didn't love it as much as you should back then.
That's
is what
because
I'm
I
saying.
played it 2 years before y'all did. I've already
Oh my
played
God.
it too much. I literally, yeah. Anyways, I just want to check in.
You better check in.
Need for Speed Heat. Did anyone play this?
Who's on
I
that?
did.
You did?
What's
How do
up?
you feel
What's
about
up
it?
with it?
I would put Apico before Need for Speed.
Yeah, that's
Heat.
So you want to cut an Apico before Need for Speed?
Yeah,
It's
Need
about
for
time.
Speed-
I want to keep filling things out.
Okay.
Just let me.
Need for Speed Heat, one of the best Need for Speeds that's come out in a long minute.
That's pretty good.
Look, our hardcore played up fans aren't necessarily here. That's all I'm saying.
Now here's the.
Anyone who likes Final Fantasy 14 is no longer here.
How do you feel about Apico versus Rabbids? Whoa!
Hot. Hot question.
I have a preference.
Would you rather me cut Rabbids now or Apico now?
Apico.
Okay, we'll cut Apico.
I do want to hear about Apico because I think I have it on my Steam wish list, but I don't know enough about it.
Man, here's the game. First of all, it's a multiplayer game.
Okay.
That you
It's
should
very-
not play with other people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless you're playing with like one other person.
Yes.
I'd say it's a great co-op.
Oh, it's like Terraria.
A little bit. This is a game
Too
where
many
they
cooks.
took the forestry mod from Minecraft, where you can like there's a small subsection of that where you can make trees and bees,
Trees and bees.
and you do beekeeping. And so Apico's a game about beekeeping. You get to crossbreed bees to make new bees, and then you keep trying to just
You're next.
genetically mutate your bees to make even better bees. It's the bee's knees.
Hey, he said the line.
The only problem is
Jail.
the forestry mod is really good because it's a Minecraft. And meanwhile, like, let me say this.
What does this look like, by the way? If you
It's
can
a
describe
pixel
it?
art-ish.
Top-down thing?
Yeah, I
Okay.
like, yeah.
Pretty simple
Every
graphics,
time
but like
we played
stylized.
Minecraft in the last like 6 years,
Yeah.
I've always just raised bees.
Yeah, we know.
Tyler
That's
has like
all.
a weird bee thing that we don't talk about
Tyler
as
would
much
be
as we should.
there's
Hey,
the
fuck
version.
you, bees are the most important thing on the planet.
There's
Maybe.
there's a version. There's the virgin version of Tyler in the Wednesday show.
Yes. I mean, that kid's great though.
That he is great, but
You're in Wednesday.
Yeah.
Oh, but like, if you were like nerdier.
if you were nerdy and never like touched a girl before,
Yeah.
even just in passing.
True.
Apico is a fully fleshed out, really great adaptation of the Forestry mod.
Okay.
The developers did a really good job at making it one to one, and then really making a good UX part of like that doesn't exist in Minecraft. Basically, in the Minecraft version of it, not a lot of it makes sense. They really made like all of the really hyper focused biology aspects of like beekeeping, genetics, crossbreeding. They really simplified that out. So in a sense, I would say it's kind of educational in some capacity because you have to learn about like genomes, like crossbreeding trees. I can't even remember the name of the proper terms. It's just, it feels a little bit light of a game than like compared to what it's mimicking, which is in Minecraft, which is really hard to compare.
Is that like the direct reference? You think? Like,
I think so.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
They even use like some of the same like bee iconography, and I'm like, I even said at some point, I was like, I really hope someone would make just a game out of the beekeeping. They did. I played it. I enjoyed it.
But it's not the best
leaves,
game.
It leaves a lot to be desired because it's like there's no. It's not like Cult of the Lamb where you have like some other thing that you're upkeeping.
There's no
there's no danger.
Yeah.
There's no downside. It's a very gentle beekeeping game,
That's
fine.
they should come out with a mod where humanity is now killing all the bees.
No, it's just like I wish there was something like a store to upkeep that I sell
sure,
honey or something.
Yeah.
They did add an expansion to it that added butterflies, and that's just another
That's
cool
cool.
thing on top
That's
of
cute.
it. It's a very nice game. If you like nothing to do other than like management, race of bees,
If you
I
like
played it.
Not
it was
Farmville, Stardew Valley.
it was super fucking chill. I
Yeah.
loved it. But it's not something I'm ever gonna play again.
I really liked Apico and its systems. I realized as a person and that that wants to enjoy these games, I realized the reason I don't like enjoying these games because I hate fucking collecting berries from bushes.
Yeah.
I hate going out to somewhere and having to pick stuff up and bring it back.
Certified bush hater.
And this is why I like Factorio because I find the fucking thing
you automate that.
and I automate it.
Yeah.
And I think making the system's a lot more interesting than walking 10 feet. And
That's
then-
a really complicated
I'm gonna keep
addition
it-
that you can do in Minecraft.
I'll keep
Yes.
it 100. Neither of those sound good. Like neither option sounds
Factorio is
fun.
so good. It's one of the best. Anyways.
Yeah.
Sixth best game of 2021.
It's true.
Bradley.
I fucking fought hard and was stealthy about it too.
It's just stuck in there. Like, wait.
Y'all put up some feelers out, Bradley. This is the feelers round.
This is a very surreal year for me because historically, I've been the number one Nintendo fanboy, and then in the 51 plus category, my first pick was a Nintendo game, a first party
Your favorite
Kirby
franchise,
game,
one would say.
which is fucked
That
up.
is one of your favorite franchises.
And now
That's fucked up. You did that.
so I was the first person to pick a first party Nintendo game
I
on
can't
this
believe
list.
you fucking.
And I'm about to pick another Nintendo game. Or maybe it counts more as Ubisoft, but Mario vs. Rabbids.
this is an
This is
Ubisoft
Ubisoft.
game.
It's an Ubisoft game.
Does Mario vs. Rabbids go here?
Yeah.
Look,
Oh my god.
I'd like to preface.
I'm so fucking angry about this game. I'm actually pissed.
everybody,
Tell me about it.
Simmer down. Come to the
Because
table
here's the thing,
and talk.
I played the first Mario vs. Rabbids. I don't know if your complaints are going to be the same as mine was with the first game.
My complaint is this game won fucking strategy game of the year at the Game Awards. And
Did it really?
Yes!
Against what?
Warhammer 3, Victoria 3, every other fucking game!
How?
So, like,
Holy
you gotta
shit.
remember, this is an awards show based off of popularity, where in each
Yeah.
category,
It's like a mix
Fair
of
enough.
popularity and like
no,
a panel.
it's strictly a popularity contest.
Are you 100% on that?
It's mixed.
Because I remember reading it was mixed, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think they have a lot more weight with the popularity usually.
Yeah.
But
It's a lot more weight, but also it's like what judges are coming in there, and it's like, yes, I have played all 50 of these. Like, we haven't even played all 50 of these games, and it's
not
like,
to completion. Not
Yeah.
all of them to completion.
So it's like you telling me they have official judges at the Game Awards. It is their job throughout the year to play every single game that is going to become a finalist.
It boggles my mind
If
because
it was my job, I would.
I think I think of the four of us, I think I'm the one authority to talk about like grand strategy games and like tactical
I would
games.
say Joe's the strategy.
Yeah, he's a strategy
I
game
have
boy.
played a lot of strategy games since I was a wee lad.
I've played a
would say Joe's the
medium amount.
strategy
But I
guy.
haven't
Joe's
played
our
as
boy, Joe's our
Warhammer
boy.
as
Yeah.
Joe.
Or
Correct.
XCOM or fucking anything.
Okay, I wasn't playing XCOM, but I was playing other games
Like
like
what?
XCOM.
Like what?
Like Massive Chalice. Exactly.
I've also played Massive Chalice, you
It's a
fucking
good one.
dolt.
It's
It's
a good
okay. Anyways,
Oh my god.
this game is so fucking boring.
Mm.
I
like,
God, you hate to
I
hear
didn't
it.
even play this, but this just hurts to
You
hear.
hate to hear it.
Because I know people like these games.
and the
Some
thing-
people.
The game is not a bad game. It's very well made. It's a great game if you are like if Joe was 10 years old and I got this for Christmas and I played it.
This
I
would lead you into XCOM.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is like the drug starting game of like going into this like, well, I want to play more games that are like moving these
this
dudes
game
around.
is for babies.
This game is for babies.
This game is for babies.
But and the thing is, and then,
First one of the night, baby.
no, second.
No, first one like we've. Well, no, Kirby is not for babies.
Kirby's for
babies.
fetuses.
Kirby is below baby.
And the thing is, it's like it's not a bad game. I think it's got some great design. I think some of the levels are actually kind of difficult. But the problem is that like, I think what takes away from the strategy part, the tactical thing, is there's nothing from a grander scheme that is feeding into your characters, right? You have a level up, sure, but like you're just moving through levels and you're just doing the tactical aspects, and those missions take a good while. It's
Yeah.
not like you do them.
They're
and
not
you-
like bursty strategy missions. They're
Yeah.
like proper.
They have wild encounters
Yeah.
that take like 20 minutes.
Yeah, and like, and that's kind of, and that's where it's like, it's fine when you're doing XCOM and like you're doing this management stuff and you press a button and the thing fast forwards and then you get into a mission. It's not when Mario, when you walk 10 feet and you run into a fucking bomb and you have to fight 30 bombs in the map.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And like you have to like, and you can't just
That
like,
is not exaggerating.
yeah,
Jesus.
and you can't just like bum
That's a
rush
lot of
them.
enemies.
You have to actually play tactfully or you're gonna just get killed, which is not
Like,
bad.
it's at a difficulty where the boring stuff you still need to pay attention to.
Correct,
Yeah.
and it's just
That's
like,
a tricky.
That is a tricky
It is
the
a tricky
balance,
thing.
yeah.
It's not a bad game. I think it's a great like starter game. It's like I want to get into like tactical games. I think it does.
Thing
a lot
is,
of
both of you love this for 3 hours, and then on 3 hour 1 minute you turn so
Well,
sour.
I think me and Joe actually got to the same exact point
point.
where we stopped playing.
Yes.
Interesting.
We were
Like-
just like,
Eh.
there's nothing. And like, here's the thing: I got really good hits of dopamine, like exploring and finding new equipment
Yeah.
and stuff. But here's the thing: I'll say, there is nothing like there are no holy shit moments.
Yes.
and I think that's what
Maybe
I
they're
was
later,
missing.
but I'm just being devil's
they,
avocado
they had a
here.
really good,
Maybe.
consistent buzz.
Yes.
Like you will get a great buzz playing this game,
Mm-hmm.
but you will get no holy shit mind melting.
Like-
I'll remember this forever.
Th- This is good for the 9-year-olds of today
Yes.
who in 10 years are going to be playing whatever Warhammer game
Yes.
comes out.
Oh,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I would absolutely recommend this game
That's
to
such
a
a good way to
friend,
put
to
it.
a kid.
Yes, it would be a great like for you. Like you said, you're gonna give it to your cousins because you got
Yeah.
the physical version.
If you want
Yeah.
your cousins to not be boring, oh, Gabe, not now.
It's and so I think it's a great kid game. And I think even like as an adult, if you've never played these types of games before, you would really like the game.
Oh
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely too. So where were we at?
I don't know. I think Rabbids is okay.
That was
Yeah,
mine.
finish up. Let's stop talking about the
Oh,
mid-
I
Who's
want to
next?
tell my one story though. I had Rabbids and I was going to play it over Thanksgiving and try to like make some progress on it. I booted up Rabbids. I put it down. I opened up my laptop and then went on a 1 hour journey to find the Arkham Horror tabletop simulator mod and played that instead.
You know what?
This says a lot about society.
Yeah.
We live in one.
I think we're on Willer next.
No, it's Bradley.
That was,
That was mine.
that was you. That
I
was-
felt so
Oh,
guilty
yeah, yeah,
even
yeah.
offering it because it's a Nintendo game, but I don't have
That's
a choice.
true. You were heartbroken.
I'll get this back.
MLB The Shoe needs to go soon.
You think so?
Do you think so?
What other feelings you got? What do you
All
want
right.
to pitch me here?
Vagon. Victoria 3's. Hold on. Victoria 3 is the most boring sounding game on this list. That's all I'll say.
It sadly probably isn't based off of my light knowledge of it.
No way.
This name sounds so boring.
Is it that bad?
I haven't even heard of Victoria 1 and 2.
Me neither. Or 3. Joe didn't even talk about this on the podcast. And he talks about.
I
a lot
put it
of
on. I put it on the thing on our docket at one
Yeah.
point, but it
No,
was
you did, but you didn't talk about this.
because we haven't had one.
Oh, it's recent.
Yes.
Fair
I
enough.
see. I'll
Um,
forgive you. No, I'm just saying it sounds boring.
You
There's other
said
things.
it will be the show. Victoria 3. What else do you fill in?
You said Vagante, and I would put it on there. We've played it before. We've talked about it before.
Yeah.
It's been on here before.
Sure, Vagante's a fine game.
Personally,
But
I'll
you
fight
have to
for it to
play
be
it this
higher. I'll fight for it to be higher, but if it went here, I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
I feel
This game has such
I've already
bad
put the game
UX.
in there.
I feel
It's
kind
awesome.
for Bradley until we hit top 20, in which I will destroy everything he
Oh
loves.
yes.
Vagante.
Just because he doesn't play that many.
You know,
Genshin has his
ironically, I feel like we're less aligned below the top 20. Once we get to the top 20, I think we actually have more of an alliance going
until
on.
you did that thing last year.
Willer hasn't fucking forgotten.
I'm so upset we
what
lost
2
that.
games was it? It was
The World Ends With You.
The World Ends With You versus Deltarune 2.
That's
Oh
what's
my
funny.
God.
That's what's funny is I thought you were gonna fight harder for the world.
And I
Ends
thought
With
you were gonna fight for Deltarune.
And it was the opposite actually.
Me and Tyler were just cracking
How
up.
will you betray me this year? I can't wait to see.
I can't wait.
Are we
for
doing
that.
Vagante?
Good Vagante talk.
All right.
My turn.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll quickly say, since I'm the first
Yeah.
player, it's nice to play with other players. I like the class system.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's a good game.
But I haven't gotten far enough to really love it. You've had other years to fight for it. That's my final argument.
That's the thing. I have been playing Vagante legitimately for years. And when I say years, I mean 5+.
That's a pretty good argument.
Bradley just sat on this and never told anybody, which is wild to me.
And here's the thing: I've been playing it for 5+ years, but at the same time, that's because it's been in pre-release for 5+ years. And you know, they're not very communicative devs, which is kind of a plus and a minus because you know. I'll go through phases with this game. I won't play it for a year, and then I'll play it with my cousin, which was really nice because like we started playing it again, and then like a month after we started playing it again, the devs, after a year of silence, released like, oh, we're releasing a huge update that overhauls this class and adds all this stuff, which is cool.
It didn't seem like that much stuff.
So
There's 2 classes you haven't even seen. One of them's like a hound master, and you get a little pet.
Yeah, you get a hound that follows you around, and you can command it with whistles, which is really cool.
My favorite thing about Vagante is there's like no information about it.
There's no information.
If
That's
you
kinda
run
sick.
into mechanics in the game and you try to be like on the wiki about it, there's like the only thing about this game when you try to like Google answers for any of the mechanics are all like stuff.
It's really fucking secretive.
That's kind of sick.
Like, for
Yeah.
example, there's shrines in the game. Like, one shrine you can offer health to, one you can offer money to. And so, there's a shrine you can offer your equipment you don't want anymore to. And what people figured out, if you offer 5 blunt weapons in a row, like maces and hammers, you get the Thunder God's hammer, which is like Thor's hammer, and it has lightning, and it's super strong.
Cool.
And there's multiple stuff in the game like that. But people haven't figured that shit out. And so few people play this game, you can't find that info by Googling it.
Yeah, I remember one time like I came across one of these pedestals. It was like, Bradley, what does this do? And you're like, I don't know what it
I was
does.
like, I literally
like-
don't know.
I'm like, I googled it, and I'm like,
No one
nobody
knows.
knows what this does.
It's like, I've been
so
playing
I just
this
started
game-
like throwing shit at
and
it.
if they
like,
do,
random
they
things started
hidden
happening.
it.
Like, I've been playing this game for years with my fucking brother and cousin, and we'll still run into shit we don't know. Like, we'll go into a level, and Splunky will have the shit like, oh, it's a dark level, or oh, it's the level with the pit. And so I'll go into a level in this, and I'll see some text, and the level is different. And even though I've been playing this game for years, I'm like, what the fuck is
I
happening?
need to play more of this, probably solo, just so I can like take breaks and pause and
Yeah.
stuff.
Just to get better, to be honest.
Here's the thing.
I'm not very good.
Even among
Look, I'll
roguelites,
give it to you. I'm not the best.
even among roguelites,
But you can't play Spelunky too.
this game is really fucking hard.
It is.
I've only beaten it, and I just talked about like, oh, I've been playing this game for years and years. As a group, me and my cousin, my brother, the people I play it with, we have only beaten it twice out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of attempts.
Pretty cool.
I've never made it past the 3rd zone.
It is so fucking hard. Holy shit.
Tyler, it is your cut.
Yeah.
Oh
Or
yeah.
your
Who
suggestion.
do you think I'm gonna? What do you think I'm
I
gonna?
don't
cut?
know.
I have
don't
no earthly idea.
Um,
We're in the zone where
is
anything could go wrong.
Yeah, this is
This
the...
is Tom Cruise.
Yeah, you
coming in hot to the danger zone.
No, not really. It's time. DNF duel.
Oh.
Do you think so, Willer? I think
He
so.
queued up the music.
I think so.
Is MLB The Show worse than this game? Or
I think it's better than this game.
I like this game. I like this game more than all of us.
I know you do.
But that's because I like.
All right,
horror
let's play
games.
1-on-1. I'll play Paladin.
I'll win. We've done this again, and I won.
That was like after you went and learned how to play, though.
Oh, no! Jeez!
He still struggled to beat me, even though I've never trained in this game.
No, when I played Ghostblade, I ate your ass.
Oh yeah, Ghostblade was good. Yeah.
Because I was playing the lowest tier character in the game before.
I
the
watched
gunner.
online streams and like Oh, you're talking about before.
Ghostblade is fine.
Yeah, Ghostblade looked like really good.
Are we kind of DNF duel?
Sure.
Okay.
DNF Duel is a fighting game. I think what can be said about this game is that I think it was fairly priced. It wasn't full price.
That
it was
was
$40.
really nice.
I think that went a long way. I like the characters, but they're only now adding a new character, so they fumbled the bag there.
That's crazy.
They've done no significant changes since. The game functions on a recharging meter system,
Which is cool.
which is what Street Fighter is doing now, and it's
Yes.
doing 1,000 times better because the mana here is like, oh, once you get to Awakening, you just get insta-kill combos with how much mana
Yes.
you're getting,
Yes.
and it gets nutty.
Yeah.
But the nuttiness is kind of a charm, too. I enjoyed going through the ranks. I enjoyed ranking up in this game more than I did in Guilty Gear. That is like an objectively better game. Because just the ranking system is more
Well,
straightforward.
Guilty Gear is fun up until the very top. And then
Where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
That's the thing.
This game was a lot of fun this year to pick up and
It
play
just
with our
stick
friends.
around. It was a
who,
great night.
Like a lot of them don't play fighting games.
I played it with Zach, and it was really fun. He plays Grappler.
Yeah.
Grappler's
Like
also fucked.
the game is a fun, more simplified fighting game.
He's right, because it's got smash inputs.
Yeah, the
yeah.
inputs are not difficult.
That's
and that's
fair.
what I'm thinking.
But the combo routes, you have to spend some time to learn them. Joe fucks up the inputs, which is why he can't play this
I'm
game.
so fucking upset. It's having
He does the dragon punch with the striker
which leaves
all
me
the time,
hella.
and then I destroy him.
Yeah.
I love Gunner in this game. I hope she gets some buffs, and I will come back.
I'm fucking up the inputs again with SF because the SF6 beta is coming out now. Multiple times I got you in that stun mode, and I tried to do my Shin Shoryuken.
And I was like, oh, I'm so glad.
yeah, like I
That
just
joke
I can't get the double.
You were
circle.
playing pretty well.
Man, fucking, you were talking about this game was out for a while and they like just came out with another new character.
Not yet. They announced the first.
That's the thing.
The first
is-
new and it came out in like March,
Yeah.
April,
Well, because
May, I think.
Well, I think Strive had a fairly good breath between its first release character too.
You want to talk about a fucking breath? You want to talk about holding your fucking breath? Skullgirls finished its Encore DLC, and then they took a break for like 5 years, and then they announced a bunch of new characters.
Skullgirls never ends.
Skullgirls never ends, and I'm not
Encore
criticizing it. Skullgirls is the fucking bomb. I think it's cool they're announcing new characters.
Skullgirls' second concert starts.
They don't ever need a second game.
Return tour.
Joe.
Oh, it's me.
Oh,
God, we are moving slower than ever before. But well, I'm having fun.
Well, I'll pick it up.
I know what I'm doing next, baby girl.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna fucking
no,
tell you. No, you gotta.
What?
I'm not gonna.
You
stick with-
sacrifice something.
Yeah, you gotta.
What if we did Mario Kart Deluxe 8?
What? That DLC is so.
I don't know,
fucking-
man.
I kind of got Mario Kart pilled this year.
Literally, while y'all were talking about DNF Duel, because I don't know that game, I was thinking about how much I like Mario Kart 8. I'm not even kidding.
Dude, I've played Mario Kart before. This was the year I got like Mario Kart pilled, where I looked up into the deeper mechanics, and I was like, wait, this game's kind of sick.
I don't know if I can say Mario Kart 8 is going to make like top 10
No,
for
it'll
sure,
go soon.
but like
But-
not in the 40s.
What about Melty Blood?
Sure, I do. I do like Melty Blood is a game that was here last year. I barely played it. I was like, okay, because when you look at Melty Blood, you'll get the impression that Joe's gonna say the characters look boring. They all look like school children.
They do.
They don't all look like school children. There's like 4.
Like 95% tops.
Isn't this the game that you talked about? How they are all almost? No.
That's Austin saying it because he has the same.
Yeah,
thing.
but also there's another.
And then the Count of Monte Cristo got added for free last week.
Oh,
this
shit.
game's DLC's like content is crazy
Really?
good. It's all free. They release it constantly. I don't know where they're getting money from.
Okay. That's actually
Because
pretty
this game
cool.
doesn't sell that well.
The blood.
It's got good online. I love the ranking system. I like the movement is what I really like about this fighting game. Over time, I've really grown to really like the mechanics, and I wish more people would give this game a chance. We have some longer talks to do in the future, so I'll cut it off there. I really like Melty Blood.
Yeah.
Bradley.
Melty
Now,
Blood.
my question for y'all.
Feeler time.
Oh, Neko Arc. Neko Arc is a character, and they're great. I have to bring that up.
In a world In a world that contains Overcooked, how high does Played Up make it on this list?
Played Up, from what I understand, is more replayable Overcooked.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a roguelike.
No. Does it go here, though?
Yes.
Yes or
I
no?
think so. I think of the 4 people here, yes.
Okay.
If we had a friend of ours, 2 of our friends, they would probably die for this game.
I played up like once.
I played up.
I've played it once or twice.
I'll nominate it, but I want to hear what differences it has between this and
So,
Overcooked.
I think Played Up is a good pick here. I think Overcooked.
I would put out another game before Overcooked.
Ooh, what game would you like to sacrifice for the gods, Tyler? Please.
I'm not sacrificing anything.
What game
I
would
just
you
have a
like-
suggestion.
What
game
be
would
your
you like to suggest?
Loop Hero.
No.
That's not gonna happen.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
You're capping. He played a shit ton of that.
I played the fuck out of that
Yeah,
game.
Bradley also hasn't played Up really.
No, I really haven't.
But I've played Played
That's
Up.
the thing, I haven't played Played
Loop
Up.
Hero sounds more interesting.
I played both at Loop Hero. Bradley can make fucking anything sound fun. He made you re-download Genshin.
You made me re-download Genshin.
Played Up. So I think.
Okay.
So Overcooked, I think, is more of a party game where it's like you've got it's really funny to look at. It's a bunch of nonsense happening all the time. Whereas I think Played Up is more of a 4 people actively communicating and making kind of like the best kitchen possible and make it through this run. I think they have 2 different like goals and stuff, like sticking to the same theme of cooperation. Where Overcooked is really like, oh, you're in a mine and the mine carts are going away with your ingredients. You have to pick up while they go by.
yeah.
There's stages, so depending what group you're on,
Yeah.
you can go replay some old stages.
Yeah,
So you
it's
can-
like, isn't that fucking wacky? Whereas Played Up is like, it's like, all right, day 1 is done. We have $500. Are we going to upgrade our fucking oven? Are we going to upgrade our fridge? Are we going to upgrade our conveyor
Are we
belt
going to
system?
become a pizza restaurant or
Yes.
a burger restaurant?
Like, it's a lot more in depth, I think. It's not necessarily like, I'm going to throw it on the screen when we're all drunk, we're all going to play together.
which is what I really like about Overcooked.
Yes.
Is the drunken party.
I think Played Up is fun, but like Played Up is like you really need to like you're gonna sit down and you go through it. I think also with Played Up is that when you have a really good team that's communicating, it's really hard to lose in this game because you figure out how everything works and people have their roles. I think it's a great game. I just think that like I think I did like 2 or 3 runs. And I was just like, I think I have my fill of this game.
Yeah.
I think you would like it. I think you and Amy would like it if it goes on sale and y'all play it together.
You know what? Man, everything's on fucking sale on the Switch today, so...
Yeah.
I was wondering about it because I'd seen you guys even play it at a party one time, and I was like, you know, it seems like Overcooked but different, but I don't know what that different is. That was my cut, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna trust Willer not to cut anything important because right now I'm on track to do about 2 Ps per tier. So I'm gonna go do that. So Willer, don't cut anything good.
All right, Star Wars, Lego Star Wars. What if we do Baba Is You?
I don't know what that is.
Oh man.
I think that game's brilliant, but
It is old.
our experience with it is me and Tyler watching Austin play.
I watched him play a shit ton though and worked on him with it. So Baba Is You is a puzzle game.
Are we cutting it now? Is that what we're doing?
Maybe not.
Like that's the problem. Baba Is You is a puzzle game that can definitely be experienced while sitting on a couch with someone who is
Exactly. This, like,
Interesting.
I have opinions on this game from watching people play it because, like, you're solving it with them.
Yeah.
Have you seen this game ever?
Nope.
Baba Is You is
How do you even explain
genius.
this? Yeah, it's actually
it's a
brilliant.
game where you have to program the answers to puzzles.
Oh, that's cool.
You're a little sheet moving words around.
Before we get any further, are we cutting it now or should we hold
I
off?
wouldn't.
We're holding.
I
We'll
would-
talk
I would
about it
hold
now.
on.
When we cut it later, we talked about it now. But you
Okay.
asked now, so first pacing sequence.
Just-
you're
just-
moving around words like you're saying Baba is you, but if you move something else
It's
like
into
Baba
the
is
Baba
rock.
slot,
Is not you or
It's like
Joe
Baba is
you?
rock. Now you're
Okay.
all the rocks.
Man, I never thought about like how do you describe this game to somebody who's never seen it?
you're like you are using grammar, like
That's
programming grammar,
Yes.
to solve the puzzles, and it's brilliant. You're like, win is flag, so you have to walk to the flag to win. But what if I make win is water, so I just have to walk to a piece of water to
That's
win?
cool.
But what if water is blocked, so I can't actually walk into the water slot?
It's genius.
It like
It's really fucking
The
cool.
person who made it is like on
cracked.
Some, yeah,
they're cracked, dude.
Cool.
Like, it
So-
really amazes me there wasn't a game like it before it.
It was a game jam game that got expanded into a real game.
That sounds like it.
It won't go super high because we didn't properly play it or finish it.
I'll let it go sooner though.
But not
because
now.
It is
Not
older.
now.
Okay.
Not now.
Yeah.
Tactics Ogre Reborn. Have you had enough time to form an opinion there?
This game's really good.
I don't know, man.
This game's kind of based. MLB The Show is just kind of another baseball game, while this is Tactics Ogre.
How up
MLB The Show is a different baseball game from my experience.
It's pretty good.
And also, Tactics Ogre is like a couple decades old, but also I'm not going to stand for it going
Wait,
right
is
here.
it really?
Yes, it's like
No,
9 years old.
but-
Reborn is of this year.
Reborn is different, and also, even if it wasn't Reborn, I'm not going to let it go right here.
There we go. He said it.
Pokemon Unite Into the Breach.
No!
Wait, hold on.
You haven't played recently.
Come on.
Y'all haven't played it recently.
Oh my god, 2 months out of the year?
Yeah. A lot has changed. You don't know war. You don't know what war is like with Urshifu on the field.
Not only that, are you... I would say Pokemon Unite for an ongoing game could be cut this early. I do not like a lot of the decisions they have made this year. And this is...
Nope, because
this is-
they've also made the best decision
They
they've
have.
ever made this year.
I thought
They
the
have
game
done a
came out
lot
this
of-
year.
They have done a lot
Last year.
of good
Oh, okay.
things, but they're also doing some really sus things.
Yeah. Which is why it'll go in a little bit.
Okay.
And then they've also like done some really bad things and then built on top of making those things better. I'm not playing it for a reason right now.
It's a fascinating. It's good
Ecosystem.
right now. I like the characters are really fun right now. The balance is good. The only problem is that they buffed Rayquaza
Yeah.
to be near Zapdos levels, but the
That's
real
the
problem
biggest
is that
issue.
the teammates are still ass because if there's good and bad players back when Zapdos was alive, there should still be good and bad players now. But the
Now-
thing
Yeah,
is,
I don't
people-
know what the fuck happened.
As our resident expert who plays a few matches every 4 months, is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Tell Fox diff. It
Now-
goes on.
Good thing that I have noticed recently, holy shit, Rayquaza is so much better than Zapdos,
No,
I think, as an
it's
objective.
worse than Zapdos is now.
Wrong.
False.
I'm with Will on that.
Wrong.
However,
No,
though,
you're also wrong, unfortunately.
I will say,
I'm the only right one.
I don't know if this is fair to count it against this particular game, because as I've played other team games, League, even Splatoon 3, literally anything that's team-based, I find myself getting frustrated at the same thing.
Stupid.
I fucking hate that me and all my friends can be kicking fucking ass. It just takes one person to ruin the game for everybody else.
Speaking of that, this is completely off topic, but similar to Unite.
Yeah.
We found out who that guy was. So there were some hot posts on the Unite Reddit this past few months. So I would say the most average win rate in Pokemon Unite is probably like what, 52.
I hope it's 51.
51 to
Okay,
53%.
I'll say 51 to
Yeah.
52. Yeah.
That is like an average.
That's what you
That's
should-
a healthy amount.
That's your
Yeah.
that's the minimum I expect from you.
There you
It,
go.
like if you have 60, you're catering to the game's weakest points to have a better win rate.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
fine.
like I mean, I play only duo or triple, and I have a 60, so I'm catering to the weak point that
I guess
you and me are really good at.
communicating.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I'm definitely playing advantage to that. But there's this guy that posted, and he's like, after a serious loss streak, I don't know what to do, and he like posts his game matches, and he's like 6 kills, like 1 assist in a few matches, like nothing like crazy numbers, but he's dropping like 150 to 250 points in each one. His win rate is like 46%.
45 or 40.
Yeah, it was just abysmal. And they go, and everyone, all the comments, it was like 200 plus comments of just like,
It's you.
you're the problem.
Because he's getting so many points because he's scoring in the last team fight where you should be fighting for the final objective.
'Cause
Like,
it's like-
the game is about fighting, like farming up to beat the fight at the last objective.
It's like,
And that's how
yeah.
they can manage a 10-minute MOBA.
It was-
That's the
it was
concept.
It's like
fucking hard.
like you can get 100 of those 200 points in the last 3 seconds. That doesn't mean you helped.
But you abandoned your team
Yeah.
and they lost.
If that guy listens to this podcast, though, mad props to you, because whether he or she, who you are, you did not delete that post.
Yeah.
So you get the based bravery award.
Oh, did it get awards on it?
Yeah.
Okay, if it gets awards,
Ironic awards.
You cannot allow.
Oh shit!
You're not allowed to.
You can lock his post
That's-
in eternity.
So that's what happened with the Battlefront 2 one when they were like,
really?
So
Oh no!
in the
That's brilliant.
In Battlefront 2, there was the post where it's like one of the thing of like feeling of pride and accomplishment for unlocking with the loot boxes.
Yeah.
They put so many awards on it, and they just put any awards on it. They couldn't delete the
because
comment.
you spent your money. So
Exactly,
Reddit-
Yeah, because Reddit's probably
I
like.
bet
oh,
Reddit will eventually add like a. You
Yeah,
can
once
refund-
Elon Musk buys it.
Oh, yeah,
and
right.
his shit
We'll
gets
get there,
fucking
we'll get there.
downvoted.
Well, we can get
What
rid
are
of
we
it.
cutting?
We can get rid of it, but I think Rayquaza and the new characters are sick, and I
Oh,
think
they're so fucking sick. They are, but it's like
dude.
you have
Locked
to.
in.
Dragapult is
Locked in.
so cool.
Oh, dude, I haven't got to see.
I still
but
think
here's-
their selection for new characters has
Comfy,
been so
Comfy
cool.
is coming. It's like a
Here's the
cooler
thing.
version
No.
of the stupid cat.
No.
from Mew.
They're adding Yumi to Unite, which is
Yeah.
like the worst thing they ever could have done. Yumi is a notoriously broken, hated, overpowered.
Oh, dude, no one
Except
likes Yumi.
Unite characters are so broken already that Yumi is like A tier compared to the nonsense that Sableye.
I
and
saw a clip
Urshifu
of you
can do.
playing Sableye, and you were moving so fast. I'm like, so
Sableye's
basically, you
cool
can
as
just go anywhere you want.
You can do your ult at someone, and there are four. Joe, if you hit someone's ult with Sableye, they're forced to back. And if no one, and it's a cone. Anyone who's facing you when you shoot that cone is forced to back,
Cassiopeia ult, but
and
they're
they can't,
forced to back.
and they can't
That's
be
so fucking
stopped
dumb.
unless your teammates like knock them out of it. So I
Which
do
is the
things
most
where like.
frustrating
Oh,
thing
yeah.
ever.
I do things where I go score and then dance around people and then shoot them with the ult and dance
You're
around
literally
them while they're
playing the
backing.
Flash. Like you're just like running a circle, and then
I'm so mean with
you're
Sableye.
Poochie at the end of part
Fine,
6.
look.
Okay, but
You were 2 steps.
but I will say this,
Now, when a Pokemon comes out now in Unite, it is gem locked for 1 week.
which you have to pay real money for.
So after the week, you can buy with the free currency, which sucks because it kills the hype. Because
It
it's
does.
like,
It
oh,
really does.
Urshifu's out. Psych, he's out in about.
He's an
will
early
say,
release.
though, a large portion of the Pokemon Unite community seems to be very against it.
Yeah.
When a Pokemon is out in
The
that
most-
first week,
There's a survey that came out. You should log on just to do the survey.
I
'cause-
will.
Yeah.
but like, I haven't played in 2 months, so like I think I haven't played since Urshifu came out, which actually it hasn't been 2 months. It's been like 6 weeks, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, Pokemon come out.
They
that
released a
fast.
bunch of characters. This is another
Yeah.
positive.
But a large portion of the Pokemon community doesn't seem to buy those Pokemon in the first week with those Prime gems.
Why would you? I have.
Some people do.
They've tried a lot of different monetization methods, and I don't know. A lot of them are misses, but I think they've made a lot of positive changes to the gameplay. Rayquaza is worse than it was earlier this year, but that's still this year, and Rayquaza is still better than Zapdos because you only get the Rayquaza buff if you're alive, and I think
You get
So it's Baron.
no. You also get a 70% damage increase while you have Rayquaza buff.
while you have a shield that they can knock. But the thing is, if someone walks in, if 4 people are dead, 1 person walks in, kills Rayquaza, that's fine. You just kill that 1 person.
Yeah.
That automatically is better than Zapdos because it makes the goals defenseless, so you just jump over there.
It's a little bit better, yes, but
It's a little bit better. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Anyway, sorry about that. That was my cut, I guess. Tyler.
Was it? Yes, it was your cut. Because we were thrown out.
I don't like Mario Kart.
39.
Yeah.
We're on the next tier.
Here's what I'm wondering: how much of a percentage?
As Bradley comes over and like,
How much of a percentage penalty do you get for being a game that was already out but got updates this year?
You don't make top 15 unless
what
those
I'm thinking.
updates were incredible.
I mean,
That's what I'm wondering.
If it's basically a second
you're
game
giving
release.
him fuel because
Here's
me
a-
and him both
but
agree
here-
on something.
This game kind of
because-
had incredible updates.
Because
this year.
every year you put it in the 20 to 30 range. What changed? For the last 3 to 4 years, you've put Genshin in 20 to 30. If that's what we're talking about.
Legitimately,
No, he's talking about-
No, actually, legitimately, so much in Genshin changed.
They released a new element.
Actually,
One more
If we're
thing.
talking about Mario Kart, We're talking about Mario Kart 9. This
Yeah.
is not an update. I swear
there
to
you go.
God, this is a new game at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
no, I just,
You know what I just saw this fucking week?
They just patched a bunch of
I
shit.
saw a video of a guy outrunning 100 blue shells, which was fucking entertaining. And you know why he can do that? They just updated the game with a feature that... It's one of those features where they add it and you're like, why the fuck has this not been in the game
It's
before?
brilliant.
Where you can choose what items are eligible to get from the
And it's
random
only
item
in the
box.
non-ranked mode, I believe. So you
Yeah.
can still play it
Yeah.
online with other people, but you don't have to worry about like having
That's so
your friends.
cool.
that's cool. I still
That-
don't like Mario Kart.
Tyler, for $24, they're giving you 64 tracks.
I won't play Mario Kart anymore, man.
Are you talking?
What else is
$24? Are you talking about the pass, or are you talking about the whole game itself?
We're talking about the pass. The pass is new, so like that's what got it back in the
They
conversation.
give you 64 tracks.
64 tracks.
That's a good deal, but like it's
It is 8 times 4.
it's
like-
still just
32.
The amount they have added to the
64 is a
game...
lie. Hold on, I'm lying.
Yeah, I was like, that's a huge number.
The amount they have added to the game is substantial enough that a couple of years ago, I was like, why the fuck don't they just make Mario Kart 9? And they have added so much now that I'm like, even 2 years later, after I thought they needed to make Mario Kart 9, I'm like, they really don't need to make Mario Kart 9. I really don't care, because they keep adding shit to this game.
But what happens when they release the Switch 2 finally?
They're not going to release... Dude, straight up, before you guys got here, I was talking to Willer. I was like, it's been 5 years since Mario Odyssey came out. And I'm like, eventually they need to announce a new console, but they're not going to announce a fucking enhanced Switch.
He's
but also,
lying. He
like...
didn't say any of this.
I'm like, I just don't get it. Like, are they going to do a better Switch, or are they going to do a new console?
then what goes here?
No, sure, Mario Kart can go.
Like it's
All right,
it's
all right.
just like it's just more tracks and some cool features.
All
They sound
right,
cool, like
all
y'all
right.
said, but it's like
I've had a lot of fun with it.
dude, when Mario Kart 8 has been out for how long? 10 years?
You know, just because
like
it's
since
so
the Wii U,
old.
It's like 2012.
Yeah, like
Did
it's
it
been
come
out
out
for
on
10
the
years.
Wii?
Yes!
Yes.
God, yeah, put it down.
It's 2 consoles ago!
I think this came out 2014.
Mario Kart 8 Game of the Year since 2011.
Anywho, that's Tyler's cut.
All right.
It's Tyler's cut. I'm going to cut Marvel Snap here.
Oh,
What?
I thought it was going to go away.
I thought it was a game.
I thought I'd have to drag that away from your cold, dead hands.
God damn it! That's one out of my top 5.
Holy shit.
Are you shitting me? This game's great.
Yeah.
It belongs in the 30s. We have other great games on here, but it's a great mobile game that you can pick up, play
So
around.
there's like one other game on this list you like. I'm shocked.
There's some games on here that I like.
Okay, there's like 2.
But like it's a great mobile game. I think it's fantastic in terms of pick up, play, and just kind of go. The monetization's really weird in it. Whatever. I think it could have a better onboarding system to give you more diverse
The
decks.
onboarding is what I jumped off on.
Yeah, jumped off of. I think that's really important for any game that's a live service game. You have to also look for like what's your onboarding, how do you get people into the game quickly. And when I had to like really persevere to like get to a point where I felt very happy about this game, I think that's a problem, especially when it's in the first like week of launch.
Yeah.
And it's the same problem why we keep jumping off of Realm Reborn, is that the slope to get to what things are good is too difficult to get to. But like it's a solid point of like, oh, you have this steep incline to get to the really good and meaty stuff in the game. That being said, I think Marvel Snap is a great phone game. You play around in like 5 minutes. There's enough deck building elements to it. Or like I was showing Bradley my movement deck that it literally is like it's a bluffing game where I try to overload the final 2 locations with people while I play Heimdall that shifts everyone to the left.
Ooh, Bifrost.
Right, so if the far left position they kind of leave open, it all gets pushed over there, so I end up winning the left position, the middle position. And that took some time for me to develop, and I think that's really cool.
The pacing itself makes this really unique. 'Cause
Yes,
it's fast.
I think
it's
it's
fast-paced but strategic. I think it's really well designed.
It's- oh, yeah.
I just think
it's the onboarding.
everything surrounding the gameplay could use some work.
Could
on
use
it.
some tweaks, and I think it'll get better over time, but like... I bought the
I'll
first...
try this again in the
yeah,
future.
I bought the first 2 battle passes. I completed both battle passes, and not like I didn't feel pressure in completing battle passes either. I was just going through and doing it. I think it's a well-made mobile game. I think there's just tons of other games on here that are way better. I think this is a good spot for it right now to be in the
Bradley,
security zone.
your turn.
This is more a question than a statement. Need for Speed goes here? Cushion? Need for Speed?
Yeah, it could.
Because I know earlier you were saying it was possible, but I didn't know.
It was a really positive game. Like I had nothing really bad to say about it.
Okay.
They have a lot of variety, good variety of cars. I like the open world racing aspect of it.
They just dropped this game, didn't they?
is good.
Like they were just like,
You know,
oh, it's out.
we're kind of in the zone right now.
This is not the newest one that just came out.
Oh!
I haven't got to play that one yet.
Oh, this shit's old.
Yeah, but I just got to play it this year.
That's the thing. This
Because
is the
picked
spot
up-
of the tier list where it's like I don't have bad things to say about it, but it's not like the shit. You know?
Because
Yeah, that's how I felt about
picked
Snap.
it up
Yeah.
for $3.
Okay.
I did too. I mean,
Yeah,
did not play.
It was good. I really liked it. The car it had a really cool feature of you could get custom car wraps done from the community. So a lot of fucking waifu wraps.
Yeah, I imagine.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's funny.
But the best wraps were the wraps that turned your car into a car from Cars.
No.
Yeah, and so that the community built shit is really good. The cars are really nice. The tuning that you can do on
So
it's really
could you
fun.
go into first person mode and then you're looking outside of like
There's
the
no
Queen's
first
eyes?
person
Oh, okay.
mode
Oh,
that I can
that's
find.
You're seeing Lightning McQueen's organs because you're
Yeah.
in the farm.
But yeah, I didn't get to do a lot of like online racing. I did a lot of the story mode in this.
Okay.
They had a really cool night and day system to this, so that's probably the main feature of this game. Is similar to like Hot Pursuit or what a lot of people like in the Need for Speed games, which is running from the cops. They have this
Yeah.
really cool feature to it where in the city during the daytime, you do street legal races to get money to buy new parts to upgrade your vehicles or new cars. But you can't buy those new things unless you have a high enough street cred reputation, which you can only do during the nighttime.
That's
so you
cool.
kind of have
while
to do
you're
both
running away
halves.
from cops. Yeah, but if you get caught by the cops, you lose
all
your money.
because you have to bail yourself out.
Yeah, that's a good cycle.
That is a kind of good
It is a
system.
really good gameplay system.
I like
Okay.
Hot Pursuit.
Great fucking game.
play
I haven't got to
16.
play the game like it's a more arcade driving game.
Yeah.
You know what?
Top 30 is not bad for an
Yeah.
I'm glad I went here and not further down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely a good game.
For sure.
All right, Willow, what you got?
Oh no, that was you.
That was me.
Willer.
I was looking at MLB The Shoe again.
The shoe.
I will allow you the shoe to drop here.
The shoe drops.
Okay.
However, there will be no more shoe dropping.
Damn.
Well, hold on now. We can... what do you have left?
I got a few on here. I don't like to show my hand.
Man, Victoria 3
Was
is
that another
that
pun on
good.
MLB?
No,
The
not
Show?
really. no. It's good.
I'll let you do it at your own time.
Yes,
It
I,
seems like you'll-
I know where I want to place it, but
Okay.
like I think it's got some good systems in it. But yeah, the shoe can go here if we're all right with that.
Yes.
I really liked MLB The Show. I don't play sports games, and I kind of was like, I woke up and I was like, I want to play baseball, and I bought this game,
Oh, that's a baseball.
and for full price. And I had a blast. I made a pitcher. It was really fun. I was on the White Sox. I got to be the lead pitcher. I think there's a good manager. There's like it's just a fun little story mode where you get to like try to see how you're advancing because you start like the AAA leagues and you make your way up, or AA leagues. I forget which one's first. It's really fun. I think and so they changed their pitching system. Is you can either do like the classic like press a button, the bar goes up and down, and you get within the zone. Or you can do motion inputs, and like which gives you a more accurate pitch result, which I think is really cool. As you can use the analog stick to do the motion of like the pitching throw. What's so fucking fun, Tyler?
The way you're describing this, it sounds like a sports themed like action based Final Fantasy game with like real quick time events.
Yeah,
I'm just like they took a lot of the systems from like
Yeah.
RPGs Joe's like to play and just made a baseball game.
exactly. Like that's not a bad thing.
No, not at all.
It's
It would
like-
make, I imagine that's why I was like I've seen some of those systems, and that's why I was like, dude, this is beyond just how baseball games used to
Like,
be.
you look at Madden, and Madden's the same
Are
fucking
you guys
game.
talking him out of not cutting it now?
I don't know, man. No, here's the thing. Genuinely, and I want to make it like MLB The Show really is impressive to me. Even as far back as middle school, playing like Madden games, I would be like, this is middle school. Like 10 plus years ago, I was even like, every sports game feels the same for me. They just updated it for the new year. And people have been saying that for the past decade, but MLB The Show really seems like one of the few franchises.
They actually tried to like make it a game.
They are really consciously making an effort. Like, we know baseball, the actual sport, has been the same for 100 years.
Yeah.
How do we make the video game different? Like,
And
I've even worked on a baseball video game
Yeah.
before, a VR one, and we're like,
It's hard to make a difference.
we're like, there's nothing to design here. It's fucking baseball. But that's the thing. They're making baseball games every single year, and they come up with modes or iterate on their modes and make me go, yeah, it actually seems worth it to pick up the MLB The Show that's 1 year newer than the one before.
When you're doing batting too, it gives you statistical analysis of where the pitcher hits, so you have to try to guess.
Yeah.
And like it shows you like where your bad batting zones are and everything. And I think it's a great game. But like I sat down and I would literally play this game for like 3 or 4 hours, and like I felt great playing it. And that's really impressive with the sports game because they are really one note sometimes.
Yeah.
Whereas like with this, I was just like, what kind of...
Or they do like a lot of them are focused on the ultimate team modes where they want you to spend money to make a
This
team.
is 4 games in one.
Among yearly sports games, this strikes me as the one that has developers that actually care about making a good game.
19 for free on PSN.
I think
Maybe I should try it.
Try it out. But like this is great. Like I don't know if you heard me talk about it, Willer, but like in the game you can do like the classic bar thing where it's like a meter going up and down. You try to like click the button to get into the zone. Or for pitching, you do motion inputs for your pitches. So you get better at pitching as you do the motion inputs more. So you like
with the trackpad?
Like you do like quarter circle forward to like input it and stuff like
And
that.
like I would, you know, I don't know if this is a mode they have in 22. You can let me know if they do. Like I was fascinated watching, you know, a past roommate play this game, and you know, there's the Empire mode where
that's in the game.
you know you're trading for players, making the best team you can, and it's like it's a management game and a sports game in one. It actually seemed really
A
entertaining.
couple of them have that mode.
But the thing is, like, they don't feel like off modes. They all feel like individual games. So, like, if you played it, like, I only played it for my career mode. I felt like I got $60 worth of it. But like, I looked into the Empire mode and the Ultimate Team mode, and I'm like, this Empire mode, I could literally just play this the entire time and have been satisfied. It's kind of crazy how much content is actually in this game that's just about baseball.
A solid game.
It's pretty solid. And I think it's great in the 30s because it is a solid game. I think if you pick it up, you're not going to be disappointed necessarily. But it's just one of those things where it's like it's a good game. I think there's some other games that like are more unique and a lot more fun. But like if someone's like, "Hey, I want to play MLB The Show," I'm like, "All right, cool, let's do it," and just sit down and play like a game.
Tyler,
a few innings.
Yes, Father.
Please.
Willard, I look at the games and I look at my life and I say, Willard's got a lot of games left on this list.
What? How did that? Willard played a good chunk of these games.
Shovel Knight Dig?
No, Tactics Ogre.
No way.
Tactics, yes. Get this 3-decade game off here.
I'll give it
That's what Willard. That's what Joe said.
I mean,
25 years, I think.
I don't want to be a hypocrite because, like,
anyways, talk about the game I should play.
it is an old game, but it's a really fucking good old game.
It's an old game with all the quality of life features that makes it playable in the year of our Lord 2022, about to be 2023.
Which is neat.
It is the predecessor to Final Fantasy Tactics. It is a strategy RPG where you're on a grid. You have characters with classes. There's permadeath. It's great. I didn't think I'd like it. I thought it'd be simple, but that is not the case at all. I think the classes are fairly well designed, sometimes more so than the Final Fantasy classes. But it is missing a little bit of that, like, Final Fantasy class, like, familiarity.
It's like
je ne sais quoi. Like, you can't make a white mage. You can't make, like, a mathematician or whatever.
It's like, you know, you have a tactics game that is 20 years ahead of its time, but because we're reviewing it over 20 years after it came out, maybe it's not the game of the year.
They need to make more games like this, but I'll keep it brief. Tactics Ogre, and you know what? I also am not super deep into it. I'm about a little under halfway through my campaign, so I can't really go out and defend it that much.
But God, it's really cool. We really love tactics games, and
Yeah, like, I'm really pulling for Disgaea 7 to bring me back, because
Like,
Disgaea 6
Disgaea
so
is the one
disappointing.
with all the children in it, right?
What the fuck does that mean?
There's one game that there's like a lot of kids in it that you're like, it's sussy, but you have to ignore the fact that they're kids.
They're not sexualized. The ones that are sexualized are clearly adults.
Yeah, but
You know-
there is one that is like, there's a lot of kids in it. And
You're
like,
talking about that one scene when, like, after you clear a stage, you see them all
no,
in
no,
hot
no,
spring.
not Disgaea specific. Oh yeah, that was forgetting.
Here's the thing.
about that.
you
They're
know,
adults. It's fine.
I've loved Final Fantasy Tactics for a long time, and me and my brother had this exact same experience where we've both been dimly aware of Tactics Ogre for decades.
That was me. Yeah.
Because we've both loved Final Fantasy Tactics for decades, and as long as we've been alive, if you Google what is the game most similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, you always get the result Tactics Ogre, and you know
Like, when you're playing it, I could boot it up right now and
Yeah.
be like, that's just fucking Final Fantasy
that's
Tactics.
the thing. We've always been like, oh, you know, it's the game most similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, but it came out so long ago, so it must not be good. But it seems like more people are giving it a chance now that it's on Switch, and now I want to fucking get it.
It has AI, EXP share, and level caps.
It has AI.
It has AI.
All-
It has AI.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh man,
It has fish that swim out of the way when you get close
Joe,
to
it's
them.
your cut.
Oh, it's my cut.
I never
Really?
heard of Tactics Ogre, but shout out Sister Ket for making me a part of her squad.
Same.
Hell yeah.
We haven't got an update in a while. I wonder what's going on there.
I didn't name y'all. I didn't name the characters after y'all.
I named them after
That's
my
just
wife.
not what
was.
I'm like.
I we should just
I
play
tried to
XCOM.
name Pokemon
That's
after y'all,
accidental.
but
All right, Joe,
Then they
what's the
die.
scoop?
You go, bye bye.
No, dude. Look, man.
Listen,
You know there's games that are worse than others on this list. You know this.
what is
You
your
know this
what
to
is
be
your
true in your
opinion?
heart
there?
of hearts.
Now, look.
I want you to pitch me on something.
Is this really the fucking game? Is this the game right here?
See, here's the problem, Bradley.
Is that the game?
That's my game.
That's your game, okay.
And so
what game? Ooh, Joe's releasing.
Hey, you don't gotta convince me. I've
Joe's
spent
leaking?
hundreds of hours playing those games.
Joe's leaking his fave.
What game?
I'm not leaking my fave.
No, we're having a conference.
We're having a conversation. We're like, I can't just like go away and just start cutting because I cut half my roster at the beginning of this fucking list.
Get mean. You guys don't get mean enough.
I can. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say Shovel Knight.
If I turn this game on right now and ask Tyler to play it, this game would reach top 15.
I haven't played any
Get the
Shovel
fuck
Knight
out of here.
games.
Get the fuck out of
It
here.
doesn't matter. You would feel this game and look at the animations and see the roguelike mechanics and be like, this is kind of lit. In fact, I know what we're doing after this. But, and I will record it when he says it when we do it after.
Wait. We need on camera them harassing me about not finishing games when they introduce me to new stuff.
We're gonna have a post-credit game of the year where Tyler's like, no, go back. Joe, no.
Wait, is there something I would throw ahead of?
Is there anything you would want to like throw in front of the bus in front of it, or anyone else?
It's your turn, right?
I would personally throw Baba and Cuphead, but Cuphead has good memories with Bradley.
Come on.
The problem being is,
But it's a DLC, Bradley.
It's a DLC. It's a DLC.
Come on, Bradley, let's do Cuphead, man.
And it was short, dude.
now here's the thing, Bradley.
It's fair,
Do you want me to cut Cuphead?
No, I don't want to, but
Okay.
if you have to,
Okay.
you know.
Never mind. I was gonna.
Fine, I'll give you Shovel Knight Dig because I have other battles to fight.
All right.
How about that?
That's fine.
Shovel Knight Dig, I talked about it in, I think, the most recent podcast.
I feel like you talked about it
Yeah,
a
you
lot of
did.
times, actually.
No, I haven't. That's
You won't
a lie.
shut up about it, actually. Like
You guys-
any like you hopped on while you were playing Street Fighter 6 yesterday, and you're like, "Y'all, I wish I was playing Shovel Knight Dig."
Yeah.
I'm gaslighting you, joking. This
For a
this
second,
is a joke. This is a joke.
Slash S.
This is a joke.
Oh, slash S?
Yeah, slash
Yeah.
S.
Garfield, are you serious?
John Arbuckle. 2.
Shovel Knight Dig is the Shovel Knight roguelike. It has the juice. If you know what a juicy game is, this is one of the juiciest games this
wait.
year.
Is it as juicy as what was that one that we played at your old place?
The card game?
The Battle Network roguelike.
It's way juicier than.
No.
got
We're
the
talking about
juice,
juice, not like.
Juice.
Do you know what we're talking about when we're talking about Juice?
I guess not.
It's like
Do you know Juice?
Juice is like an aesthetic, like feel thing, where One Step from Eden does not have Juice, but it's a very
Everyone
good game.
comment what Juice means to you.
Yeah.
This is not the laugh.
Is that Bradley's cut now? Yeah, it is.
No, that was my cut.
Yeah,
that
it's Bradley's
Bradley's
now.
cut. Okay.
All right, look,
But I wanted to know comfortable.
I don't want to be a total dick. It's been a while since I've cut something that I've actually played myself.
Okay.
Now I'll nominate the Cuphead DLC.
Okay.
Sure.
Cuphead.
It's a
No.
really good DLC from a really good game.
It should be known, Cuphead, the boss fights, god tier boss fights, fun fucking game. DLC is more of the same. Really fucking fun
How
boss
does
fights.
the plot carry on after the in DLC?
Don't ask about plot in Cuphead.
Literally, all I know about Cuphead is
It's like a
Cuphead
side
and
story.
Miss Chalice is like
Look,
a ghost, and you switch spots with her with Mugman.
if you've never
and then
heard
you fight a
anything,
chef.
if you've never heard anything about the plot as Cuphead, you know as much as I do.
No, I do know about the plot. They like to
Then
roll
you know more than I
They
do.
like to roll the dice.
Tell me, what's the plot?
They sold their soul to
Yeah,
the
they,
devil.
they lost their souls in a game
They
of
have-
dice.
yeah.
They lost it to a chef this
Here's
time.
the thing.
Okay.
This is Cuphead is good boss fights. The game DLC is more good boss fights.
It's more of the same.
It's more the same.
But I remember distinctly when I saw y'all beat the DLC. You're like, oh, I thought there was gonna be more.
That's the thing. I
really
thought there was
came out
gonna be
y'all's
more.
mouth.
Those words did escape my mouth.
We really.
There was no officer of the law there to say that I said that for
I
sure.
have it on my Snapchat recording.
We really,
There's no
really
witness.
waited a long time for this DLC to come out, and it takes a long time to make this game. It took them, what, 10 years to make this game?
Yeah.
Because they have to animate this shit. Even so, I thought there was going to be a little more content in the DLC, but the fights that were there were really
It's
fucking
kind of
fun.
crazy to me because like Cuphead, like as an aesthetic, is a very I don't want to say gimmicky, but like you could have alone sold the game just on like this looks like a rubber hose animation thing, but it has on top of it an actually really good gameplay.
Well, the base Cuphead has a problem, an identity crisis of the running gun levels versus the boss rush levels, and they should have just committed more to the boss
Like,
rush.
when me and Willer played, we just
I
skipped the
thought it
running gun
would-
levels.
I thought it would be a running gun kind of game, like a Mega Man or like a normal platformer.
Gunstar Heroes.
Or a
That's what it's
Gunstar
based
Heroes,
off of.
Yeah.
but those levels suck ass.
yes.
So it's like,
That's
it's
the thing.
weird. They realized their bosses were better, but didn't fully
Like,
commit.
they created some of the best designed boss fights I've ever played, and I thank God every single day that they don't make you play through a whole level to fight the bosses.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would be a complete.
I think that was their original intent, but they realized that they rather stick to their bosses.
I mean, they'd have to make the bosses like really easy to compensate.
Yes.
Man, did y'all ever play Gunstar Heroes?
I've seen it. And
I've starred in Gun Heroes before.
It's a good game.
So, Cuphead DLC is really good. The only part that's not good is there was one overworld puzzle that legitimately, don't try to figure it out yourself. You won't. Me and
Is
Willer
it-
just had
is
to
it
look
the-
it
oh, it
up.
was such a good puzzle though.
It's a cool puzzle, but I would have never figured it
Was it
out.
the graveyard one?
We were strapped for time because we could only play it in.
True. We were a little rushed, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping.
we were rushed by circumstances.
Either way, whether that's good or bad, I think this is kind of the place it goes.
Sure.
Okay.
My cut suggestion.
Don't say it.
Victoria
Whatever you're thinking.
3.
That's fine.
Let's fucking go.
I'm just putting more bullets into my fire.
Tell me
right
about
now.
it though, because I don't know anything about it.
Shoot me hard, but this.
You know what? I'm coming.
No, come on. It's good though.
I don't know.
So, I play a lot of strategy games. I think like I'm pretty good at like looking at a strategy game and figuring out how the game works and like kind of getting right into nitty gritty of it. Victoria 3 is way too fucking smart for me. Like,
Really?
Like it's okay.
It sounds like it's for the people who get nukes in 1800s in Civilization.
Yes.
Is that a good description?
Is that possible?
You need
Wow.
an actual economics degree to functionally run this game.
God damn.
So
That sounds kind of lit. I
Don't you
changed
have-
my mind.
Isn't that like one of your degrees?
no, recreation and tourism with an emphasis on
One of his
revenue
many
management.
degrees.
He's got.
But I'm not fucking looking at the stock market.
He's
and
adjacent.
and making predictions. Like, so in this game, this game is hyper focused, and when I mean hyper focused, I literally need you to de-establish everything else in your mind about geopolitics.
Oh, Lord.
It's entirely focused on the economic side of running the country. And what I mean by this is that like you have your own market stock value of like wood, and then you have to trade that wood away to another country that can buy your wood, so you can import another country's wood, so you can make wooden tools, so you can go mine the mines with your children. But the mines themselves cost more wood, so you have to import more wood while you're selling your wood.
Hey, you
So
lost
you
me.
get the wood, you win the game.
No,
Hey, easy on that table. It didn't do nothing.
but like the point being is that like you are trying to establish an economic, trying to prop your country up to be an economic powerhouse in the game, and you can do that by committing deals with other countries and setting up foreign agreements.
That just makes fiscal sense, though.
Yeah.
It's much cheaper to import wood than to use your own wood.
Correct, Tyler. So,
I get it.
So why would you build your own wood thing? Well, here's why. It's
Because your wood is more valuable to the other country.
yes,
Tyler is
Exactly.
ready
Their
to
own
pass
wood.
the tutorial stage of this
Dude.
insane
But
game.
then what happens is you join an alliance and they're like, we're embargoing all wood. And we're like, what? You can only make your own wood now. So deal with
go,
it.
whoa.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Wait, is there a war in this game?
There is war in this game.
Dope.
So like, and then like that war affects like that war affects everything else in like the economic like pipeline. So like if fucking Germany goes to war,
Can you fund just war?
yes.
Oh, cool. So why don't you just win by funding war?
Because
Just like in real life.
because then you just don't fucking have money
Talking
to
about that is how real life
That is how
works.
real life works.
But we're not at that stage yet in the world. We're still trading fucking slaves.
Oh.
Uh,
I mean, there's a lot more.
This was a slave game.
so this takes place in
16th century London.
16th, 17th century. Yes, Victorian era.
This is
It's
Victoria 3. How long has this series been around? When was Victoria 1? Was that
Tyler, you can look it up. I'm not really
Uh-huh.
sure, but of this series, this is a Paradox game, so they make Stellaris and Crusader Kings. This is
Oh
their,
my god. This is the same company?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so they know.
You love these guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they know their shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, but this is their series that has the longest in between time between their
Okay,
second and
okay.
third game because it's so hyper focused on the economic side, not the military side. But like,
Holy shit.
These motherfuckers know how to make this type of game, though.
yes, but like
Wait, are they a publisher?
Paradox Entertainment.
Yeah, they're a publisher.
I think they do both. They're an in-house studio and they are a publisher.
Okay.
But like but there's so many like I did Sweden, who is like, we have good forest. You build the wood, you get the lumber yard,
Don't do that.
and
2003.
yeah, 2003 is when Victoria 1 or 2.
One.
When was Victoria 2?
2010.
2010. So it's been 12 years since the last game.
They're on par with like Diablo pace.
Yeah, so like, but what's really, really funny about this game is like people like boot up Victoria 3 and like, oh, we're gonna make a communist nation, everyone's gonna have living wages, and everyone's just like, it's really fucking hard to get oil without colonizing Africa. It's like, it's really hard to like actually like get stuff done when you're not stepping over the peasants and the poor. And
It's a pro-fascist game.
I'm just saying that like, you realize that you're in a first world country because of these things, and now you get to live and experience them.
It makes you relapse a little bit.
Yes. However, what's great about this game is this game takes place right as the Texas Revolution is happening.
Oh, dope.
So you can literally play as Texas.
That's cool. Wait, are you playing as?
You're playing Texas.
Are you playing as Texas or Mexico?
It's literally like Texas secedes from Mexico, and if you choose Texas, you're in the middle of the war against Mexico.
Okay.
So like you get to like basically win that war and then try to be its own like country.
Yeah.
And people have done it. They take over the United States. It's all Texas.
That's cool.
And that's cool.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, it's hard as shit because I tried it. But like the problem with the game is that like right now there's a lot of obtusities to like how things are working. So like you need to have certain like your peasants want certain food, but you can only get that food from other countries, so you have to import that food, but they don't tell you like, no, we don't want that food. You have to just figure it out going through like 6 different menus. It's a really good game. It hurts my head every fucking time I boot up this game. But it's great looking too. It's got a great aesthetic to it, like menu wise. Very fun. My brain hurts.
Cool right-wing game.
Yo, I can't believe we have a first-party Nintendo game in the 51 plus tier, and I put it there.
You did that. You.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm calling Doug
that-
Bowser.
You? That was you.
No, that was Willard.
Was that Willer? For Victoria? No, Willer did the shoe. You did Victoria.
No, I didn't.
The shoe was that was me then. Yeah, so
It
it's
was
Tyler.
Yeah, because I did the
Tyler
Cuphead
Trick,
one.
yeah.
The shoe was 4 games ago.
You're right. I
Oh
forgot.
my Lord.
Joe, you have big bullets. Victoria seems cool.
Yep.
Yo, I sit here and I look at my life.
No.
And I look at this.
No.
And I look at myself.
No. I know what you're gonna say.
And I go,
Really? Do you know?
And I go,
Yeah.
Does he know?
You have a lot of
What's
games
it cooking?
on here. I think I will cut Baba Is You.
Okay.
Here, I'll cut one of my own.
We'll settle.
What?
I'm also
And
in
this
for
is
Baba.
this is purely only because this game did not come out this year.
And it's like not only not
That-
this year, but it's old as shit.
That game sounds sick.
It's
and I might
not
actually
old as
do
shit.
it.
Dude, Baba is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's such a cool idea.
Actually, red pilled.
Baba Is You is only 3 years old. Came out in 2019.
Okay.
It's amazing to me that a game like Baba Is You didn't come out till not
But okay,
2019.
even if it came out this year, it might not necessarily crack like top 10.
Fair
That's
enough,
the thing.
fair
You
enough.
have to realize that we're already in the 20s, which is only like 10 away from the 10.
Everything left is pretty damn good.
Yes.
Baba Is You is a really great puzzle game, and it just is.
You know, I think it's a game that would have been novel and amazing no matter what year it came out in, but it probably wouldn't have been Game of the Year no matter what
I
year
feel
it
like
came out
it
in.
think-
had to happen eventually. This game was as soon as humans started to think they were on the course.
What
to
if
one
I was
day
Rock?
Make this game.
The main
However, on top of that, the aesthetic is also super cute. It's
Yeah.
snappy. So like they executed on this idea
it
that
plays really well.
eventually would happen. They executed well.
All right, Bradley.
Was that yours?
No, that was
you.
Tyler's.
I was about to fucking
I'm
say.
about to go.
Okay, what you got?
Here's the thing. Unless Tyler can save you, I want to cut Into the Breach or Genshin Impact.
You're gonna cut Into the Breach.
Okay, cool.
Whoa! Hey! JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
No,
Yeah.
no. Even
You know,
I will.
that was what I was also thinking of, but I thought you would want
Even
to
I will
higher.
put All Star Battle above Into the Breach. Even I will do
Yeah,
that.
okay, Into the Breach.
Because Into the Breach has been out for a while.
Which
now,
is
here's
the
thing.
last of this tier.
Into the
Yes.
Breach has been out for a while. Now,
It's a returning game.
this
It's not
year,
a-
especially the reason I think it's
4
on
years.
the reason I think it's on the list this year, especially, is that
I think it was 2019 we put it in.
dude, they came out with an update this year that I'm serious. It about doubled the fucking content in the game.
The new mechs are so creative.
Like,
there's a lot more to do now.
They added
new
a
enemies.
they added a whole second page to the mechs you can unlock, which second page is doubling the amount of teams there are. And there's even new scenarios to play through. And God, like, I played this game a little bit when it came out, and I'm really ashamed of myself for not playing it more, because I played the fuck out of it this year. And this is an extremely well-balanced roguelike to me, where
Oh,
to
it's
the
so
point
good.
where, like, I spent a lot of time flying on planes this year, and, like, I would be at the beginning of a flight, and I would be thinking through a fucking turn, and I would be like, there is no way for me to survive this turn. There just
By the
isn't.
end of the flight, he hasn't made his turn yet.
That's the thing.
That's
Like,
the brilliance of this game.
I would be thinking through like every permutation. I'm like, there's no way for me to survive this turn. And then eventually I would look at it again and I would be like, oh my god, there's one move I can do
Yeah.
that not only will prevent me from taking damage, it'll kill every enemy.
After Rabbits, you play Into the Breach.
That's the thing. I feel like it's the next step.
I feel like it's 2 or 3 steps. Into the Breach is big brain.
Like,
Nah.
it is.
Especially on the hard. Oh, I'm sorry, your brain is massive. I forget. But I feel on the harder difficulties, this is a hard fucking
Into
game.
the Breach
You play XCOM.
really falls into that zone that makes me feel good, where it's as hard as it can possibly be while making it still technically possible.
Yeah.
That's the zone I like to be in. And they did it, and they added a shitload more mechs. I'm okay with it going this slow because it's been out for a while. It's just new content.
I think it's a great game.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Now,
super good.
we've reached the 11 to 20 range. I'm going to take a break and stop this recording
Yes.
just in case.
Okay.
Okay, let's finish the fight, boys.
Oh my lord.
It's a shame Halo Infinite died like second.
I know, right? So last time I cut one of my own, the Cuphead DLC.
Yeah.
This time, I'm wondering, is it time for the new Lego Star Wars? How good is it, really?
That's not one of your own?
No, it's mine.
I actually did not play this Lego Star Wars.
What?
Here's the thing. I've played.
Why would that be Bradley?
You know, here
It's a Lego game.
it should be mine because here's the thing. I've played a shitload of the OG Lego Star Wars. Actually, there's even a Lego game I played this year I didn't put on this list just because it came out years ago. Lego Worlds.
Cool.
I do love fucking Lego. I haven't played the newest Lego Star Wars. I don't know much about it.
This is the best Lego Star Wars game that's ever come out.
Really?
Yeah.
Ever?
Absolutely.
It's all 9 episodes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all 9
All
episodes.
right. Okay, hold on.
Aren't they
Am I
brief?
tripping? Does it actually
Isn't
go?
each episode brief? I remember you saying that.
That is the problem.
Am I tripping? Does this go here or not?
It goes here.
Okay.
Wait, is Rogue One in it?
No, I wish it was.
Yeah.
That's the one negative is they don't do the spin-off.
Is there a full Lego
They
game
should have
that's
done a
like
Darth
Rogue
Vader Muso Rogue One sequence.
They should
Can you
have.
imagine a Lego Muso game?
They just like
I think this game is really good. It's the combat in it's really fun, and it's got a little bit of depth that's like just above like as an adult, you're like, oh, I can appreciate this, but as a kid, it's still accessible for you to play it. There's a lot of side content to do that's not just like collect stuff. Like you have little missions you can go and they use the open world environment to do it. Like I had to fight in Coruscant at one point as like a boss battle on the side. You can fly the fucking Death Star.
No.
You can fly it.
You can fly the Death Star.
that shit moves.
It's a space station.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
space station.
Well, stations kind of float.
So I think it's a
Yeah.
great game. There's a ton of content packed into it. I do think that the levels themselves are a little bit brief and could be a little bit expanded upon in
Okay.
some of them. But otherwise, like I had a great time playing it. I think I would have liked it a lot more if I had a buddy to play it with. But it's only like couch co-op, so it's not like I can log someone in.
Oh,
nobody.
Yeah. But it's a great time. I highly recommend like you and Emmy picking
Let's
it up
fucking
on sale.
go.
and
Because
play
I
it.
love me some Lego Star
Yeah,
Wars.
I think you'll have a great time. It's got tons of characters, and it's not tedious to unlock them either, which I really appreciate. They've got some great like voiceover act that like, if you have like certain characters, they'll talk to each other.
That's the thing. It has voiceovers,
You
which
can turn on mumble mode, so all the cutscenes are done with just the mumbles if you want them.
I'm gonna turn that motherfucker on.
Yeah.
Because I'm not used to voice acting in my Lego games.
Yes. And they do enough gesturing to like still establish like what the hell's going on.
Okay.
Like that.
That was Bradley's cut.
That was Bradley's
I think
cut.
so.
Great game. Highly
I'm
recommend.
cutting
That's cool.
Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Whoa!
I want to say some fucking
That's
shit.
my game. Just kidding.
I want to say some fucking shit real
I
quick.
want to say some shit.
I want to say some fucking shit.
the
more,
motherfucking shit I want to say is that this game's actually quite good.
It's pretty fucking cool. And I'm really glad they finally made the open world Pokemon game we've been asking for literally since probably we were playing Pokemon.
This one is not that game.
Here's what's
This
fucked
one
up.
is nearly that game.
It was nearly that game. Here's the thing. I'm probably the person who liked Let's Go most out of anybody here. And I'm the one who probably liked it the most.
You guys are
And I
fucking
will
freaks.
still call Let's Go a stepping stone game. Like, as in a stepping stone of Pokemon trying something out to get to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
I also consider Pokemon Arceus a stepping stone game that got us to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, definitely. The cool thing with Arceus, and the one thing that like I wish they brought forward, and the thing that kind of like addicted me to this game, is the dex.
That's
where
cool.
It's
Yeah.
no longer about catching one of each Pokemon. It's about doing a series of tasks multiple times with
To
each
research.
Pokemon to research them that vary up depending on their species. And I think that added a lot of replayability for what is kind of a limited dex, because I think there's only 280 Pokemon, kind of like Diamond and Pearl.
Man.
That is like, you feel it when you're in open world, and every region has like, I don't know, like what's Perugly's pre-evolution?
Purloin?
Every region has like a zone
Yeah,
where
it's
Purloin
some shit like
spawn.
that.
No.
While I feel like Scarlet and Violet have a bigger dex, and as a result, like, you'll see a lot more stuff as
Yeah.
you're traveling.
Man.
The dex number matters a lot, I think.
Arceus fucking slapped. Probably the best side game since Conquest.
Yeah, and it's also kind of difficult, especially the way I played it. We'll talk about how I play Pokemon games later, but like even people who kind of play this normally, especially the post game stuff, kind of kick their ass. So that's cool. The negative with this game is that the combat system is way simplified.
Yeah.
No
But that's
abilities,
a
right?
that's
No-
a
no
that's a
abilities.
positive for some people.
Sure, not for me, because
Not for you, because you do like competitive.
well, the main thing I like, the thing that's always carried Pokemon, even stuff like Sword and Shield or X and Y or whatever, is the gameplay and the combat.
If you think about it lore-wise, technically they do have abilities. They just don't have the technology to research them yet.
No, they
Boy.
don't have abilities because I can hit Pokemon that have levitate with ground moves. Therefore, they don't have abilities.
Cool system that's introduced is having the move tutor, like / rememberer, be tied to like the UI in the menus, where like you would just want the Pokemon to remember a move, you just go to that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff that they've had since, I think, Sword and Shield. But it just, like, this game's a fun adventure. It's a very good single-player Pokemon game. Throwing the balls feels good. Like, it's a fairly good-feeling game. I like the progression. I actually beat it not too long ago. I think I talked about it on the podcast. I kind of like the ending bits as well. The post-game's pretty cool. But ultimately, having that nerfed combat kind of holds it back, and the fact that there's 2 big Pokemon games this year is kind of the main problem with the franchise, period, is that they are releasing stuff too fast, too frequently.
Do they have 2 different teams that are working on stuff, or are they cross?
I think these are both the main team. The difference was that the Diamond and Pearl remake, which I
That
talked
was
shit
outsourced.
about last year,
Yeah.
that one was outsourced.
Yes.
That is a bad game. It's not a bad game, but it's a very
It's
disappointing
a lazy remake.
super lazy.
Here's the thing. I'm caught in an awkward position. I feel like I'm a different person than I was 5 years ago. I feel like I'm being a fucking hypocrite because I used to be the kind of guy who would say, who fucking cares about the graphics as long as the gameplay is good?
Yeah, you were.
And I would be like, there's good games on the SNES that didn't have good graphics. Like, gameplay's king, right? And I was playing this game, and even on my Switch... Yes, even on my Switch right now, I have a video. I was standing still, not doing anything, and there were trees blinking in and out of existence.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucking unacceptable to me. That's not okay! Does anybody think that's okay here?
No.
That's not okay!
It's fine.
No, it's bad.
I just want to point out that this is, you can go back to this podcast years ago and hear the character development
I know,
a
you
man,
really can.
of a man who has realized the importance of graphical
I feel like we talked
power.
about RTS last year, but we didn't. It came out in January, but I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Maybe we
podcast.
have.
Because there was a lot of video footage of the game before it came out, and we're like, it won't look this bad.
Yeah.
I knew it would.
That's the thing. There's looking good with what limited tools you have to work with, which, like, the Switch has some limited-ass tools. And there's been games that look really good on it, and this is not one of them, and it really disappointed me.
Man, but to talk about some of the other positives,
There are other positives.
Hearing the music reminds me of how much I like the townsfolk and the idea of you being this past in a town of people who don't appreciate Pokemon or are scared of them, literally. It's like a PG version of Attack on Titan where they've built up walls so Pokemon can't get in. And slowly
That is a good...
Pokemon get introduced into
Fine.
the village, and you get to see how the people in the village start working with them, so that's cool. But if we're talking about Pokemon plots, there's a game this year that completely destroys this plot out of the water, so there's no point in talking about it.
It's just not the best Pokemon game that came out this year. It's just not.
But I would rate this maybe in my top 4.
Look at all the games that come below
Like,
this
not
Pokemon
top game this
It's
year,
good.
top 4 Pokemon games. Sorry, clarify.
Okay.
Tyler, your turn.
UC, are you good?
Yeah, we're good. We're just,
This is a dangerous
we're
territory.
in the territory.
We're in the territory.
The 20s is always where things could start, like, blood is, like...
Hey, this is going to be a
flowing.
weird 20s. I
Yeah.
think.
I really like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Fighting Battle R.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I just feel like it's close to being here.
Do you want to put it in?
It's that or Trails. Or Tails.
JoJo's.
Really?
JoJo's goes first.
I think JoJo's as
Really?
well.
Huh?
I think JoJo's as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you and I are both the ones that played both of
Because
those
you know
games the
what?
most.
It's a re-release with new content.
but we
But
all
it's
did play it.
The thing with that new content is they have revamped every single
Every character.
I didn't realize how much I played the first game until I touched this game, and I was like, nothing feels the same.
Wow.
And in a positive way. It's
Yeah.
really cool, the patches that they made.
This, I will say, this game is a labor of love by people who
Labor
make
of love.
video
Yes.
games and also really love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
But with a budget that didn't let them have good netcode,
Yeah.
which is
Huge
what I
in a
will
fighting
always cite as the biggest problem with this game is that the online infrastructure is still basically the same as they used
Damn.
back in the PS3 games.
Meanwhile,
It's playable at least, but
since we live close, we can play couch co-op.
we can.
For now.
And I hate playing Tyler because he embodies Joseph Joestar to a T.
So funny.
But like the move sets, the specials, the way the characters pose, I could show you multiple videos that will point out panels that every
Yeah.
single oh, my crouching kick is actually a reference to that panel.
Yeah.
They go so
Like,
hard.
I'm saying
You know
this-
this game is like a JoJo's reference?
Yeah. Like, not even just among fighting games, among games in general,
Yeah.
I don't think there has been a game that is more faithful to the source material than this.
I hope that this gets multiple seasons of DLC. I doubt it because I don't think it's sold that well, unfortunately.
To me,
But I would like to see Part 8 characters show up in this because they have shortchanged Part 8 really hard on this.
Including Iraqi.
I don't know. To me, it could have been the bad netcode, but it did feel just like a little bit clunky as a fighter.
It is a bit clunky.
It's a bit jank.
Yeah.
And also, it's especially because we just came from DNF and
Guilty
Guilty
Gear.
Guilty
Gear.
Gear have really easy inputs. This is more like a traditional
Oh,
fighting game
it's
where I
real
started,
tight.
where that shit's tighter than
Yeah.
There's a,
Then you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I think the combos would be complex enough even if you only had one character to play, but every character is two characters.
The combos are so
Oh my
fucking sick.
Looking up Valentine
They're so
combos
swaggy. Oh,
Valentine combos are a nightmare. I can't do them. They're so, and you have to do them tight. Like you have to you need to uppercut when this person is at this angle.
yeah, you
here.
have to get the high tray, you have to get the timings
Yeah.
right. But when you pull it off, it feels really good.
Yeah.
But there's also ways to play this game easy if you just spam the auto combos. It's a fighting game that Bradley played a good chunk of, which he doesn't play many fighting games.
That's the
these
thing.
days.
It takes a bit for me to get
Yeah.
interested enough in one to
Shit,
play.
talking
It.
about it makes me want to play again because I love the character
It's
so
really
much.
fucking.
It's a
Everyone's,
good place for it.
it's
Now that was Tyler, so
That's
Joe.
me.
We're recording.
All right, Bradley.
This is
Yes.
getting nasty, baby. Don't say it. I know what you're thinking, but you
I'm
don't.
going to get rid of Genshin Impact unless Tyler wants to get rid of Slay the Spire.
I sit here in hesitation and silence, really contemplating.
I'm
why it's a
I'm
good
really
choice.
thinking, man.
That's
Dwarf Fortress.
You're doing some fucked up shit.
really
None of us.
that is pretty fucked up.
We all like Dwarf Fortress. None of us are really in there yet. We need more time, so it'll come back in the future.
Right. Also, we threw out a game. What was it? Tactics Ogre for being 20 years old.
Dwarf
No,
Fortress
this
actually
is a new
playable.
game.
Dwarf Fortress is
now
like
it's
20 years old.
playable.
Yeah.
Tactics Ogre was always a real game. This just became a real game.
Yeah.
Man, and yeah, that's actually pretty fucked up. What
It's
you
a
just
really
said.
tough one, dude.
That's the Tactics Ogre.
We already got rid of
We already did that.
What am I talking about?
Dwarf
Dwarf Fortress. No? Okay.
I can
okay.
live with that.
I could live with that.
Joe.
I'm keeping this bullet in my pocket.
Shit,
Hold
no.
on.
We can't give him any more bullets.
Hold
Stop.
Maybe I let Slay the Spire go.
Because
at
Slay the
8.
Spire is a 3-year-old
It
game.
is older.
You only started playing it because it
Now, I
ended up on your phone.
installed it on my Steam Deck last night so I can get into it.
It doesn't matter, Joe.
That's
I have bought Slay the Spire on 3 different devices.
That's fine. I understand
I'll
What is this?
I'll
Is this
allow
JoJo's?
it.
This is JoJo's. The JoJo's goes hard.
I'll allow it.
Slay the
but
Spire?
This is ammunition for later.
That's fine.
Yes. Slay the Spire has definitely established itself as one of the best roguelites that's ever been made.
Oh, it's great.
I say that with no hesitation. Their card balance and this
deck building roguelite is just astounding.
I want to point something
How
out.
almost everything can be synergized. Like, there are 4 different classes who have an entire deck pool of maybe over 60, of around 60 cards or so, and within those 60 cards, there's maybe 4 to 6 very well-defined strategies, but it's very easy to figure out how to mix and match those strategies to figure out like a path to victory, I guess.
Yes.
There's a lot of UX features that this game implemented, like the overworld pathing system. It's very similar to
What are you talking about? The map?
the map thing.
Oh, okay,
in like just this roguelike element
Yeah.
that I've seen other things do it, like Peglin does it as
It's
well.
about to get really tough.
I'm more.
It's just it's one of those games that I had heard about for years. I knew people loved it. As soon as I started playing it, I immediately regretted that I had not been playing this for the past.
You
2
want
years.
to hear a fun story? It's the first time I met Tyler and we were talking, and he discussed he liked roguelikes. Like, oh, you should play Slay the Spire. This was back in the Live Lab days.
Well, see,
I'm
Tyler
not-
doesn't listen to our
Yes.
advice.
So a few years go by, and he gets Slay the Spire on PS5, and we're talking. He's like, "Hey Joe, I got this new game called Slay the Spire. You should play it."
No. I didn't say it was new. I just said I finally
No,
got.
you got a new game, which means you got a new game.
Yeah,
to play.
I got a new game. I knew it wasn't a new
All
game.
right.
Yeah, the point
simmer
being is that
down.
it came full circle. I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Whose pick was that?
That was mine.
Bradley.
So
Bradley, we have reached a really difficult point.
Shoot Joe in the foot.
I do have 2 ideas. I'm gonna pitch idea number 1 first.
Oh yeah.
I want to ask y'all. I imagine the question. I imagine the answer to this question is pretty good, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
I'm gonna just say
How
no.
good is Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak?
Super good.
Super
Very
good.
good.
So
Is it-
not even pretty good. It's
Here's
super
my
good.
here's my.
I think
question.
it's super fucking
Is it better
Then
than
Iceborne.
Iceborne?
good. Iceborne, that should have been the game of the year 2020. No.
Yeah.
No, it's
Okay. Okay.
But Iceborne, that should have been the game of the year,
Year
2020.
2020.
So be fair.
I think Sunbreak is very, very good. And, well, it made you and I actually enjoy Rise.
Yes. And
That's oof.
which-
boy, did I enjoy it.
I have one complaint about the game, and that complaint's being fixed. Which
It is not time.
yeah. I don't care.
Definitively not time.
Just cut Elden Ring. We're all waiting for it to get
Are you
done.
fucking with me? Don't even joke.
I am fucking.
I did think about we should have started this podcast with a disclaimer that this is the year Elden Ring came out.
Dude, like we should have.
Like we talked about things that happened in 2022.
I played some other very good
You
games
played Elden
this
Ring
year.
6 times.
I sure
It's
did.
so fun.
Yeah, but it's like, we should have, like, along, like, the Ukraine war, like,
Yeah.
in 2022.
But it's like,
Elden
what are
Ring
non-game
came out.
things that happened while Elden Ring did come out?
Here's the thing. I will offer a different game than Monster Hunter Sunbreak. I'll offer a different game on the disclaimer that on my next turn Monster Hunter Sunbreak goes.
Well, okay, what is this game?
I will offer Dwarf Fortress.
What? Those 3 fuckos play it.
I play it.
He
Yeah, he
plays
plays
it.
too.
He's
But
played
you
it.
know, at the same time they brought
How
up the
about-
play. It's been being made
How
for like
about
15 years.
how about you do Dwarf Fortress
Yes.
and I do Trails of Cold Steel?
Perhaps.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Okay, here's what I'll say about Dwarf Fortress,
Y'all
because
are
you know,
saying some very binding things.
look,
I agree with you.
I have
That's what
played-
it's all about.
It's Twilight
baby.
Imperium.
These are some really heavy packs.
These game of the years have always been Twilight Imperium. You just haven't played it right.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I've
All right,
cruising
I'm
just
down
like
with
a
that.
Twilight.
I'll say some shit about Dwarf Fortress, because here's the thing. I played it for a little while. I even played it about 5 years ago during college, and I took a break for a
With
while.
ASCII
During the
symbols.
ASCII
Yeah, I even played with the ASCII symbols, which is something kind of charming about it, but I'm not going to be like the people who pretend the ASCII symbols are better. I was even talking to Willer earlier. There was some motherfucker I was watching on YouTube, and like, here's the thing. Now, in the Steam edition that came out, you know what's so fucking cool? You can click and drag
I can
with-
see shit.
You can click and drag with your mouse and say, hey, I want to dig this out. And I was watching some dude on YouTube who was like, yeah, the new mouse stuff to determine where you dig, it's really confusing and I don't really get it. I wish they didn't change. I'm like, you're not going to convince me that the old way was better than the mouse way. I've played the old way if you think the old way is better, you're like you. I'm about to say some bad words.
let's just say that you.
No. I'm like, no, I think in the new Dwarf Fortress that came out with,
They go, how'd you know?
holy shit. The improvements
Oh,
they
it's so.
Do I have to edit shit?
No, the improvements they made to the UI is unbelievable. You can look at this game and
Oh my
understand
god,
what's
it's an
going on.
actual fucking game!
It's incredible. The only things that are a little still confusing is like, oh, is this a craftable item or do I have to trade for it? Or
Yes.
like, do I need this item before I can make this item? That's stuff you still don't know and stuff you still have to figure out. And some people like to figure that out, some people don't. Overall, this is still one of the most unique, cool fucking games I've ever seen. However, the reason I don't think it can realistically go at the top of this list is because there are games on here, like Dwarf Fortress, where if you are in the niche for that game,
It's great.
if you fit in the niche for that game, it is easily
It's
game
the
of
game
the
for
year.
you.
Yes.
It's easily game of the year.
Yeah.
But if you are not in that niche,
Yeah.
it's so not game of the year.
And I think that's 100% okay.
Yeah.
Because not every game is for everybody. Like there's 0% chance it's ways. Dwarf Fortress is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's great.
I'd rather stuff be a little more niche than
Yes.
all appealing and loose tooth, like they're little toothless because of it.
Correct. And I think I've put in 15 hours of Dwarf Fortress in, and like I really like the game a lot more than I thought I would. I don't really have anything negative to say about it. But like it is old-ish, and I'm glad that I can finally visualize what I'm looking at here rather than trying to like look at a key to do everything. I'm really wanting our friend Trevor, who played this for a long time. I really want to do oh god, what's it called? A succession game with him.
Yeah, where like one of y'all does a fort, and then after you're done, the other one takes over the
It's
fort.
not even. Yeah, it's like you get 1 year and then you pass it to the next person. That sounds super cool to me.
Yeah.
I think that's a great way to play it.
Here's the thing. There's a lot of games that there are some games, and dare I say, even 13 Sentinels featured on last year's Game of the Year. There are some games where
2 years ago.
if you haven't played them, I'm gonna tell you have to play them. Dwarf Fortress is not one of those games. I'm not gonna say if you haven't played Dwarf Fortress you have to play it.
Not for everyone.
However,
In fact, a huge plus to this. I'll let you finish your thought, actually.
Dwarf Fortress, I'm not going to say it's one of those games where if you haven't played it, you must play it. I will say, if it's a game you don't know anything about, you must look it up. And then after you look it up, I think you will know whether it's your new favorite game or not.
Now, this is a game. I think anyone in this room could say this is the most anti-Willer game you could think of.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
I like this game.
I'm saying,
Pretty
right?
good.
And I didn't look anything up. So things could go your way.
Yeah.
But also, I'm not deep enough to the shit. The shit hasn't happened to me yet.
So I have to abandon my fort, like when I restart, because I had a were-moose attack happen and it affected half of my population, so now they're just getting slaughtered by giant moose men.
That's sick.
Everyone in your fort's going to die at some point, and you're going to have to look at that.
That's fun, TM.
That is the point of the game, is figuring out how to make better forts, and you don't know how to make a better fort until everyone has died.
The
in your first
journey
one.
is the game, which I love those games.
Journey before destination.
Journey
as
before
Neil
destination.
Tyler say exclusively.
So,
Willard D. Silva.
Willard D. Silva, I think it is your pick, my
He
boy.
did the tails. He already cut it.
Trails of Cold Steel.
Yo,
Damn.
talk about a game that's got some great fucking
You know we have.
core base to it. I hate that's a PSP title.
You know we
I'll
have.
let you talk about it first.
Trails of Cold Steel is an old ass game. It came out on the PSP, or this version came. This game came out on the PSP.
Oh, good save. I wonder how old it is.
But I'm talking right now, so that's your dude.
You're right. But I have.
Tyler's dancing.
I got it.
Anyways,
The music is a bop, though.
Trails has I really like the combat in Trails, and I was kind of shocked because it's got like a 3D kind of movement to it, but you can't control where people stand. But area effect is still important. In my mind.
It is a turn-based game.
Yeah.
That's kind of a CBT game, which is a conditional-based turns.
Yes.
Not to be confused with the other CBT. And it's like Final Fantasy X, but...
And 7 with the materia kind of system.
That's how you build your characters, but the way you actually combat is you move around the field and you do moves that have different ranges towards opponents. Joe, there's a thing you don't like about this game. You should go over that.
I think the problem I don't like about this game is the structure of the game, where it's very much just like you wake up, you go to school for a section, you get like, here's your mission for the week or month or whatever it is. You go. It's very formulaic in like how each session is brought up, which isn't bad because there's Persona, which is also very formulaic, but it's able to hide that.
Persona mixes it up more, and it's got the
and like there's some in between time.
Persona gamifies the school
yes
life system, but more so than this game.
Right, and this is an older title.
Yeah.
It's also old and ugly.
It's not
looking.
older than Persona 3.
Yeah, but I also just don't appreciate the graphics too much in the game. I think they're just PSP games and they're old, and I can't blame it against that. But in terms of just like playing it now versus playing any other game, it's hard to justify doing so.
As for me, it hurts to cut this game because I got really enchanted by this.
Mm-hmm.
It's what should ostensibly be a very generic anime plot that I think is really, it works so well for me because of the attention to detail to the world building and the dialogue that I think, while it's still pretty anime, like
It's not flamboyant.
to put an example, in certain anime or like superfluous writing, an event will happen, and then certain characters won't acknowledge it or let it happen, or like, hey, giant god sprouted out of the earth and no one talks about it. Like that's not the kind of writing that Trails does. Like some weird, wacky shit happens in this story, but the characters address it and talk about it in a natural way, and their relationships with each other work in a way that gets me really invested in the main cast.
They weirdly enough feel like players, like they actually feel like people that are being involved in this game.
I love the characters in the world. Like, this game sold me on this, and Trail, like I've mentioned in the podcast, Trails is the One Piece of like RPG series where they make multiple games spanning multiple plot lines in the same world. It's not all following like the same crew or anything like the Straw Hats, but it's like a really long-term storyline, and this game sold me on it to the point where like I'm willing to go play the older ones. It is my actual complaint with the game is that it's very long. This is almost a Persona length game, which is
crazy. It's
hours.
Yes.
Well, you're slow as shit. Also, you don't. Slow is not even the word I describe. I don't know how to describe your.
You actually go back in time when you play this game.
You have Zeraldo.
Yo, I'm wondering what took me so long to get that far in the game. I don't know what happened.
That said, like I'm still gonna finish this game, and I will play the other ones.
I do want to play it and finish it. It's just like
it's long, and it is repetitive. But I've reached the point where shit's popping off, and I'm like. Because it was such a slow build-up, and I understand that these characters and world so much, I'm really invested in this pop-off right now.
I think that's one thing too. Is that when it comes to like JRPGs, like just being invested in itself and like what's happening, what's going on, and me being able to follow it and kind of be invested is a good sign, I think, to its writing, which is impressive for its time. Yeah, like this is pre-Persona 5.
The character designs do not do this game justice because they look very like everything looks.
They actually
generic.
are generic.
Like even I think Bradley would really enjoy this cast and the story, for example.
But like
it's long as shit, so don't play it.
But like you also get like great character interactions because I can't remember the names, but you have the white hair girl and the blue hair girl.
Yes, you have Fee.
Yes.
And Laura.
Yes.
Who have a really cool plot line that they go through. We also have Machias and Juices,
and also
which
like,
are some of my favorites.
And they're not afraid to
to
take like elements. So there's a moment where like you have to like fight your own teammates, and they're not afraid to like lease control away from you from your main character that you've built up and just play these two other characters are on the opposite side
to do storytelling.
Yeah, I'm like that's great. That's why I want to see it.
And there's cool stuff too, where like
you alright, bud?
Yeah, I'm just thinking hard.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We'll cut it there. It's a great game. I I am totally into this Trails franchise just from this game, and this is supposed to be the most formulaic. So,
And what's funny is that like this is a style and a setting that I think would not be very.
this is the. I'm sort of partial to like magical military, like
It's very
Valkyria
FMA,
Chronicles,
Full
Metal Alchemist kind
Yeah.
of thing. So I'm not like super against
It's
it.
not. It's not. I would say like very heavy in your wheelhouse.
No, it's
Yeah.
not what you'd usually see me doing.
Yeah.
That was Bradley's cut. Well, that was my cut.
That was that.
Oh, yeah, 'cause I did Dwarf Fortress.
So
Tyler.
you cut Trails.
You're back up. Sorry.
Y'all, I hate Loop Hero.
I can let it go here.
Look,
At least it didn't go earlier.
Look,
Loop Hero ain't bad, but Devolver digital games don't go beyond 30 minutes of playtime.
I did play the
Man.
fuck out of it this year, though.
Tyler's,
That's a hot-
Tyler's Devolver hate. I don't disagree with it, but he's so mean with it.
This
That
it's probably the Devolver game I've played the most of.
So
Interesting.
I'll say this about Devolver: if Tyler has finished a Devolver game, you should play it. And Tyler has finished Inscription.
Inscription. Everyone should play Inscription. Pause the Loop Hero shit. I think even earlier, just in this discussion, I was talking about Dwarf Fortress. I'm like, there's games for some people. I'm like, you can tell if Dwarf Fortress is for you. I'm like, no, just play Inscription. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your taste in game is. Play Inscription,
I
please.
should get around to that.
Please, I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Inscription's great. Loop Hero's a little bit different. This is, I will say, another one of those games where I'm like, you know what? If the game is for you, you're going to play the fuck out of it. If it's not, you're probably not going to play it very much.
They have a lot of variety in their options and like monster encounter variety, which I really liked.
Yes.
I was about to talk about Inscription. That's
But
Let's not do that.
yeah.
I don't know, the entire premise of the loop, it's a very idle management game.
That's the thing. That can be a plus or a minus.
Yeah.
To
It's
Willard,
a
that's
plus or
kind
a
of a
minus.
plus because I've always wanted to get into like those kinds of management, like a Tokimeki Memorial kind of.
Because,
thing.
like, the fun part of it is, I can tell my guy to go explore, and it won't pause the game until he gets to the camp again, which could be a huge plus for some people, but it could also be a huge minus for some people without changing any aspect of it.
Yeah. I think this is a really good game, and that's why it is up here, but I'm purely just
No.
not a fan of the longevity that you would need to put in to play this game.
To sell people on it, at least for the good stuff, this is a game I played the shit out of non-stop for after I discovered it, because for a long time, even before I discovered this game, I was like, man, I wish there was just a game where, like, you had an adventurer and you could just tell him to go out and adventure, and then he would just do it. He would go out.
Like you like the idea of an adventure management.
Like, he would just go out, kill shit, grab gear, and he would come back, and I can equip it and tell him what I want him to do, and he would go out and explore some more.
God, what would you like for me to do?
Yeah, and then I found out about this game, and it was kind of exactly what I wanted. And it also had an art style I really liked. I didn't even know before buying the game that it had a story, and surprisingly, it had a story that fit really well with the mechanics of the game. And it was really cool. The core thing of the game is, like, your character wanders around in a loop automatically, and you build the landscape around him. So, you can put down like a bunch of trees, and the trees might boost his stats, but the more trees you have, you might get creatures coming out of the woods to attack you. Or you can put down villages, and like, if your guy passes through a village, he gets a quest, and if he completes the quest, he gets really good gear. But the problem is, the more villages there are, the more bandits it attracts, and so it's like, you can place down more tiles to get more bonuses, but those tiles also attract more dangers, and so
That sounds so cool.
the game becomes like, how do I build this world to make my character as strong as possible while also minimizing the danger he gets killed? And I think that is the core of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really cool. And you'll know there's an eventual boss you're trying to beat, and you'll know what strengths that boss has. And it's like, okay, how do I construct a world that creates an adventurer that can beat this boss?
Now, why do you hate this? Hate's a strong word.
That's the thing. And I'm not
Why
gonna
do you
act like
hate
I'm not
this
gonna act like there's not bad things.
Hate is a strong word. I don't hate this game. It's just really not.
It's not for you.
Yeah.
It's not for you.
Like,
I use hate as a joke here.
even as much as I like it, if it was in top 10, I'd be like, maybe that's generous.
And we're getting there. So
Because
wow, we're getting there. Holy shit.
my main complaint about the game, and I think I even said this as much because I've talked about it on the podcast before. My main complaint about the game is that there just is not more of it. Honestly, you do run out of content faster than you would like to. I still got about 35, 40 hours out of it.
Interesting conundrum there.
Which for some people is enough. To me, like for me, if I spend...
It like depends. Like the gameplay loop could be so engaging where it's like I could have used a little more.
Like here's the thing. There's 3 classes in the game. There's only 3, and I got 40 hours out of those 3 classes, and to a lot of people, including me, if I hit 40 hours in a game, I feel like I got my money's worth.
For sure.
But even then, I got to 40 hours, and I was like, God, I wish there was more than 3 classes. Because I want to keep playing this fucking game.
Games that have a good post game go a long way.
That's what astounded me. I told you guys about this after I beat the game. I'd been playing the game already just non-stop for like 1 or 2 weeks, and then I beat the game, and then I found out there are more secret super bosses in this game than there are just bosses in the normal game. And so I had to keep playing the game to beat those bosses, and that was really fucking fun.
Joe?
My turn?
No, I'm cutting things off here because any future cut will be very upsetting to someone on this table.
no!
I was looking at this list and I was like, I don't think there's a safe cut.
There's no more
So all
safe
these
cuts.
games are just the top 10. We win.
Everything is tied
15.
for 22nd.
I'm very confused. What's happening?
No, it is your cut.
okay.
I'm just dreading what's about to. I don't think there's anything.
I think out of these 10, I think there's safer picks than you think.
I want to cut Genshin.
Can I offer you Dark Tide?
No, because that's my game.
Dude, he's got a big gun. I don't.
Here, I will take Dark Tide.
Wait, here's the question though.
Yes.
What was better, Dark Tide or Warhammer? Because this is
That's unfair
this
because
is
you're
not-
asking for game 1 and 2.
But is this the full Warhammer game or was it just the post-content release? Like, did Warhammer
Dark
3
Tide's a
come out
completely
this year?
different game.
Warhammer 3 came out this
Okay.
year.
It's on the list. Yeah.
Yeah. And it also came out with Immortal Empires.
Yeah, that-
Dark Tide's a completely different game.
I know it's a completely different game. I played Dark Tide.
Okay, I just want...
Oh shit! Let me put on my.
I can take Dark Tide. I'll do it. However,
What are you doing?
on your turn, you're getting rid of Master Duel.
Nah.
Whoa!
I'll take Genshin.
Y'all, we're in some dangerous zones right here.
Right.
Now, hold on.
Can we take Genshin?
I
No,
think,
I would offer Splatoon 3 before Genshin. I'm telling you, just the new content in Genshin this year is better than some full games that have come out.
Bradley, no!
Yes,
Bradley, no!
Bradley, yes,
Bradley.
yes.
I want
Daddy,
this off.
yes.
No! Because okay, it's time. I'm sorry. Two of you are gonna hate me for this. Now. There's only one game in this list that made me upset to play video games while I was playing it.
I
Sometimes
think it's because you're bad.
Yeah, you are pretty bad.
better than a lot of people that play this game.
Doubt.
No.
Cool. If that's the argument we want to go with.
I am just saying that I have had a lot more fun with Modern Warfare than Splatoon 3.
Let me just preface that
But
I'll word it like this. We know a lot of people that work on Modern Warfare 2.
Yes.
So any negative said can be fully attributed to Willer of the Roundabout Cast and no one else on this podcast.
That's fine.
Hold on.
I think this game is...
But hold on, we're not cutting it just yet.
Well, no, if we're doing a circle, I
We're
do
not.
not
It's
want...
just-
It's just for real.
Splatoon is not getting cut before Modern Warfare 2. It is... No.
Actually,
Hot takes.
I don't know. Actually, yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Good to know. So we're back to Genshin.
We've done a circle of offers.
That probably
Here's-
would like to save Genshin. I given it his
I'm
price.
telling you.
No. I offered good.
He's saving Master Duel. You're saving Dark Tide. He's saving
The
Genshin,
reason I'm fucking-
No.
And I'm saving Splatoon.
The reason I'm fucking
Yes!
no.
Everyone is saving something
No,
right
the
now.
reason I'm fucking depressed right now as I speak at this table into this microphone, into the ears of the people who are listening to this fucking podcast,
Yeah, Brian.
is because if the new content that came out in Genshin this year was its own standalone game, I'm confident it would be game of the year, but it's not.
Whoa!
It's so good. Both the story and the content that came out
The
with.
story is better than anything else. Well,
I'm blown fucking away.
Inazuma still is a story.
The only
It was
reason,
just-
like,
I told you we should have stopped this podcast.
This is it. This is the final roundabout cast. We're ending it here because we'll probably have murdered each other.
the
afterwards.
best story I played last year was 13 Sentinels. The best story I played this year was in Genshin Impact, and that's just how it is.
Over Amori, Bradley?
Yes.
Oh my fucking
yes.
god.
And Omori is fresh. I just finished it this past week. I thought the new Genshin Impact
Get
region
the
story was better.
fuck out of town.
It was amazing to me.
Oh my
It blew me
God.
out of the fucking water.
Oh,
It is
Jesus.
really good.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah, Amori's really good.
Omori is also off the goddamn chain, it's gonna go in the top 5. I don't care what y'all say.
I knew that. I realized I fucked up my list early on. So, I'm going to cut Dark Tide then.
Well, hold on. Is that
But-
acceptable?
I want you to keep that in mind.
But what in mind about what?
Wait, hold on. I'm keeping it right here. Oh no, I lost it.
Oh shit, my mind is gone.
Okay, fine.
Wait, hold up. Only one
Ma-
person played Bayonetta. Can we take his word for it?
You have to take my word for it.
See, I knew that was going to happen too. I act like I don't pay attention to that.
Y'all, we-
Only one person's played Warhammer 3, and we are taking his word for it and Dark Tide.
I mean, I've played Warhammer.
I will also put in the other bullet where the condition last year is if you got everything right, you had to play a game with the other person.
I won last year, did I not?
We both won.
Yeah,
Shit,
and
we
I don't
tied.
think I
Neither one of them played my game I asked them to play.
What
What
was
was
the game
it?
again?
Yours was Warhammer 3 and yours was God of War.
Hey, I played Warhammer.
Yours?
No, Warhammer 3.
No, I played real Warhammer this year.
Nope. Not what I asked for. You started that before the entire contention.
Bradley played 13 Sentinels. I didn't even try with Tyler because I know that it's
That was the
worthless.
fucking game.
Yes. So, just saying that. That being said, I'm going to cut Dark
That gives Joe bonus points.
I'm cutting Dark Tide. One being is I'm probably the only person that's going to continue playing the game here. The other one being is that I think it has some technical issues that stops it from even getting that stops it from getting to the top 10 potentially.
To me,
So I'm going to cut it there. We're gonna.
We have just signed a deal with the devil.
I have that in my back of my trunk.
you let him have a foothold.
You let him have a foot.
You know
Genshin
Bradley
is-
did. I allowed Genshin to go. I said yes.
Bradley.
I gotta hold on for a little bit longer. I have to.
This is that's literally his only single. I guess not single because you play it too. It's like his major game. I would say.
It really, really just fucked me up how good
Bradley,
the story was
it's
this year.
your suggestion.
No, so I'm gonna talk about Dark Tide now.
Please,
Yes.
yeah, sure.
Dark Tide is probably
Oh my God.
one of the best, if not the best, first-person 40K games that's ever come out. It's got some great melee combat mixed in with some great shooting combat as well. I
Both
think
of them are just janky enough that they work well in tandem together.
yes, it's really bizarre.
Yeah. I really like that aspect of it.
And the mission design on them, I really like because so like it's a horde-based shooter, kind of like Left 4 Dead, I would say. The thing about Left 4 Dead is that a lot of times in Left 4 Dead, it's like, all right, turn on the gear machine and just sit here and just kind of survive
Well,
until.
that's the AI turning on the gear machine.
Yeah, it's just like turn on the machine and sit here for the zombie horde for like 3 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whereas Dark Tide switches this up. It's like, all right, you're in this room and you can start the mission whenever, but so you know, you're gonna have to take this fucking energy coil that when someone's holding it, they can't shoot or use a melee weapon, carry it to the other side of the room, put it in the machine, and then put in the access code to put it in there. And those are all interactive elements. So someone is like doing their own minigame while they're doing this side objective or this main objective. And that's really what I want from a co-op game where someone is focused on the
one
objective.
thing while the other one's doing the other one.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think that's really great and makes each of those situations incredibly intense. The enemy variety in this game is really good. It could be even better because there's other Warhammer factions that could be in the game that are doing crazy different shit.
That was like, I know I haven't played it a lot
Yeah.
or even own it still, but I
Yeah.
played that big beta with y'all, and it was just like, For me, it seemed very shallow.
Yes.
For launch.
Yes. And I think this is where we come in, where like this game is going to get way better across the years. However, right now, the load times in it are atrocious. It takes forever for it to boot up and to get into a game. They have a cash monetization shop that is not the best. I don't think it's good. The grinding to get certain things is a lot and can be very tedious, and like it really dissuades you from like making a new character to play a character.
I low-key kind of like those.
I know you do, but
Yeah,
like for me,
I like dedication.
yes. And
Collector's worst nightmare.
I'm trying to think what else there was. There was another thing in here, and I can't remember what it was. But like I think that the overall like the hub experience of the game is not great. But when
It exists.
yeah, it exists. But when you're playing the fucking game, you're like, holy shit, this is the best horror game I've ever played.
Yeah.
It's so good. And
It is such a good upgrade from Vermintide.
from Vermintide, from Left 4 Dead, like it feels like an actual evolution of that genre compared to Back 4 Blood, which felt like a retreading of Left 4 Dead.
Man, one of the best things that I liked from like the specialized enemies is that once they're on you, they're like, I didn't get to encounter all of them.
Yes.
But it seems like if you get grabbed or something, you're just not instantly dead. You take a shit ton of damage, but you're not fucked.
Yes. The other thing is too is that the game, something I really like about the game content is like, oh, we threw a balance patch in to upgrade things, and you're like, okay, why is it 2 gigabytes? And you're like, oh, don't worry about it. And then you find out they added 3 new enemy types, and they added a whole new boss, but did not tell anybody.
That's fun.
And it's like, it's great because you're walking down and the
I like those kinds of devs.
And they have like boss encounters.
Minor bug fixes.
They have like boss encounters that literally burst through the wall and break the level when they enter it. They don't come through a door. They break open a piece of the level, and it's like, hi, I'm an actual boss. You're going to have to deal with me now.
That's cool.
And it's like that is the disruption shit that I want when I'm doing a game over and over again. It's like, oh, a beast of Nurgle comes out, which, by the way, will just walk up to a guy and eat him for the entire boss fight. And they're just kind of stuck there until you, like, punch him in the right gut. It's kind of great.
Nonsense.
It's a really good game, but it is plagued with technical difficulties because Fat Shark just makes janky games.
Okay, that's Dark Tide.
Bradley.
Keep in mind, whatever the next 2 cuts are, we are just cucking out of top 10.
Yes.
Just cooking.
Just cucking.
Just cooking.
We're at 23. This is 3, 6, 7, 8.
This is 22 and 21.
21 and 20.
No, this is
11 and 12.
11 and 12.
I'm gonna say the name of 2 things. Like the gracious man I am, and you better say thank you. I'm gonna say 2 names. I'm gonna say Midnight Suns and Monster Hunter Sunbreak. Which one goes here?
Well, only Joe's played both, so I'll let him take the lead.
I don't know either of these. Do they go here? Maybe I haven't played either of them. Maybe I should be asking, do they even go here?
Midnight Suns goes here.
Really?
Yes.
Are you confidently saying that? Okay, because I don't want to be an
We're
asshole.
11,
you sure?
We're 11 and 12 right now. Or what is it right now?
This is 12.
This is 12. That's fine. It
Okay.
goes here.
Okay.
This game is A+.
Okay.
shocked.
It's fucking awesome.
Any game left should be A+.
number 1.
Any game left on
He
this list
might
should be
get
A+.
it.
What'd you say?
Any game left on this list should be A+.
This game is this came out the first week of December, and I was like, I can get this or I can get Callisto Protocol, and I was like, I'll get Midnight Suns. I'm very glad I did because Callisto Protocol turned out to be a stinker. So this is made by Firaxis. It is who are known for games such as Civilization 1 through 6 and XCOM 1 and 2. XCOM 2, fun fact, is in my top 5 games of all time.
Damn.
So it's like that's like an incredible impression.
It's up there.
So this is XCOM-like in combat?
Yes and no. So they stripped out a lot of the more tactical elements of XCOM. There's not any cover system. There isn't randomization of like how your guns are shooting and like. So they strip out a lot of the more finicky kind of like really having to like think out your terms and replace it with a deck building system and basically just like your hero composition. Each hero has its own unique niche that they can do. For example, Captain America is all about taking hits and building a block because he's got his shield, and so he's the tank. He gets things in. Meanwhile, Nico Mordu is your debuffer who can shoot out like debuffs to the rest of your enemies and also buff the rest of your squad as well as keeping their healthy for a hot minute. Iron Man's more of the in-between character. He can mark targets for elimination, which gives you more actions in the turn, as well as just doing some great AoE damage once you've built up built up your heroism meter. The other great thing about this game is that everyone not only has their needs, but they have their own passes built into them as well. So, for example, Captain America generates block over a turn, which is very simple. But then Captain Marvel, she needs to play 3 cards, and then she goes binary, which means she has double damage, and she has a bunch of block, which stops it's a shield from League of Legends, and she has a bunch of block. However, all of her cards now taunt enemies, which means they are just focusing on her until she stops going binary. So you have to balance that out. It's she's now super strong, but if she hits anything, and doesn't die, it's going to turn on her and start hit her back, which is awesome. It's great. It feels very tabletop-esque. It feels like you're playing a kill team skirmish type game. The other thing on top of this is that they have a super villain system where you have villains that come in like Venom, Sabretooth, Scarlet Witch, and then this generic thing called the Dread Maiden that come in the middle of your missions randomly and have their own unique mechanics. Like Venom, for example, will bind someone if he gets hit. So if you hit him with a character with a melee attack, he immediately binds them down with his symbiote and they can't move or act until you've released them. Sabretooth will act every other card play, which means that he doesn't act on his turn, he acts on your turn, so you have to figure out how much can I play without someone dying. There's a lot of great mechanics in here I think that are stellar. The base game for this game is great. And I think the intermission system is also good. Whenever you complete a mission, you unlock a card back that you can then put into each of your heroes' decks. And you can upgrade those decks.
Kind of like Arkham a little bit?
A little bit like that, but also it's you collect the cards and upgrade one stuff, but then you can randomly roll an additional effect onto them. Does it deal bleed? Does it weaken them? Does it give them vulnerable? You get some cool variety that changes every time. Mm-hmm. And I think it's great. That's a great loop you have there.
What all consoles is it on? Are you Google?
It's on everything. It's on
Okay.
DC. It's on PC. It's on Xbox. It's on PlayStation. Here's my problem with this game. This game tries to be Persona. It really needed to be more like Fire Emblem. So in this game, you control...
Only a true gamer would know the nuance
difference. In this game, you create a character called the Hunter, who... The story of the game basically is your mother is a demon lady who you banished years ago and you died in the process, so they revive you because now she's back and they need you to go take her down again. Whatever. So you make this character, it's your own custom character, but in order for you to unlock the higher tier of passives, the higher tier of combo cards with your characters is developing the relationships with them, which is okay. The problem being is that in Persona there's 7 characters, I think, that's on your team consistently, right? You have 7 teammates or something like that?
Yeah, 7, 8.
Yeah. In Midnight Suns, you have 13 other people you have to do this with. So you have you just have a few more people, but that makes a huge difference because now in order for you to unlock Scarlet, which is passive, you have to go and hang out with her a lot more times while everyone else is already at max level. Where I think the benefit here would be more of sending your individual teammates on groups together and they build synergies with each other like in Fire Emblem and build their own relationship meter up. And I think that also harms the story because the main story conflict within the team is that you have old Avengers who are the classic heroes, the old style heroes, are up against the Midnight Suns, which are the more teenage heroes like Magic and Nico, and so they're clashing together. And it would have been a much better narrative, you have to put them on dates or send them on missions to get to know each other, and it feels more natural that way. Whereas with this, they're just you have to be buddies with everybody, and it feels like you're just forcing conversations the way you want to go. I literally went up to Tony, it's Tony, you're right, you're so right, you're just so good. I gotta go talk to fucking I have to go talk to Doctor Strange, who's not really accepting me, but I'll try to convince him. Strange, Tony's a fucking dick. It doesn't make any logical sense there. And and it kind of disappoints me because I think it'd be great because then you set up a system where like you get combo cards for those characters being together, and you can get some really cool things where like Captain America and Tony do like their shield blast, and that can hit a bunch of people. Like that helps.
I love Shield Blast.
Yes, it has its that's a cool system that you can build on it, but everything is so focused on your character that detracts from everything else, and everyone's just like all eyes on you, and you're like, okay, I get it. Captain Marvel likes me, or like is fawning over me. I'm like, what? It feels like a bot. It feels very amateurish writing, I think, where it's like we want to do this, but we don't understand how to write a story around it. Whereas like with Joker, like you kind of emphasize what everyone's going through, and they kind of latch onto you as a leader. You don't really get that
That's a good
sense
point.
here.
Sure.
Also, the Abbey Grounds is really tedious, and I really didn't like it. But like, I have to tell you, when you're playing the fucking missions, it feels so good. They do a great job of showcasing what each of these heroes can do, and makes it when you pull off these like combos of like we're gonna use Spider-Man to throw this guy here, Scarlet Witch is gonna blow up this tankard, and then they're gonna go flying, and with that we're gonna use magic to then suck them back up, start back in the fire again, start taking more damage over time. So like it feels
Cool
great.
combos.
Yes. And they feel natural when you do it on paper, but it's just outside of that mission system. You're like, I'm just gonna skip all the dialogue and move on with my life, which I kind of did. But I highly recommend this game. I think this game is stellar. Like I beat the game and I immediately started a new game plus, which unlocks all the heroes. So you don't unlock them in story order. You just have everyone on your roster immediately, so you can just start playing with everybody, which is really
That's
cool.
fun.
Yes. But that's Midnight Suns.
That's Bradley's cut.
Yes.
Yes. Now,
Oh,
here's the thing. The next one in this tier is going to be the bitch of the tier.
It's 11th.
Like, it's the one that didn't make it to the top 10.
It's a shame it's Modern
Look.
Warfare 2.
Look, just Tyler, say in an alternate universe where certain people did not work on this game, what keeps this game from being in the 21 to 30 range? In any other universe, we would have cut that around there, said it's a good Call of Duty, and called it a day. Now it does have a lot of modes, which I think are really cool. I've been very nice about this, and I think it's very unfair to say, "Oh, you suck at this game." When I get third or fourth, like I'm middle of the pack when we play with people. Like I don't know, I think that's a pretty average performance. Call me the average Call of Duty gamer.
It's fine.
Not necessarily the more hardcore that will go on voice chat and say those words that we don't talk about. Like,
So fucking funny.
the thing is, this game reminded me why I stopped playing Call of Duties back in the day, and I can point it to me not really liking the spawn system in certain modes. Where, like, it's just kind of not... You have to have very intricate knowledge of the spawn system to not feel like it's bullshit when you literally see enemies spawn in front of you for you to kill. Like, it's not even when it even happens to me. I've done it to other people where they're just like spawn in front of me. I'm like, well, there's a free kill. Like, now there's positives. There's the prisoner mode, which I think is super dope.
That's the fucking
There's
mode right
a
there.
set spawn. There's map knowledge. You can get that smirk off your face.
What? I'm just sitting here listening intently.
And there's DMZ, which I think is cool. I think this game, like, I don't think in the core combat, and come on, even you can't argue that in the core combat it's doing anything too novel.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. What is it doing novel in, like, the core combat? I think it's got cool modes, but...
There's a game on this list called High on Life that I didn't mention because I only played like 2 hours of it. But it's like...
What? I don't think we actually... It's so...
there's a game not on this list.
There's a game not on this
It's
list.
so on this list that it's not even
But
on
it's
this
like,
list.
I haven't played other FPSs in a while,
Sure.
obviously. But it's like, I played it and I was like, Jesus effing Christ, like, why, like, this is awful.
For High as Life,
Yeah.
or whatever it's called.
Have you tried, so you haven't played DMZ, have you?
Yes, I've played
Oh, you
DMZ.
have?
I played with you, in fact.
I like DMC a lot, actually.
Yeah, DMZ is great. I think a lot of the upgrades that Modern Warfare 2 has done in terms of gunplay has been great. I think sniping is like one of the best things they've like actually managed to find a fine line between like PC people playing on PC thinking it's unfair, and people on consoles still having fun with it. But like, I'll let Joe talk. I haven't been talking about
Man,
it.
I really like this game. It made me feel like what it was like to play Call of Duty again. I think it's one of the best iterations of Call of Duty. And I played the one last year.
Yeah,
I should mention that.
5?
Vanguard, whatever
Vanguard?
it's called. And like immediate difference between the two games. It's got great netcode. Vanguard did not have good netcode. It was crazy.
I've seen some people complain that like the boots on ground is lesser than mobility, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
True either. To me, like I play this game and it feels like I'm playing Modern Warfare 2 again without all the hackers running around with their fucking like Xbox button names in their lobbies. I think DMZ, I finally got to play it the other day, and I was like, oh, this is really good mode. And I think Call of Duty is doing some good changes to it that's really trying to like push what their game is. And I think that's really good. It is Call of Duty, and it's got its fucking community, which is atrocious.
Oh.
It's so fun.
They're interesting. I have to say
That's
neutral terms.
That's true. They are interesting. I think they're also sometimes incredibly racist, and that's a Joe Lloyd special right there.
Wow, what a hot take!
Yeah, I think this game, like, if I bought this just off the market, I would still probably enjoy it as much as I did.
But this is a fairly good Call of Duty, but I don't think that makes it necessarily special.
I think
to quote Sony, there is no other FPS worth playing right now.
Damn.
That's true.
I don't think you're completely wrong by the novelty aspect, but I think what makes it really good is that Call of Duty was novel at one point, and it feels like it has found its grip on what's made it so good and lasted so long.
Which, sure, that makes it a top 11 game.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine right here.
What's gonna attract me? Because I'm not always the most FPS attracted person in here. Is that a thing someone's ever said on Twitter? FPS attracted person.
Yeah.
Brandon FPS babe.
That's a new pronoun. We'll add it to the list.
You're an FPS babe, Bradley.
What really attracts me in FPS is both novelty and does it just feel good to play?
Yeah.
Does it feel good? I know it feels good.
Like Doom.
And there's...
Yeah.
Bro, don't even get me started.
Doom makes me gump.
Doom makes me gump. And then...
Life is like a box full of cum.
Y'all, we're all like 4 or 5 balls in one right now.
Oh my god.
Novelty and how good it feels to play. This feels good to play. And man, modes I've played in this that I haven't necessarily played before, because the last Call of Duty game I probably played more than 40 hours of was Black Ops 2. I don't even know how many years ago that was.
Yeah, Ops was fun.
But, like, for example, the prisoner mode, that really blew me away because I was like, how crazy is it that the exact same map you're playing on, but changing the game mode totally changes how you play?
Yeah.
And I love that kind of thing.
And I think that's the big thing too, is that they are introducing new game modes that like prisoner hostage rescue, whatever you want to call it, is really good. And yes, they have the team deathmatch there for people because people really like playing that mode.
Yeah.
But like it's like in Street Fighter, if you can't take away just one-on-one matches and just do the silly modes.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have the bases there.
You gotta have the
And
base.
so like
And it's got to be good.
it's gotta be good. And so like I think that's a great reason. Is like Call of Duty is still like trying to push its own envelope, which I think is great.
But you gotta keep the base good.
Yeah. But like you said, I do think there are some frustrations with the spawning system. I do enjoy those single life games like Hostage Rescue and Search and Destroy way more still.
The fact that you have revives in them now. Is
I think the revive thing is great because it adds this sort of like tactical decision making there. I think that's a great element to it.
There's also stuff like monetization over the military people's skins. Like, that's just not my vibe at all.
That's true.
Oh, dude. I know you haven't played a shit ton, but like DMZ unlocks new ways to get just as good of skins. The raid
Just as good. He doesn't like any of them.
I said
doesn't
that
like the
like
aesthetic.
the entire
the
aesthetic of
military
just
simulation.
of just military, like cool looking military guy can only go so far because like Ghost is kind of peak of that at that point. Like,
I like Oni, who's the fucking samurai. He's cool. He's great.
you know, at the end of the day, you don't get to see them because it's first person.
He
so
goes
it's
yari
like,
yari though whenever you start running around, which is
What a
great.
weeb.
I know. I think it's a great game. I really, really enjoy
Well,
it.
there you
I
go.
mean, we could pitch it against
It's right here.
its direct competitor, which should go next. Which
I
would be
mean, it's
Splatoon.
not really a competition.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it's a competition here.
Do you think in the boardroom?
Just because one sold more, and first of all, the other one is the highest selling game on the Switch, so that's nonsense.
That's good for the Switch.
That's good for because one has an install base. Like, you can't.
You cut Modern Warfare.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna keep this ball rolling.
Oh.
Tyler, it's now your turn.
You can cut Splatoon. Splatoon
I
is
actually
it.
wasn't gonna cut Splatoon.
What would you cut instead?
You weren't gonna cut Splatoon?
No, I wasn't actually.
I think.
I
like-
had some questions.
This is the kind of, I think, the big breaking point between like half the people at this table. I understand why you don't like Splatoon. Splatoon is not the game for me. I tried playing Splatoon. It's like the one purchase this year that I really wish I didn't buy, which is harsh to say.
It's a $60 purchase.
It's a $60 purchase for this game, and it's got.
If I had to buy Call of Duty full purchase, I would have felt kind of mad about it.
Right. So we're saying.
Yeah, but we played it. Okay, so first of all, I'll say this. At this point, I think we played just as much, if not more, of 2019 Call of Duty free to play.
For Warzone?
Because we played
That's
a
not true.
shit ton of Warzone.
I think we got our hours for Warzone. It wasn't
Yeah.
ridiculous.
But like,
I do like Warzone. Warzone's cool.
But it's just sitting on the literally on the opposite sides of the table
Yeah.
here, where it's like for me, I like Call of Duty because I like that gunplay aspect to it, whereas Splatoon, you like the novelty of it. But like,
Well, I like Splatoon for the mobility, the community, which is a fucking 1,000 times
Which,
better.
like, hold on. Are we talking about Splatoon right now, or are we going to save it till we're doing Splatoon?
I'm not.
I mean, we can talk about Splatoon now and cut it whenever it comes.
Yes,
but I mean, it's just to me.
It's the FPS
like,
discussion.
if I didn't play Splatoon this year, I
Yeah.
would probably not be as bothered by Call of Duty spawns, for example.
Splatoon 3
Apology
really
guns.
is the bomb. It really is.
I love the horde and single player mode beyond the multiplayer, which is this is the first time I really got into that.
I like the what's it called, Salmon Run as well. I think it's one of the best modes to it. But it's just like I don't like playing on the Switch. That's number one.
Number one.
It's like the Switch has gotten to a point where it's very old. And I feel like it doesn't nearly has. I don't feel good playing games on there anymore.
I feel like that Switch is hammered. Nintendo is hammered.
We really do.
Oh,
need
we're
a
about
new-
to talk about a game that got fucking hammered.
We need a
on the
new. We
Switch.
need a new Switch, dude. We either need a better Switch or a new console.
Which brings us to our number 10.
Number
10
10
is
dude.
what we're. Yeah, what would you like to cover?
What do you
for
think,
number 10?
What
Tyler?
are you thinking?
I was thinking Pokemon.
Woo! Me and Tyler are the only people that got particularly far in Pokemon.
Because I've only done like 4 matches.
I've really been enjoying it, but
But you can't.
I know about the forum changes of past and present. I've been spoiled a lot at this point simply because I've been slow in playing
Exist.
it. Yeah.
Existing is a spoiler.
I've heard the story's
Yeah.
really good among Pokemon games.
It is, but
It
like
is so good.
this, as Bradley said earlier, Arceus did not bother me in terms of like I joked with it in terms of technical performance. It was hard for me to play the newest Pokemon on handheld because I'm getting old now, and I know my vision's not going to be great my whole life, and it's
Bullshit.
I think the technical aspect of this
Definitely keep it from going much higher for sure.
To me, it's unacceptable.
I think
for a AAA game, probably the third, if not the second biggest franchise in the entire world.
Yeah.
Biggest.
When an indie game has these exact same graphical glitches, I'm like, they're doing the best with
like
what
you
they
look
can.
at Dark Tide is an independent developer that is making their game and they have their struggles. Okay, it's a small studio. This is Pokemon. Yeah. This is the fucking biggest franchise they have other than Mario.
That's also its curse.
Exactly.
Because it's the biggest franchise, the devs do not get time to work on this.
Right. It's just unacceptable that like this is like a jewel on your crown.
Everyone knows that this is an embarrassingly bad performing game.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Everyone said it. However, what people don't talk about, or what they do talk about actually, is that despite that, this is everyone's favorite Pokemon.
Yeah.
it is
like design wise.
which
Holy
I
shit.
think it deserves number 10.
Fair. We'll do that.
It is one of
Shit, this makes
the
it a lot
most
harder.
fun. Like that's the thing is
Get fucked.
it really struggles with this
Bradley.
because it is
Oh, this song's
pretty fun to play. They have a lot of cool abilities. I think the Pokemon design is almost atrocious.
Nah, you're wrong.
You don't like Pink Hammer?
But it's two coins, where the starting coin of a lot of the early level Pokemon are like are more basic than almost anything I've seen in other Pokemon.
That's not even. No, I would disagree. I think they're too weird. Like Nimble and Flittle, like stuff like that is just Flittle evolves into Esparthra. It's like the floating like chick.
I haven't seen all of them.
That's the thing, Bradley. You'd back like once you get to the like late game, the designs are so.
Oh,
fire.
dude, here's what I'll say.
And you like even the beginning designs.
The past like 3 gens of Pokemon, I think, have been the coolest designed Pokemon I've ever seen.
I think this is below Gen 8 and 7 for sure.
I like this one a lot.
I think
That's Cyber Peacock.
The one before.
So I will say, yeah, Flittle. I know what you're talking about.
It's like a little beard.
Yeah,
like it's fine.
But like also at the same
Flamingo's
time,
fun.
there's a lot of Pokemon that are like, oh, that's a dung beetle. That's a grasshopper. That's a flamingo.
The Dung Beagle's evolution's so cool and it's
It
shiny.
is. And so that's why I'm saying is like the starters are all extremely basic. At least
No,
in
he's good.
in the first half of the game, there are a lot of generic looking starters. And then on the evolution side are a lot of cool looking Pokemon. To the point that is, I would say a lot of their inspiration from this game came from the Mega Man X series.
Before Sword and Shield came out, for like 18 fucking years, Gen 2 was my favorite Pokemon designs. Sword and Shield, when it came out, became my favorite Pokemon designs, and then this game topped it. I think the Pokemon look off the goddamn chain.
This is the beauty of Pokemon.
Yes.
That like we all have completely different opinions because he's saying they're too basic. I'm saying they're too weird in the first stage.
Bradley's like, they're perfect. I think they're awesome.
Like some of them are like, what were you cooking?
Now, here's also the thing.
I hate Spider.
Game design wise,
I like Spider.
I've been dissatisfied game design wise for a while. I loved X and Y. Sun and Moon, I really liked, except for the long tutorial.
What you're missing is that when you walk up to Spidops, he does like a string barrier like Jolene that he's like, don't come near
it's
me.
badass.
Evolve into something?
No, that's its final evolution.
Here's the
He's
thing.
fine.
Fine.
Game design wise, you know, I've always loved Pokemon, and then like finally with Sun and Moon, I was like, honestly, Sun and Moon had my favorite story. Loved the game. I just fucking hated the long tutorial.
Yeah, exactly.
Sword
I
and
think Lily before Scarlet and Violet was the best written character.
Sword and Shield, story and gameplay wise, I considered unplayable. It was the first Pokemon game I refused to finish.
Damn.
I fucking hated
I
it.
thought it was fine. I got it like in the top 20.
Now,
that year.
this game, coming right after Sword and Shield, the one I literally couldn't finish, this is the coolest designed Pokemon game to me ever. Mainline.
The open world. First of all, it's not barren like I should have mentioned it with Arceus. I think
Yes.
Arceus is pretty barren. I like the
That's-
topography.
That's
Yes.
the trade-off.
Yeah.
That is why this game is so low performing.
Oh, yeah.
Is because the amount of Pokemon they have in the environment, I think even like PS5 would struggle to have that many moving units on screen at once.
It's a lot of fucking Pokemon.
Goddamn.
It is intense the amount of like environment. work
PS5
that-
might be able to do it, but still.
PS5 could do it.
Besides that, there's
Yeah,
other cool things like the characters in this one actually made me give a damn. And I kind of want to spoil the end game because I think it's fucking brilliant. Like, they made a Pokemon story that's genuinely good, and the way that they do it is that each story. So you have 3 storylines. You have the gym challenges, you have Team Star, which is the villain team of the game, and then you have legend battles, which are like big Pokemon you have to fight. Each of those stories builds you to befriending and spending time with a character. So you have Nimona, you have Penny, and you have
I
Arvin.
have so many dialogues that I've just smacked through. It's crazy.
I mean, whatever. You can
Same.
skip the story all you want. And then once you get to the end game, if you've completed all 3 storylines, all those friends you made will join you in an adventure into Area Zero, which is this crater in the middle of the region.
Aw, that is cool.
And you have banter with these characters as you're going on, and they're riffing off of each other, and you like fly on your legendary, and you go down there, and you come to find that the professor of the region is the father of the main character and has died a while ago. And what actually happens...
And this isn't Violet.
Could you stop?
It's really
Yeah,
good.
like
I didn't even get to the good part.
I know.
That's not even the good part.
I did
yet.
not get to the good part.
know.
I will just say that once you hit Area 0, it is serene looking. Like, the lighting is so harsh, it actually hurts your eyes, but that makes it kind of cool in its way.
Also, this
Toby
game doesn't
Fox
have
music.
this song.
No, but you're not playing the songs it should have.
I already
The
played
Toby Fox music slaps, and you go down to the end of that crater, and you have the coolest boss fight that any Pokemon game has had, and it's like genuinely like not just on the level of Pokemon games. It's one of the coolest boss fights I've had this year for the final boss.
That's the thing. Like, even you said around this table we had very varied opinions about the Pokemon in this gen. But one thing that has not been varied, everyone I know who has finished this Pokemon game has said, like, the story in this Pokemon game is fucking awesome.
Arvin is the best, and that is why this is the 10th best game of the year.
But,
Joe?
man, the graphics.
The graphics are ass!
God damn!
So here's the thing.
The performance keeps this from going higher.
What the
despite,
fuck?
I'll also mention the post-game stuff. Battling, raiding is fucking phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the raids I've had, I had to find people on Discord to coordinate with to be like, hey, can you do this and this in the raid? Like, they have you actually strategize. I had to do it with Tyler.
like-
we had to do like a raid when we were low level, and we're like, hey, can you use this Pokemon? It was fun.
If I can be real with you, there's not even that much bad stuff I can say about this game besides the graphics. And if it wasn't for the graphics,
Oh.
like, the graphics are the only reason
I
I
would've
think it's
actually
a 7
bought
to
the game.
10.
If it wasn't for the graphics, no one would be embarrassed to say this is their favorite
Like,
game.
it's just really
Like
weird
the
to me
Pokemon.
that it looks that bad. I really don't get it.
So now the bet is are they going to improve? Are they going to fix the
I-
performance issues?
No.
They're not.
I,
don't
disagree.
Think
No.
Call me an idiot. The future for Pokemon is so bright right now with both like the entire franchise with the anime and the games.
Here's the thing.
The anime's gonna be
Here's
lit.
the only thing they have going for the Nintendo for the Pokemon franchise. Nintendo issued refunds.
That's crazy.
Damn, that is crazy.
That is crazy.
You know
They
Nintendo.
issued refunds because of the technical performance. of
I've never
Pokemon.
read anything about that.
I read it.
I do remember reading about
Yeah.
that.
Oh.
That Nintendo's not the kind of company to do that shit.
Anyways, I'm gonna cut Genshin Impact now.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I had to argue.
Before fucking Splatoon 3,
Splatoon can go here.
No, I'm cutting Genshin Impact.
really anything. I'll do anything,
No,
dude.
Splatoon can go here.
No, I'm cutting Genshin Impact.
Dude, no, please. I'm begging you. You don't get it.
You really don't, Joe.
You don't
I
get
know,
it.
I know you don't like anime waifus, but you know.
This isn't about the waifus. It's the
the
fact that
best.
it's one of the best stories that's come out in games this
I
year.
just don't care for the game at all.
I know that's fine. You don't play it, so
I'll
it's
pee
okay.
my pants
We're
right
gonna
here.
cut Splatoon 3 then.
Okay, we gotta wait for. I'll talk about Splatoon 3 till Will gets here.
We did talk about Splatoon 3 already.
Yeah, we did. Now, Bradley,
Yes.
I think it would be fair to cut Genshin after this.
I don't, actually. I really think it's that fucking good. I really do.
Joe, like,
What do you want from me?
no lie, it is. I even said it like
I
the first part. It is.
Do not care
good. I know
because
I
I
know.
have to start at level
Joe,
0, make my way up there. Doesn't matter.
Joe, that's not it. That's not why you don't care. You don't care because you don't like to read and care about
Look,
story. in games.
Correct. I
Yeah,
know.
so-
I don't like to read,
I know.
which is ironic because I probably read more books than y'all. But it's fine.
I read.
Splatoon 3, here's what's cool about it, right?
Yeah.
Willer got this game for me graciously as a gift, and normally I consider a game worth it. Honestly, regardless of how much I paid for it,
$1 1 hour.
I usually consider a game worth it once I've hit 40 hours, whether it was $20 or $60.
That's funny because I'm at like 20. That's
Yeah.
my limit there.
Willer bought this game for me, easily hit 40 hours in 1 week, and it's so fun, y'all. Like here's
Every
the,
mode is
Yes.
fine-tuned. Now, there's a big negative with Splatoon, and we should lead with that.
okay, let's leave
And
it.
that is connection issue.
Connection
Yes. If someone leaves,
But I think
your-
it's gotten way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
Like-
someone leaves your Call of Duty lobby, the whole game doesn't fucking implode like it does in Splatoon.
I've been talking about how unacceptable some of the graphic shit in Pokemon is, and I need to be fair across Nintendo's board. Their online shit is just unacceptable. They need to get with the modern day sometimes. And I will say, it is easier than ever by far to connect with people in Splatoon than it was in Splatoon 1 or 2.
If they'll let you.
But it could be easier still. It could still be easier.
I still remember us trying to get into a room together. It was still
it takes tries. Like,
yes. It was also confusing how to do it.
But I love every mode in this game. I love the drip. I love the community. I love the events. I like how the guns feel significantly different. I get a laugh just by logging in.
Like, a lot of players, they'll play this game for the first time and they're like, holy shit, do you know how much fun I've had just walking around the lobby?
That stupid card game that I play for no reason exists. Like not the best side card game of the year, sure.
Not the best side card game, but man, like, they converted Splatoon into a card game, which is really fun how they did that, but even the lobby in Splatoon is fun, like... You really get a lot of discourse of the meta of the game based on what people are drawing. And what's amazing about Splatoon to me is... Man, I don't know how I'm going to convey this the right way. Game feel.
Oh.
Things in Splatoon feel perfect. The way you walk, the way you run, the way you shoot, the way you kill people, the way you swim, the way you jump.
The hit markers when you hit people.
Everything feels perfect.
The game is juicy.
I don't think they could configure the game to feel better.
And that is why it's the 9th best game of the year.
God damn, it feels good to play.
Bradley.
Is that me on God?
Yes, it's you on God.
I've pitched this about 2 or 3 times. This is a DLC for an existing game. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. I've pitched it a few times. How y'all feel about it? Top 10. We're in top 10 now,
All right,
y'all.
so Bradley, here's the deal.
How good is it? Is it better than Iceborne?
Bradley, I will let you cut Sunbreak here, but Genshin's going immediately afterwards.
That's
Wait,
fine.
Bradley cut... Oh, he did.
It's cutting Sunbreak. I cut Splatoon. Like, I will not fight you, but I want Genshin gone immediately.
I would fight you, but I think I have to let this happen for my agenda.
Exactly.
Well, you win, Joe. You outplayed me.
Genshin needs to...
Tell me about it, though. I do want to hear about it. Like, if it is a DLC that fucking good, I gotta know about
The monsters are great. The new movesets are great. The content is fun. The story is fun.
New equipment.
We should
new
mention
story.
that when we did Monster Hunter Rise, was it 2 years ago?
No.
Did it really come out?
Monster Hunter Rise came out
Was it
last
last year?
Damn.
Last year, we put in like the mid-20s, if not in the upper 30s.
Yeah, I'm at like nearly 200 hours.
Because Iceborne was for World, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is for Rise.
This is for Rise.
This is for Rise.
Okay.
Rise was okay when it came
and
out.
we
We,
were like,
put it in like the 20s, 30s.
And we were like, you know what? It's a great first Monster Hunter. We're not getting the difficulty we like.
Yeah.
But this redeemed it.
But we
I
want to
can-
play this, and like we both had the same sensation when we booted up the first mission, and like it was like you don't realize there's a piece missing from your body until like you discover it.
There was a piece missing.
Yeah, and we were like, oh.
Tyler has a piece missing, but he hasn't really realized that until he plays World 2.
And I think they fixed a lot of the easy issues I think we have with the game.
Yes.
Like a lot of the things that made the game a bit easier.
We complained about a mechanic where you get to like wire bug away from a fight. Like you get knocked down, you get to
iframes.
immediately get up. However, they have addressed that with the new monster movesets. They've also
increased the cooldown of you doing that with the wire bugs.
Yeah,
I think.
and they've also made it so you can switch your moveset mid-match, which to me, I know Joe didn't implement it very often. He was very much a bonk people with the big sword.
Oh, and to go very guts, because that's what read.
He was reading Berserk at the time, so that influenced his moveset.
And Greatsword's great. It feels good to play. It's got some good maneuverability, which is crazy for the Greatsword, but also feels like clunky. I think the monsters they picked here in the base version of Sunbreak were great. We got Gore Magala, we got
Shagaru Magala, we got
the fucking 3 lords themselves. The monkey, the werewolf, and the vampire.
Those are sick.
Those are
the
sick.
vampire, like Malzeno, is one of my favorite monsters now.
It's crazy.
Where's that coaster?
He wasn't out, but
I will say the final boss I like less than some of the other final bosses, but he's cool too.
still good.
Yeah.
I still really enjoyed him a lot more.
Definitely not bad.
Yeah.
I like the sequence where you have to gun him down.
I think the one thing I have in negatives here is that for their live operations, they've only reintroduced variations of monsters. They've not introduced.
That is my concern and
Yes.
problem with the game, and why I haven't played it the last time
Correct.
update.
Yeah, it's like I've already played
But those variants are quite good.
They are good.
I fought the Espinas and
But I want like an Alatreon, or I want a new.
yeah.
I want something new to hunt.
Yeah, which is why it keeps it from being, I think, a top 5 contender.
Yes, but it was a great revival of that. Where like me and Will are like, Brian's just like it's whatever.
I was ahead of Joe, and I'd be like, "Yo, go help Joe," and then we would both die a bunch. I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
this is not easy.
The other one main complaint I said was that I wish this game was on the PlayStation 5.
Like the first
It is
thing
on
we
PC.
said.
It is on PC.
Unfortunately, there's no file transfer, so
No
it
file
doesn't-
transfers.
doesn't-
But now they have announced that it's coming out for PlayStation 5.
which is worthless because there's no file
File
transfers.
transfers.
Dude, that's like the worst game about. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these games that want to have extended contents are really struggling with. Like, I kind of realized this with Destiny, and even with like Call of Duty recently. I was like, it's a pain in the ass to have an entirely separate account for this game that I play, which we have to do in something like another game that made it to the very bottom of this list. But at the same time, it's nice and convenient.
It's not as
Because
confusing. It's just like it's just that they don't support cross save. Period.
Yeah.
And that,
Yeah.
like I don't know.
I wish more games did.
I would literally buy the game 3 times.
Yeah,
I
Like,
would.
it's no competition.
I would have bought it on something else.
Oh,
if they had
100%. If
cross-save.
they're like, oh, you can transfer
You
your...
can like remake or save with mods, but that's just not
That's
the
so
same.
bizarre. Like,
It's...
Whose cut was that? That was Joe.
That was...
No.
I think that was me even.
Now Bradley made a deal where I can cut Genshin
why
now.
is there
You
a
can.
really strong magnet in this part of your laptop?
That's just...
I never understood that. I've also run into that.
No.
Can I cut Genshin?
Fine.
Yeah, alright. Let's do it.
Tyler?
Dude, I said yes like 8 games ago.
Oh,
I
shit.
didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Bradley was the holdout.
Bradley's been the holdup this entire
Dude.
time. This is number 7?
I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
It's pretty high up there, Bradley.
Look at me. And by look at me, I mean listen to me, people on the other side of the microphone right now. Fucking... There's 4 regions of Genshin as I'm speaking right now. The first region, it's the most generic-ass fucking fantasy plot you've ever played through.
Yes.
Tell you what, Bradley, I'll do you a solid. I'll spare you one spot.
No, you don't gotta do that. Because I got other games I'm more invested in.
Are you
Even-
sure?
Maybe.
I was about to throw Bayonetta 3 in there. And then Genshin can go after. What do you say?
Put in the captions that Bradley is shrugging towards Willard.
Wait, hold up. It's not Bradley's vote after that.
It is my.
It's
your
Tyler's
vote.
vote after that.
Are you gonna deny us the Genshin despite the pact that we've made? We'll do Bayonetta.
I'm not guaranteeing I'll put Genshin after that.
Okay.
Bayonetta will be higher than Genshin if you do a Genshin right now. That's the thing.
I know, but Bayonetta has a big flaw.
Damn,
That's
really?
that's on the Switch?
Okay, hold up. I don't know about that.
It's on the Switch in the story. I talked about it, how it's the...
It's the 9/11 of gays!
Thank you!
Damn.
Nothing mattered in the end.
Damn, really?
The story's ass. Now, the story...
Are you fucking with me? They worked on it for that long and the story's
The
ass?
story's ass.
What?
But the stories are always bad, but this one's so bad that it got people pissed.
So, are we cutting Genshin or are we
So
cutting
we're cutting Bayonetta because of that. Now that being said, I fucking love the gameplay of this game.
That's
the
a-
combat is so sick.
It's
the
assumed
weapons
the
are so
gameplay is
sick.
gonna be like.
People have some qualms with the demons,
Genshin
as
probably
Joe's
will
brought
still go
up.
next. We'll see. Because I doubt I'll be allowed anything else. It's like, do I have an option?
Yeah.
You can choose Master Duel.
Choose the one thing I reserved for you.
That's the only thing I have left.
You're all fools.
Yeah,
because
it's your
I'm in
fault.
Control. Yeah, no, Bayonetta is fantastic, but I don't hold it against anyone who says that like the story is so bad. Well, I do kind of like. Some people are like the story's so bad it retroactively makes the whole game bad. I don't think that's accurate. I think just like
That's
the
stupid.
base mechanics are so good that that's unfair.
That's
to
like those are the same people who got mad at Mass Effect 3.
maybe I don't have a horse in that race.
Why is the ending you pick one of 3 choices even though the entire game was me picking one of 3 choices the entire time?
I don't know. Sounds kind of wild to me. Tyler, what is your cut? I talked about Bayonetta like last podcast.
Yeah.
so.
I don't know, man. Do I have an option even?
You have 2.
Again, here's the thing. None of y'all played Bayonetta. I played Genshin, and I can tell you for sure that I would.
You
bring
didn't
that
play
score.
Sumeru, it doesn't matter.
You didn't play Sumeru though.
You didn't play Sumeru.
It doesn't matter because
You're
I
both
just
off the table. Inazuma's World is really good, but the story sucked. But then they did both good things in Sumeru.
This is my experience with Genshin is the same amount of leniency that I give to Final Fantasy XIV. The difference is that Genshin's a good game and Final Fantasy XIV is a bad game.
Because it has crossplay and cross save.
And I like
And
exploring
it's
that
free to
world.
start.
True.
Just on every level, this is a better game than Final Fantasy XIV. Clip that.
This fucking
Clip
music.
it. Yeah. This is Sumeru, baby.
Now, with that negative out of the way, go ahead.
Hold on. So, like,
Yeah, say some shit.
it's gonna be controversial, sure. Was God of War 2 better than Omori? Was God of War 2 better than God of War 1? Or was it here's the question I'm asking is like, you know, I was talking about Rogue Legacy 2 earlier where it's like, if you met anybody, it's like, would you go and tell them to play the first one or the second one?
I'll tell you what. You shouldn't be looking at me. God of War is Joe's Battle of Fire.
Oh, is it?
Remember my fucking bazooka I built up over this course of this?
Oh, wow.
That's gonna be a bazooka that goes.
No.
I didn't realize that. Okay. So, Warhammer goes.
What number is this?
5.
5 or 6?
6.
6. Okay.
No.
Wait, really? I thought you were building it for Warhammer. Oh, shit.
I don't want him to have that much leeway.
How do you
Yeah.
think I like to play Warhammer? I know how to pick my fucking battles.
Oh, shit. It all makes sense.
Genshin does go here.
Okay, Genshin goes here.
Yeah. I waited for Bradley to go to the bathroom.
No! That's the most political bullshit ever. The opposing party didn't show up to vote.
Look.
I'm hoping.
We all bang on the table.
Let's talk about it this way, right? Between Omori and Genshin.
Omori.
Oh shit! Well, I thought you said Omori. I thought you said Genshin was your favorite.
It's been out for a while. If it came out this year as a standalone game,
That's
I would
what
give
you're
it
saying.
to. If both stories came out
they
this
didn't.
year as a standalone game, I would give it to Genshin.
So
but
one thing is for sure, Omori, no matter where it goes, it has to be in front of Genshin.
Yes.
Between Genshin and God of War, I'm God of War,
Yes.
and you're God of War.
I'm not even playing God of War. I'd still put God of War above
So
Genshin.
you just have Genshin to fight for.
have we done our
You also have
tiebreaker
Master
rules this
Duel.
year yet?
No. How does that work?
Normally
I
we do
said I would put God
like.
of War above Genshin.
But you still have Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't forget that.
Oh
But
yeah.
Y'all do have Master
I'm
Duel.
kind of Yu-Gi-Oh pilled. Like,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm kind of into
You've
it.
gone through 3 addictions in 1 year.
That's rare.
That is rare, actually.
That's different.
That should be remembered.
Yeah. And this could pass for Yu-Gi-Oh music.
I could just say Warhammer and then give Genshin a joke because he's not gonna let it pass him.
That sounds kind of fair. You built up your bazooka for God of War, so
Yeah. You let that card go.
Oh my god.
Warhammer had the rough start. You said too.
It did.
Yeah.
Which is... Yeah.
But it made up for it here at the end.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
It
100%.
definitely did.
Never lost faith, even though half the
Damn.
community continues to fucking...
Bradley's like, I can piss.
Because the community continues to act like the fucking sky is falling with this game. And I am like, y'all are fucking stupid.
Meanwhile, Genshin community is just horny.
Yeah, it's like...
They're so horny.
Like, I look at the... anyways, I'm going to stop talking about the community because it doesn't matter. Warhammer 3 is the culmination of 3 games and their DLCs, and I think it was one of the milestones of Epics when it comes to Grand
Something I
Strategy
never
games.
asked
Yeah.
is Warhammer. So we've talked about Warhammer and their different factions that they have, at least in like the tabletop series.
Yeah.
Where they have
Yeah.
40K.
Yeah.
And they have what's
Fantasy.
It? Fantasy. Are both of those factions in this game?
No. It's just fantasy.
It's just fantasy.
It's just fantasy.
So it's the more bizarre, outlandish forms of the 40K
Yeah.
or Warhammer
Yeah.
franchise. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like...
The demons get to be in both.
Correct. That is the compromise.
Yeah.
Is that they're kind of the bridge between worlds, one would say. It's a game. It had a very rough start. The campaign itself was not the best. It had some technical difficulties. They have gotten over those technical difficulties.
they have done some good improvements to the gameplay for that base campaign that has really like made it so like it's an enjoyable experience for your first time going through a Warhammer game. I think a lot of people don't understand that when they pick up like Monster Hunter World and they say that game is for fucking babies.
Yeah.
It's
what?
like people were shitting on Monster Hunter World when it first came out because it didn't have as much content.
Oh, yeah.
Because it made sense.
The UX features,
Yeah.
you mean?
Yes.
Good UX.
Some people don't like those for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah,
It's-
and we those are the same people as Joe like to stated earlier had someone assist them in math class.
Yeah.
God, so I have to edit two things.
Um,
All right, that's at
But-
340. Got it.
but like but the thing is that they fixed all of that, and then they released Champions of Chaos, which was a great DLC for a faction that for the longest time was the worst faction in the entire game, and so improved upon it greatly. But like so the campaign itself is at fine point now. The add-ons they add on to it was great, but the key feature in this entire game is Immortal Empires, which is basically with the content you have.
What are those?
Those are fucking pink horrors.
Pink horrors?
Pink horrors.
Okay.
HORRORS.
Okay.
That's fair. That's not the worst name.
Yeah, they're little shits.
They look like it.
They are. And like the culmination of this entire game is Immortal Empires, which is allows you to access the rest of the content you've purchased before and play in a grand strategy map that has every single content from the past 2 games in this game entirely.
That's sick.
Which like there are
This is Pokemon Silver.
yes, there are 16 factions of which each have 4 leaders in them that each have their own individual mechanics inside of them. And what I mean by that is, let's take the Empire for example. The Empire is kind of like your bog standard, like human race. You have the Emperor who is just trying to do this political game of keeping the entire empire together, so has to deal with his borders with humans and keep them just aligned and making sure they're not cracking under the way of chaos. You have the priest who is on his own mission to rid the world of undead. So he's in Africa and he has to collect all these different books that you have to hunt down, find clues for, and locate them and beat their armies. And then you have the hunter who's in South America who doesn't even have access to the whole roster. He has to do missions for the rest of the other factions for the Empire in the game to unlock higher tier units.
Warhammer's in the real world? There's a South America?
Yes, I should show you the map. It's like they took our world and warped it around a little bit, basically.
You're saying South America with quotes.
Yes, it's called the New World or Lustria. But like, if I showed you a map, you're like, that's fucking Peru. So it's, and like in that one faction, you have these different leaders that play entirely different campaigns and deal with their own personal problems that are completely different. And that's just the human faction. And then you have all these other crazy races that have to deal with their own bullshit and have their own mechanics in campaign gameplay and in the battlefield. So it's like you boot up, it's like in Monster Hunter, when you pick up a new weapon, you're basically playing a whole new character. You boot up a new campaign, you're playing in a whole new different game. Like from just the units that you're playing with, to the campaign goals that you're having to go for, and just like how you accomplish those goals, even within your own race itself. I think that's crazy good. I have nearly 200 hours in this game, which has already surpassed my Warhammer 1 time. I'm at like...
And for what you said, this could be...
What happened to Warhammer 2?
Oh, Warhammer 2 is at like 500.
That game's for babies.
Okay.
And that, yeah.
From what you said, this seems like this game could come back in the future.
Oh,
if such
they
future
have
exists.
probably at minimum 5 years of content planned out.
Christ.
And I think every time I play a $20 DLC, that adds another like 60 hours to the game for
That's
me.
fair.
That's good.
Yeah, so...
That's up there with Bloodborne DLC. It's like...
Yeah, it's like
Good
every
value.
time. And like, I don't even have to play the game for very long. I'll boot up a campaign and I'll play it for like a few hundred turns. And then I'm like, alright, I'm good, I'm done. It's phenomenal, I think. It's great. It had some technical performances. Right now, the community people are really wanting Immortal Empires to be accessible for if you just have the base game. I think that's fair. But like, I think even you can still get the other 2 games for literally $3 a lot of the times. They go on sale so often. So it's not that big of
It's a steal.
gap. It's a great game.
Now.
It's one of the best.
Whose cut was that?
Me.
Damn.
All right, Joe. Break? Break time. We're about to enter top 5 anyway.
Yeah, this is top five.
Damn.
Man,
We need to pick the 5th best game.
Who did the last
here.
one?
It was Tyler.
Oh, cool.
Really?
How do you remember
Are you
that?
dead ass?
Because
he's
I'm the
captain.
one that keeps track of y'all's fucking games.
Damn it.
I knew where we were at.
Anyways,
Go off,
I'm
King.
gonna cut Genshin Impact. I'm not gonna have any argument.
Alright. Fuck you.
We've already gone through this multiple times.
I want to say
I said
some.
that two categories ago.
I want to say some motherfucking shit right now.
You already said shit.
No, I want to say some more motherfucking
No.
shit. Everyone listen to
He
me.
hasn't said
Bradley.
accurate.
All right.
shit, like specifics.
In just about every category, I'm talking sound, world design, movesets of the new characters, and especially the fucking story. The new content in Genshin this year has been off the goddamn chain, okay? Like, oh my god, here's the thing. Fucking A. The first region in Genshin is the most generic fucking fantasy shit you've ever seen. I liked it, because I'm an idiot, okay?
Number go up.
Number go up. The second region, the Geo region in Genshin Impact, I really like the story. I really like the story there. That's just me. I liked it because I'm me. Inazuma, I think even at this very table during this very podcast, we've shat on the fucking Inazuma story. It's too long. The world puzzles don't make a lot of sense.
Is this the lightning
Yeah.
bitch? Okay. The one
The
that
new-
had the most pulls ever?
The new fucking region. The Earth region, Sumeru, and Genshin Impact. Holy shit. Not only are the newest characters some of the coolest movesets they've made, not only is the music some of the most bangest fucking
This
music
is
they've made.
Sumeru music?
Even an hour and a half ago, I was fucking jamming and I looked at Tyler, I was like, holy shit, is this fucking Sumeru music? And he's like, yeah. I've even seen fucking live streams of people fucking playing the new region and they just pause and they're like, oh my god, this music. And then put all that aside, even if that shit was all 0, and I'm telling you it's a very good number, even if all that shit was 0, I would rank it this high. The story and the fucking Archon quest for this new region has been off the goddamn chain. I really think it is that good.
They did a little bit of Inception. It's kind of cool.
And it makes me so sad, because whenever other games have really good stories, I'm like, with Pathologic 2, with fucking 13 Sentinels, the thing that makes you really sad thinking about it is the barrier for someone to experience this story is they have to hear about it, they have to be convinced to play it, and they have to buy it.
Like, Genshin has it going for it that everyone knows about it, but no one's gonna go that deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I get depressed. I got so sad after experiencing the story for this region, because I'm like, they don't let people experience the story until after they've done all the other
God
dumbass
knows
regions.
I've tried, and Tyler's also tried.
Like,
catching up is fucking
What do you mean? I'm
difficult.
still playing.
This was the
Yeah,
region.
Try to catch up.
No, I'm
Oh, yeah.
only slightly behind in Sumeru.
It's still not caught up.
I'm not an entire region behind.
This was the region that made me wish people could skip regions.
Yeah.
Because genuinely, the story was that fucking good.
So-
Everybody
What's fun-
should skip Inazuma.
What's fun about all this is that I had zero idea Bradley liked the story this much.
It's so good.
He held his cards. I knew he liked this region. Is this recent? Did you play through the story recently?
Yeah.
I mean, in the last few months, because it came out in the last few months.
See, all I'm saying is my top 5 did not account for him liking it this much.
It's so good.
Same.
So I'm fucked.
Yeah, same.
Now, the only reason I'm allowing it to be this low, and I say this is a top 5 game.
low.
This low. The only reason I'm allowing it to be this low is because Genshin's a game that's been out for over 2 years. I've said it even in this very podcast. If this story came out this year, I would rate it even higher than top 5. I'm okay putting it here just because of that.
Here's your top 5.
It's really fucking good, and that's even without talking
No,
about.
wait, no, this is top 5.
That's even without talking about what me and Tyler have been geeking out about is the new card game they added to Genshin.
That's just pretty
Genius Invocation TCG is
For
kinda
free. And I'm telling, here's the thing, Genshin has some of the most predatory
And
gacha
that's
shit
not
you've
what
ever
it
heard of. This card game they added to Genshin, you can't spend money on it even if you want to. It's completely free to
Good old
play.
boost emblems.
No matter how badly you want to
Nope.
spend money on it, you
There's
can't.
zero randomization in the TCG. You buy straight up
That's
exactly
hilarious.
what you want.
And they did an amazing
Joe,
Job.
They don't need your money from.
They don't need your money. They have.
So
so
they
much
have your money for buying Quing Kwong.
Yeah.
Remember when they made $3 billion on mobile sales alone?
Yeah.
They were the fastest game to ever reach $1 billion grossed dollars, and then after that, they were the fastest game to reach $2 billion.
Yeah, that's
grossed
gross.
They have a
Yeah.
they have a website dedicated
That
to
tracks
it.
how much money they get from
Yes,
the capitalists.
yes, it is dedicated to a ticker tape for each new banner that
I've
comes
seen
out.
streamers like contribute.
And like
We'll just say that.
with this card game they made, they did such a good job at translating the game mechanics to a card game where each character, they genuinely made a card that is unique from all the other cards in the card game, but feels like that character's moveset from the real game. And it really astounds me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if Tyler finishes a game, I will do more Genshin Story Quest.
A game.
Inazuma,
Any game.
Here's the
Not
thing,
wrong.
I like the Earth Story Quest.
Let me be
Ina-
fair. Inazuma's worth like 3 games.
It's Inazuma's.
You have to go through the chasm, and that's worth 2 games alone.
That's the thing. The Electro region kind of pissed me off because they had they had more involved world puzzles in your open world exploration. The thing I like about the open world puzzles and this new content they put out this year is that the puzzles are less frustrating, but also the open world puzzles feel tied in to the quests you are doing.
Inazuma's a fascist dictatorship in lore-wise, and it reflects in gameplay-wise.
Yeah.
Inazuma or Samira?
Inazuma.
Or whatever this place
Samira's the good one. It's about nature.
Sumeru, like, the
Sumeru.
environment is like a rainforest combined with a desert.
I've poked my head in, thanks to Tyler.
looks-
It looks great.
It's like looking at Genshin again for the
I
first
wanna-
time.
It's better to look at, it's better to move around, it's better to do quests in, it's better to fight in, it's just better.
I think I've said this 10 times on recording that exists in the internet. I wish I could love Genshin because there's so much I genuinely love about it.
As
There's
more
so much-
things, or as more content has come out, Kokomi is SS tier now. She is one of the best characters you can
I
get
still
in
ain't
the
gonna
game.
use
That's
her.
nice. But hey, fuck off.
You don't use her in your
No, I have her, I don't use
Nylu
her.
team?
I don't use her.
You're
What is
fucking
so wrong
pissed.
with her? What makes the other girls so much better?
Because they're hotter. And that's really it.
Did you expect anything else?
That's really it.
I think Kokomi's cute. I think Bradley's being
She's
really
cute.
rude.
No, she's cute.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever, go to the next game. I don't care.
Well,
Are we gonna cut Yu-Gi-Oh here?
it is
It
my.
is time.
It is not my cut.
It's my cut.
Oh, it's
It
yours.
is your
No,
cut.
yo, you cut Genshin.
It is Bradley's
It's
cut.
Bradley's
Is
cut.
it really my fucking
Yeah, it
It
is
is
like
Bradley's cut.
What?
This is my last game I get to cut.
I know this
Yes.
happens every year. Where someone's like,
And there's only 4 games left.
Yes.
This is top
yeah.
4. We're almost done.
Here's the thing, I've played 2 of these and I haven't played the other 2.
Wait, Bradley didn't play Elden Ring?
No, he
I did
No,
play
he
Elden Ring.
played Elden Ring and Elmori.
Oh.
Fucking idiot. What'd you think he played?
Here's the
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, I got really confused. I knew he didn't.
Knowing that we typically trend towards more story-based games, I want to nominate Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for number 4, which number 4 out of 51 is pretty goddamn good.
It's actually incredible.
Dude,
I think we did good.
no, y'all do not understand
Tell me
how
about it.
cracked it is to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tell me about it. Let's fucking go.
I will. He doesn't have to tell you about it because you expect this from Tyler. I'll tell you about
Let's
it.
fucking go.
A 24-year-old card game.
Every idea made it in.
When,
Yep.
but that's so beautiful. It's so cool to get into Yu-Gi-Oh. It's so like it's got the same balancing method as Pokemon, where it's like they just don't give a shit. They'll just add stuff on top of already broken stuff to make the broken stuff less broken. Like, it's brilliant. They do have some balances where they'll restrict some cards, but the main thing is like when you find a deck that you can identify with, quote unquote, you're like, I like this, and you build that deck fully, and you go online and you beat the meta decks with it, you feel really good. Ooh. And even if you lose to the meta, this is a game where when I lose, I feel no anxiousness or salt. I'm just like, yep, that's Yu-Gi-Oh for you. Like, I just vibe with this. I don't feel bad at all when I lose, and I feel great when I win.
That's the
It's,
thing.
it's all positive.
With a game that has 20 plus years of meta behind it, you would think it's more easy to get discouraged, but it sounds like you don't get that discouraged in this game.
And maybe part of it is like, even if I lost, I got a little reward. That means I can get closer to making another deck. Which is why when I play Tyler and he's kicking my ass, I'm like, this is not fun. I'm not getting anything from this aside from. But when I play randos and I'm loose to them, it's fine.
Tell me about the soundtrack too.
I mean,
Come on.
It's a banger.
It's
and
a banger.
Like Tyler,
This isn't Sumeru.
Oh,
It's not Sumeru though.
you might be mistaken.
Yeah.
Wait, is this Yu-Gi-Oh or Sumeru? I'm
This
very
is
sure.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
okay.
The
But the thing is,
Tyler-
I have music off on all my games, so
Yeah, and kind of a psychopath trait.
we should have superlatives where we pick a game for the best soundtrack, visuals,
You
and
know?
design.
so an actual award show.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Dude, so 23-year-old card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually does have a golden age to it that everybody kind of admits, like, this is the golden era. And it's from about 2008 to about 2014.
No, fuck them. This is
In
the
my
game.
day, you put Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon in your deck, you can't lose.
You can't even summon them, idiot.
The reason why is because this was the XYZ format. So you had Fusion, Synchro, and XYZ. Ritual didn't get to really become a thing anymore in that capacity. But,
Polarization.
yeah, it was crazy. Because right now, not only is Master Duel, like, extremely popular, like, it gets over 100,000 concurrent players each day. Which is big
Jesus,
for
yeah.
like Steam games, and that's not including like mobile devices and everything like that. The formats are really interesting right now. You have every archetype that they've built up over the last 20 plus years. So like you can use Ritual, Summon Monsters, Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, Pendulum, Link, Tribute Summoning. Every deck has a format that it can play with it, even right now.
Joey could never.
He could have. He doesn't understand.
The only issue is it has some upcoming problems. The next format is a Tier 0 format.
Yeah.
And Tier 0 is not fun for anybody.
Is that just the Triple S class?
Like, one deck would be very strong.
And
next
one deck to
format.
rule them all.
Oh,
okay.
damn.
The
Which
deck
would be my break time, and I'll come back.
the upcoming, like, so Japan just had its tier list based around the box release set that had come out that made it Tier 0. They banned 10% of the cards from the box set.
Damn,
Jesus.
that's really huge.
Or limited them in some capacity.
It's gotta be like what, 200 cards in the box?
It's 80.
It's 80 cards in the box.
So it's only 8 cards.
Only
but
8 cards, but
It's 8 to 10 cards I think they actually touch. So, like, one of the boss monsters in the new decks, they just straight up ban.
that's actually
Like,
horrendous.
yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh's fun.
The fun thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Number
is
5 even.
when I think it's
4.
really fun, like
3?
Willer
4.
said, when you play against randos with your off-meta deck and you do really good, when you play against your friends with things that aren't Tier 0, and you get to go back and forth against each other.
Personally,
like,
I also think it's fun to play Tier 0 and Tier 1. Like, it's fun to also play the meta on this. I don't want to discredit it.
it is. Like, it's
It's
a good challenge. It's healthy.
I play a deck where there are waifu versions of fish. So you have Blue Tang, and she's a princess waifu, and that's like all the cards.
Cool.
But it's fun. It's a fun deck to play.
Also, it's free to play, it's free to get into, and it's very free to maintain new cards. And
If you go away for a hot minute and come back later,
Yeah.
Which Joe would do.
Yeah.
make a kaiju deck.
Joe will come back with his
Dude,
kaiju
man,
deck.
so hard, so difficult to do, but you can do it.
The beauty is, I never grew up as a Yu-Gi-Oh kid. I liked the video games, but I didn't play with other people. And it's a tough thing to ask for you to come in, play with other people, and you're gonna lose a lot. But fighting it feels like playing a fighting game where it's like I'm learning every time I play, and it feels good.
It's interesting in that fighting game capacity too, where it's like. If you don't guard the feetsies, some guy's just gonna fucking combo off on you.
The problem being is that you then spent all the gems that you may have gotten for free to build this deck, and the deck doesn't work.
No, because if you have
That is a freshman mistake.
it doesn't matter if you're new to the game.
Yeah, that's like the bad thing.
I don't even think that's that bad because first of all, you should make your staples. That's what you spend your gems for.
But like, that's a lot more research you have to do in the game. If that's making sense. That's every card game though. I'm being
That's every fighting game too. So
No, fighting games your character doesn't like go away, or it doesn't cost you money to unlock that character.
Sure, there's no wasted resources
Correct.
aside from time.
Yes.
Sure.
And like in the fighting game, you can definitely like overcome some challenges with your own personal skill, for sure.
You can do that in this game too.
Yeah, but I can't Nibiru someone's board.
I don't know if you're missing 3 Ash Blossoms, you're in a significant deficit compared to other tasks.
Yeah, I will say the worst part about this game is also something that there's a design choice in this game that's the main reason it brings in so many new players, and it's because the games are the best of one. There's no rematches, there's no side decks, and that's something that's a huge discrepancy from
playing in a tournament
or a real life scenario, is because it's an entirely different strategy from like saying Warhammer 3 versus tabletop scenario. It's really drastic.
Not really. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Is there not a big difference?
No. You play one game and you're done, and you lock in your list at the beginning of the match.
Okay, sorry.
So-
I thought they both had.
Nope.
Like,
You don't
a lot
get
of
any
different-
sideboards.
No. I mean, like, there's a lot of ways. There's much more different strategy when it comes to playing the two games. Like,
I mean, yeah, they're different
strategy.
games.
Yeah, like Master Duel
Yeah.
is different than playing real life tournament Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
it's
it's
because
not.
of the side deck.
Well, yes, but it's because of additional mechanics,
Yeah.
but also just in terms of like the ways inherently that the game plays. Because in Yu-Gi-Oh! And Master Duel, hey, the card is gold. Oh, it's glowing. Oh, you play this card. No, you have to know all the rules on your head. You can get outplayed off of errors, off of misplays.
Which is why Tyler will
rulings.
remain the lone warrior who's going to play with a real deck while I stick with my digital version that does the work for
I have
me.
not played with a real deck since like 2015,
I could
which
never.
is. I also played through a tier 0 format back in like 2013. It was rough.
I could never play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Anywho.
It's too much.
I mean, if we're all agree on Yu-Gi-Oh, we now have our top 3.
Y'all, we got a fucked up top
At
3
which
right
point,
here.
I don't think it's that fucked up.
It's pretty fucked up, actually.
I won. This is my top 3.
That's what I'm saying. No matter who wins, Willer wins.
Yeah.
I mean,
Finally, I got it set
I
up.
don't think it was that much of an argument, to be honest.
Amori is the wild card in this.
I've always known what the
Yeah.
top one is going to be. I'm going to be real with you.
I think Omori we gave to Willer, but like
Yeah,
the
we
other
did.
two, like it's.
You didn't know if it's not enough to give it to me because I think Bradley would agree that Amori is pretty cool.
It's pretty goddamn cool.
And hey, we can cut it now if you want.
No.
I'm down
right.
now.
You're right. Let's go.
Bradley-
God of War.
My first bullet. You didn't play God of War.
You know,
Joe's getting physically aggressive in this.
You didn't play Amori. You don't get the talk.
You want to make a deal?
What?
Make a deal with the entire table.
What is this deal?
A whole deal with the entire table.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
I will
to
play
Hold
one game from each of y'all that can be reasonably done within 1 year.
That's pretty fun. That's a good deal.
I will make. I literally.
This
so long as
podcast
it's
has been brought to you
feasibly
by
done within
Bounty
1 year.
Paper Towels.
I don't deal with terrorists.
That is a terrorist move.
Is it a terrorist move? I'm just offering.
You did have Bradley in a headlock 5 seconds
All
ago.
I'm saying is that we agreed last year, like, hey, if we win this competition,
No,
y'all
if you
should-
won the guessing,
correct.
we did that. This is not the guessing.
But,
this is terrorism.
but we did the guessing, and neither one of them.
I
Follow through.
We didn't.
I'm still good to potentially win my guess.
I could still follow through by the end of the year. I do owe it to you.
Can you?
Yeah.
I will
Can
say
you play the campaign
these
today?
3
Everything's
games
about
were in
45
my
hours?
guess for the top
if you know what
3.
you're doing.
I just don't know what order they're going to be in.
That's the problem.
Who's leading?
The problem is Bradley's not gonna be able to.
Who's
play
leading
us.
right
But
now?
yeah, who's the next Who's the next pick?
The next pick could be Tyler. Willer's up now.
I'm
and
not.
there's-
I'm not picking.
You just cut
Master Duel.
Master
It's
Duel.
me.
It's Willer.
It's you.
That means I get to decide this
Correct.
list.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I will take.
It always ends up this way, and like this
No,
year
you don't
differently.
Get to decide it. I do.
I prefer this because Willer.
Yes, but
But we already know Elden Ring's gonna win. I knew
No,
that. This was
this
never
is a
fight
good
for
scenario
It was
because
never-
Willer likes all 3 of these games.
Yes.
He likes every game that is left, and he has to cut one of them. That's fair.
what's amazing is God of War and Omori are the exact same positives and negatives.
Are you fucking with me? Yes, I think God of War. I think
Not only are they the same length of video game,
Yeah.
they are the same video game.
Fuck. Okay, so I don't know then.
tie for second.
No, we can't do a tie. We can't puss out, right?
The problems with both is that they're too long.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
There's some
have
segments.
sections that could be cut out.
Yes.
But while I would trim sections of Mori, I could be coerced to completely cut sections of God of War.
Which sections would you cut?
I would potentially cut the stuff with Freya's brother, the second time especially.
No, that's good. Because he has to fight Heimdall in that sense. And the whole point...
If Heimdall was in Ragnarok, that would be a better game.
I don't think so.
Because Ragnarok, a lot of problems people have with this game is that Ragnarok's not climatic enough. And I actually kind of agree.
Nah, I think from a person that's played every God of War game. Yeah. Every God of War game.
Sure.
Including the mobile
I've
phone.
played every Omori game.
But to me, like it was such a it's a big difference from like God of War 3 and his approach to that situation compared to God Ragnarok.
But can Tyler back you up? Can Tyler back you
No,
up?
because he doesn't play games.
But Bradley played this game.
Amori?
Yeah. And
Dude.
I think Bradley could back me up. Do you hear this song right now, Bradley? Do you know what boss this song is from?
The devastating thing about Amori is that I went into the game knowing it was going to be a depressingly soul-crushing game, and I prepped myself for 25 hours of that, trying to guess, like, what it, like, with the info I have been given up to this point in the game, what is the saddest thing I can think of? And I did that for 25 hours straight, and it was still way worse than I thought it could be.
Literally nothing in potentially storytelling can prepare you for the truth that is Amori.
It was fucked up.
And not only is it fucked up, the way it's told is brilliant. It is perfectly paced. The way, like the reveal part, the way that it tells you the truth and then everything that follows from it is just crazy because this game is a fucking RPG Maker game that made me feel more than Sony's best effort.
Even up until a few like seconds or minutes before the reveal, I was sitting here like, I've been warned about how sad this game is, and I've been paying attention the whole game. I know what the reveal is gonna be. It's not gonna it's gonna be sad. That's fucked up, but it's not gonna be that sad. And they still surprised me, and I was fucking sobbing, y'all. It's
Dude,
sad.
the song that's playing right now is what plays when you're fighting the final boss.
It's not good.
The final boss is one of my favorite tropes in gaming, and I think it
God.
surpassed. No, God's lame.
God's lame.
It's
Yourself.
transformation god.
No.
God is lame. Yourself is much better. Additionally to that is like it just caught me so off guard because I'm playing this game. I'm like, yeah, some of these sections are too long, but I'm really invested in the main story. And then you hit what I call is the God stretch, where the story just picks up significantly. And you hit this final stretch where you get to that final boss. You learn the truth. Sonny goes through some things, and you get to the ending. And the one question I wanted to ask Bradley was, do you think it works out well for the main character after the post-credits
Yes.
scene? See? You get it. Because if the game wanted you to think that it's not going to work out well, it would have played that finale completely different. Like, everything from when you learn the truth to the end is positive and
This song
reaffirming.
convinced me to play the game.
Amori?
And you
This World Ends Valentine's-
want to hear some shit about the music in this motherfucking game?
No.
Shut up, everybody, shut
no,
up.
I don't. I just said this one convinced me to
No,
play
you
it.
do want to hear this. I asked you a question, but I wasn't actually asking it. I want to tell you some shit.
Was it two?
It was rhetorical,
Was it 2
motherfucker.
years ago during Game of the Year when I just bought Persona 5 in the middle of our cast?
So, in other words,
That's
you're
the
not
thing.
finishing this
Do
game.
you realize how long they were developing this game for?
And
Like 8 fucking years. And you look at this game, you look at the graphics, you're like, does it take 8 fucking years to develop that game? Looking at it, and then you play the story and you're like, yeah, it probably takes 8 years to write a story that fucking good.
It
You wanna
does.
know what? my favorite artist of all time, Bo In. I was introduced to him by a trailer from this game 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
And that song that I was introduced to still plays in one of the many secret endings in this game.
Is it Oyasumi or
that
Sayumi or whatever?
Dude, like, this game fucking is... They spent so long making it, and I feel like this is a game where they needed every minute they needed making it.
Picture me sitting in that chair, slightly moved to the left, and because I was in the middle of the seat.
Maybe I don't know. Are you getting spoiled right now?
No, Bradley's argument really kind of made me have more concerns about playing it. I don't trust anything that takes longer than 4 years to make.
Sure.
Here's something that's cool, right?
Picture me in the middle of this living room, not expecting this ending. I get to the final boss, and I'm begging it to stop. I am like, please just let the character have a good ending, because I felt so bad about myself, about I was like relating to the character, even though like, how could anyone relate to that? Like, it is so fucked up. But there's like lines in that final fight that anyone can latch to, where you're like, shit, that hits really hard.
That's like, this is a game where you hear how genuinely distressed people online will be playing it. And you're like, that's not going to happen to me because I know how genuinely distressing it is. I know how
it might happen to y'all because now it's two people telling as opposed to one. But like,
let's talk about something else, right? This is an RPG. I've shat on turn-based RPGs a lot before.
Yes.
I can find them boring and repetitive, and I don't like the aspect that you can just grind the shit out of it to win. This is a game that has mechanics within its turn-based RPG that felt novel to me and fun and mesh with the story. I will love a mechanic if it meshes with the story. And this is a turn-based RPG mechanic that not only meshes with the stuff that is happening with the moment, but is also just genuinely fun and makes you think about, how do I approach this battle? Your status effects, they're not poison, they're not paralyzed, they're not sleep, they're emotions. And that sounds kind of fucking cheesy, doesn't it? It's not. It's really fucking cool.
The thing is, like, this story on paper should be really cheesy, but the nuance of the dialogue sells it.
Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the dungeon is, like, grim, though. Like, it goes on a different direction with it.
Let's think, this game's not even just sad. Like, it's sad. I talk about how sad this fucking game is.
It's also hilarious.
The depths of the sadness I have described is also the heights of the happiness this game brings you to.
Should I immediately play it
Yes.
after hearing y'all talk
Yes.
about it, or
Yes.
should I give it a grace period and
No,
give
play
it a
it.
try?
I don't know.
What was the
I feel
grace
like
period?
I don't think you would like
I
it.
feel like I
period.
would have more judgment by playing it immediately, hearing those arguments.
You're gonna forget though.
I think you're just... I don't think this game... The thing is, when I first played this game, I wasn't even sure if Bradley would like it. Because, like, isn't Sweetheart's Castle, like, a drag? Like, some... The thing is, like...
Is that the one I came into on? I was like, what the hell are you playing?
No, I was just lost.
You know,
in
that's like, you were just talking about God of War, and you're like, both of these games could stand to be a little bit shorter. That's the thing. If you asked me, like, Bradley, can you say something bad about Amori? The only thing I could say that I think is bad is, like, maybe it could be, like, a couple hours shorter.
It's like 20, it should be 16.
Yeah.
God of War is 23-ish, it should be 16. That's a lot more to cut.
And that's like, even within those couple hours I would cut out that I don't think are necessary, even within those hours that I don't think are literally necessary for the story, I genuinely laughed my real life ass off multiple times. This game makes me laugh so fucking hard.
Anyways.
God
of War. Mm-hmm. This one has much better combat than the first one.
Yes.
There you go.
Way better combat, I think. I think it's way better combat. I think the locales I also really enjoyed a lot more.
It's a very pretty game.
It's a very, very pretty game.
You can partially attribute to... I didn't even know till it came out that Blue Point was working on this, and they're super good at making the visuals look really good.
Yes. It's a great looking game. I love it. And I beat this game in like 3 days, I think, and I had a blast playing it. And I like picking up again. I like doing the side content and just kind of like chipping away at it.
That's interesting, because this game fatigued me a lot. Mm-hmm. I like how you've moved a certain game.
I'm just getting ready.
This game fatigued me a lot because, like, I think it had a poor balance of battles and story, and like some of the story beats felt superfluous, and there was a lot of battles between each story beat. I felt like the pacing of that balance was off.
I think so too, and part of that too is like I don't feel that necessarily as much, and part of that I think attributes to me just playing it a whole bunch and kind of staying up a little bit more to play it.
I even took my time, but some regions would be like, "Oh, we're still doing this Atreus and Abragoda section."
But like I felt like the only time I ever felt roadblock was not necessarily because I was going after fight versus fight. It was just like there was one fight that's incredibly difficult and I need to get through this fight. And once I did, I felt like the game opened up a lot more. I just got stuck on 1 or 2 fights every section rather than like going fight after fight after fight after fight. That's to me because I never felt like I was going through so many fights. Just there's like one fight that's like, oh, we got this big Aeliard dude and we got like the teleport guys are running around.
It's a lot of fight, walk around with Freya, talk with her, fight, walk around and talk, fight, walk around
That's
and talk.
Vanaheim.
Next.
Yeah.
You could replace Freya with whatever party
Atreus
member you
and
have, which I think is actually a positive, having that many party members.
Yes.
But despite how fatigued I felt,
Uh-huh.
when I finished the game, I regretted not doing the side quests because the game ends in a way that makes you reflect on like I should have enjoyed my time
Yes.
with the status quo
Yes.
before I
Which is
finished.
important because that's the main motivation of Kratos.
And that's kind of like I've never seen a game
Yes.
do that ever.
It's
That's
really
kind of
good.
cool.
It's kind of great that like
You guys would never play it, so basically,
you should.
and spoiler alert, at the end
Huge
of the
spoiler alert.
At the end of the game, Atreus, your son, will go off on his own journey.
Yeah.
And now you have to do the post game with another side character,
Okay.
which means
That's just the head, right?
all the
No, you have another.
all
mechanical
the
character.
other quests you could have done with Atreus, you can't do anymore because he's off doing his own thing. And the story's building up to this angle of like you need to learn to let Atreus go because he's becoming his own man.
and appreciate the time
That's
you
a,
have.
that's a
with
good
them.
classic.
That is a
game.
good.
And like, I can't like put in because I was tired of the balance of this game. But when you get to the ending, it's like, fuck, I want to do side quests, and I wish I did them with Atreus. That hits different. Because,
It's like you can describe it, but you can't feel it unless
But
you've
at the same
gone through it.
time, you do it with the other character you're with, and it brings a whole new perspective.
and it's like a different angle because life goes on and there's
Yeah.
other stuff to gain. So
And-
like, they handle that really well.
And it's great. Like it's just kind of one of those things where it's, and the whole point of the story too is also this idea of like it's a father and son where they're at the point of their lifestyle, and with Kratos, especially after his first game, of like Kratos is like I don't want to lose my son. He's now everything I have, and like I love him so much, and he's not only like the last connection I have with my wife, but we have grown to respect each other and love each other. And like you get that one small thing where like they're packing up their saddle, and he puts his arm on his shoulder. And you're just like, this is a dad who's proud of his son.
This game definitely almost made me cry with the last thing with Kratos with the mural.
Oh my god.
Kratos is a double S tier
It's
character.
so good.
He is incredible.
And what's even better is if you look at the main story quest title, it's called The Path.
Yeah.
And it ends with him going like, I finally
The new path.
I
A
see a
path
path I
yeah.
thought was never going to be. And it's everything. So like the other thing I like about this game is so God of War is set up to be the idea of like this man who's all he wants is to feel whole again and feel redeemed and to feel like he has a placement within his world.
Because back in the PS2 and 3 days, he did some shit that he shouldn't have done.
Yes, and like, and that was the whole thing. Was like, I'm going to do these tasks for the jobs, the tasks for the gods, and they're going to rid me of my nightmares, and they're going to make me feel like a real person again. And they're like, we can't do that for you. You go through the whole game. The big reveal is like, we cannot save you from your nightmares or anything. We can make you the God of War, but that's about it. And so, and then you go on, and then the rest of the game series happens, and he goes and he kills Olympus, and he takes away everything that like harmed him. And he just keeps on destroying everything around him, and then he gets to Norseland, wherever Finland, wherever you want to be, and so then he has to come around and figure out like, I still feel these ways, this feeling of like not being redeemed and not feeling like I am a better man, not feeling like a proper god, not feeling like Kratos in 2018 feels like he has nothing going for him, basically. Yeah. Like he is depressed even though he doesn't want to.
It is worth noting that I think 2018 is the tighter story.
I think 2018 is the most
It is like
story.
a very balanced story of a dad learning to connect with his son.
Yes.
While 2022 Ragnarok gets kind of muddled by prophecies and Atreus kind of growing up and going against his father in certain ways, but reconnecting later. So it's like there are moments, and I don't blame people for finding Atreus annoying in this one. And I've seen that in a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, but it's like also a very realistic
He's a teenager.
depiction of
Exactly.
It is, and like when you step back from it, you're like, I understand why you're doing this, but I do think this game drags on the secrets from each other too long.
Yes.
The thing with secrets and storytelling is it's like I'm cool
You
with
as
it.
the third party.
Yeah,
knows
it's
the
dramatic.
secret.
There's a level where it's like I'm tired if y'all keeping these secrets, and
do-
they're aware that they're secrets. They
Yes.
just don't talk about it.
And the one thing is like it's a cultural thing, and it's all about like everyone's afraid of each other as well. Like they're afraid of like what happens to them because the big secret is where he sneaks off to one night by accident. Like he just appears in another realm entirely.
Yeah.
And so it's this feeling of trust and kind of being able to let go and trust someone to do their own and carve their own path. And I think that's where like Kratos comes in and he's just like, how are you not telling me what you're doing? You're my son. You need to be telling me what you're doing on time. And at the same time, Atreus is going back like, how do you not trust me to go and forge my own path forward? And so it's coming to them both coming to grips in terms of the fact that the relationship is changing. And like at the very end, where he's just like Loki can go, Atreus will stay.
That line,
It's so good.
that line fucked me up. Now it almost fucked me up. Amore had me in my living room having an existential breakdown.
I was sobbing like a fucking baby.
Bradley at least had someone to console him.
I was
Sure.
very fortunate.
Did you watch the
I was
funeral
fucked.
scene?
I did. I did
Okay.
after. Yes, very good.
The
Sindri is. Do you ever make up with Sindri after that?
I don't believe so. No.
That's so sad.
But like, that's also the point. Because what gets bigger the more you take away? A hole. Which is what Kratos finally dug himself out of in the finale of this whole thing.
More like Sindri has a hole in his
Willard,
heart. but
we
whatever.
can't ignore the terror of the situation and that it is your elimination, and you like all three of these games.
Yeah,
I do.
But the point I want to
Now, let's talk about why Elden Ring maybe shouldn't be Game of the Year.
We're not talking about that because it's number one.
yeah.
We're not talking about that right
That's-
now.
that's
We're
gonna
talking
be
about
the
number
part-
2 and 3.
As the only person who's beat that game 6 times, don't even come at me. I'm a professional.
I think all of your complaints might come from playing the game through
Six times.
No, because this game's great. Wow, what an achievement of game development. Holy shit.
What a hot year of games.
Oh,
I said last year that this would be my favorite game of the year, and the thing is, my third favorite game of the year is Ragnarok.
Yeah.
This is my cut.
Yeah.
Amore and Elden Ring are pretty close, but Elden Ring is just such a more complete, accessible
game.
to every
fuck, man.
game.
I played over triple the hours of Elden Ring that I played on some other games on this list without even finishing it.
Yeah.
And I had fun every hour doing it.
Yeah.
It just bugs. It doesn't bug me. It's just like I wish we could talk about the last 2 to 3 sections of the game, which is about where both of you stopped. The leverage, like something people complain about this game about, is the.
I have a complaint.
Go ahead.
There's too much goddamn good game.
It actually is a bad thing.
Like there is so much fucking
That's the
Elden
thing.
Ring.
There's nothing I encountered in the game I didn't like. I just kept getting sad that there's so much good game I don't think
got
I'll be
to-
able to experience.
Yeah, I got to a point where the hardest thing in the game was how much game there was.
Yes. And it's all good.
It does elicit a problem of like I need to scratch these nooks and crannies because I know that there's something cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if it's a repeated boss, like the weapon will be
But-
cool, or it'll be a unique boss, or it'll be something.
But what
You know?
but what like causes that sensation is just you don't feel like
I don't want to play through the game fucking again, so I need everything, Joe.
Yeah.
I need it all in one run. I don't want to play this game again.
I'm doing a level 1 run right now.
I think Elden Ring is fantastic. It's
Hell
awesome.
yeah.
It's great. I still resent Tyler for telling me I was playing the game wrong for literally.
There is no wrong way to,
No!
if you're having fun, If you are having fun, there is no wrong way to play
I
this
literally
game.
was just playing the game. You're playing the game wrong.
He was playing Strength and Dex.
Dude, can you believe
I was playing straight.
That's called quality. That's called quality build, and it's real.
Can you believe the build variety in this game?
Yeah.
It's unreal.
I played a harder fucking game than you.
Yeah, you did. It was a fun game. It was a really sassy.
And I think it got further
Like-
than you.
Yeah, I did. Between all the weapons and spells I unlocked, I felt like no matter what skill I wanted to level up, there is a weapon/spell I could do that caters to that.
The reason why I wish that y'all played the last sections is because a thing people will have against this game is that they, one, think the last sections are less visually appealing, and two, that the balance of the game is too hard. To both, I disagree. I think this, Crumbling Farum Azula and the Halig Tree are the best sections of the game, period. Yeah. The third best would be being the capital. I really like the capital, which I think, Joe, you got. Because
I got the Crumbling Farum Azula.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
That's where...
Yeah, it's
and Tyler got to the capital, so y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think those sections are great.
Yeah.
But I think the Halig Tree is fantastic, and people I think people get to the... there's a snow area as well at the end of the game.
Yeah.
They get to
Fire
that and they're
area,
like, oh, snow bad. It's like, you're
Why?
ignoring 2 out of 3 of these last sections for no reason.
And also, that area is not that long.
And as far as the difficulty, you can make this game so trivially easy with summons and Bloodhound Step and Bleed. Just like any other Souls game, you just have to maybe do a little bit of research into what's overpowered if you need it.
I think it's... It's the hardest thing to overcome when people getting into the Soulsborne series, because I went through the same thing. When I played Dark Souls for the first time, I was not good at it. It was the first time I'd ever played such a difficult action RPG game. And I didn't want to look anything up either. I was so frustrated with a lot of the points. It's like, I finally got to a point to where I was 20 hours into the game, I was still at the gargoyles. I could not beat them. I was just
they are difficult.
Yeah. I was just like, how the fuck am I supposed to do this?
What about the Hydra? Just sit in the fucking lake and
And you need that to get to the DLC,
Yes.
so you had to address the Hydra.
And it was just I got to a point, I got to the spider boss, the first one. And that was when I finally broke and looked something up. And the only thing I found out that helped me was I could summon something.
Cool. In Elden Ring or in Dark Souls?
In Dark Souls.
Oh, okay.
And it was just like, oh, I'm actually just bad. This is the only thing that can help me. And it made me realize I just need to get
There's a
lot
beauty
fucking
in
better.
that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I played this game and I don't use summons in my runs except for my level 1 run where shit, I kind of need them.
Call me a summoner.
And that's the thing. I think it's nice that
that's an option.
If you need to beat the game, you have them and they're fleshed out.
I really I was about to say, sometimes I like using the summons just because they're cool.
They're cool.
If they were more balanced, I would use them all the time, which makes me happy that I can use them in a harder run that I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's a lot of ways to experience this game, and I think that's cool.
The only summons I ever got were skeletons.
They're cool.
Dude, skeletons are the best summons! Skelly boys go fucking hard!
They're pretty
They're
lit.
not even top 5. That's how good the summons get.
I didn't find fucking Mimic or whatever it's called.
How do you miss?
I don't know, man.
How do you miss everything but the skeleton?
I'll say I got the skeletons.
Because every side dungeon has a summon. I don't know.
I was about to say I got skeletons way after all my other summons.
I've actually I am at the capital. I have not stopped using the skeletons. I think they're the best.
Oh, they're
summon in
great.
the
Oh,
they're
fucking
awesome.
game.
Oh, for my level 1 run, I have such little FP that I kind of have to use them.
I have the mimic. I still like the skeletons
The
more.
mimic's a little.
I
There's one called Black Knife Tish, which is the leader.
I have Black Knife Tish. I like the skeletons.
Dude, do you know Tish's Black Blade?
I know what she
does
does.
percent damage.
Yes.
Oh, shit. She
But-
just. Oh.
I was this close
For
to being
my for my play style
We'll
and
do
the
it
way
right now.
I play the game, I like Skelly Boys. They're my homeboys since the very beginning. I ain't about to get rid of them at the
If
end.
I were to make one,
But that's cool because you get to play it your way.
Yeah, see,
Have it your way.
If I'm fighting a mounted enemy, I use the jellyfish. If I'm not, I use the knight's page.
Yeah.
if I was to make a complaint, is there's not a single fucking sword, the type of sword I use, until the very end. It's literally the final boss sword.
Oh no.
Yeah, there is no somber sword.
Guess
that
you gotta fucking.
But at that point, I've beaten the game. I get the sword that I was looking for the entire time.
But also,
But isn't that also
You can use that
satisfying
base sword
somehow?
you have and equip so many cool skills to it because they've thought about that.
Oh,
There's some
dude,
really good
the
art
skill
for-
system.
Oh, I never
Yeah.
interacted with that.
The skill system is
Yeah,
so
it's
good.
okay to play
Because
wrong.
Joe just uses square off. He is maybe playing wrong.
Dude, Square Off is so good.
The fact that you can equip
Squirrel
different
was
skills to your weapons.
Where you go like
oh my
this?
god.
Yes.
Yeah, that is cool.
It breaks fucking.
There's dozens and dozens of those. People have found uses for all of them.
I really did. I wasn't disappointed by the strength decks. I was disappointed you weren't using the skills.
I have a
that system.
character called Fujitora that is a gravity swordsman, and my goal with him is just to grab all the gravity spells and go beat the game.
Because
That's something
every
you can
short
do.
sword or whatever sword type I use that is actually good cannot be replaced with skills.
Yeah,
that's
there
the problem.
were-
So, now that we've talked about the final 3 games, let's finish this bitch off.
Oh my god. It's still
I
your
am
turn.
willing to cut
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
God of War or Elden Ring right now.
What? I just took it for granted Elden Ring was going to be number 1.
I could get spicy and make Elden Ring 2,
No.
which is why if I don't cut it now, it goes into 1.
No, it goes into 1. That's fine. Y'all argue over the 2 and 3.
I mean, there's no point in me arguing at this
The
point.
thing is,
Like that's and
Yeah.
the thing is, I got Return last year.
Bradley could tip the scales because he's beaten one game.
Yes.
I've beaten one game. I've beaten 2 of them.
And Joe has also beat one of these 3 games.
I haven't played either 2 of these.
Joe
but
has
if
not.
I had to put my vote,
I beat
for it,
Ragnarok.
Oh shit! Yeah, good point.
What the fuck? I beat it before you. you
That's
shitting
it.
me?
Will is the only one who knows all 3 of these games inside and out.
Yeah.
I would vote Elden Ring and Mori God of War.
I mean,
If I may be, because I've suffered a lot in previous years when that 13 Sentinels year. I love that game so much.
Yo,
So I will
Master Duel
take.
got to number 4, and I think that's pretty.
that's
good.
actually fucking ridiculous.
Don't forget
Dude.
that I helped you. No, because Master
You
Duel is
did,
fucking
but
sick.
It is a good feat of like a translation, like
You're right.
to a card game.
But the thing is, the card game is unplayable unless you have that. That's the other thing.
See, that's
Yes.
No, because people do it. You just gotta get.
Yeah,
into
they do it.
It
You know
makes-
what?
Joe. 8:15. All right.
exactly. That's
That
what-
would be the list. Everyone, here's our top 5 games. It would be Elden Ring, Amori, God of War, Master Duel, and Genshin. And future editor Willer cutting in here. We're going to cut it off there because what follows is about another 10 to 12 minutes of us trying to figure out how to tally up the top 5 guesses that we did at the start. Basically, last year we did it kind of like whoever got the closest to each individual spot would win. This year, everyone hates that for some reason. So instead, we're going to do whoever got the most in the top 5 that ended up in the top 5, regardless of order, and not accounting for anything that got like 6, 7, or 8. If you guess that in the top 5, it's not going to get you any preference unless it's like a tiebreaker. So with that in mind, Bradley won. Hopefully people played the game Bradley prescribes this year because as Joe pointed out, he got gypped last year. Maybe I'll hound these guys to finish up their promises on that account. But anyways, if you got this far and you listened to all of that, thank you so much. We had a lot of fun making this.